Okay. All right. So we still don't know. Do I understand that correctly? That's the first thing I was gonna say. That was the first thing I was gonna say. That's a joke. I Okay. What is what is it? Right. Can they put you? Can they put you on like a blood? I don't know. I'm not a doctor, but don't they have like high blood pressure medication? Or low blood pressure? Okay. Can they give you a medication for low blood pressure? Can they give you a medication for low? Okay. All right. All right. Well, I slept like $1 million. Yeah, that, so long as they have someone to charge. So long as they have someone to charge. Right. 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 Okay. Do you know when your next appointment is? That's okay. I have a very serious question. Tell me the interesting thing first. My thing sucks. Right? shit, he yeah, you and I had talked about that. It was you were not here when that happened. Um, I so you know about it, right? Dog, a manifesto is just anything they don't like. Normally, it would be called a love letter, but yeah, if they don't like it, they call it it's a fucking it's a fucking tweet. Nobody calls. They do that, and I can't stand it. I mean, you could make any tweet a manifesto. Whenever they don't like something, they just call it that because it gets associated with the Communist Manifesto. Okay, so I was with the rest of America when I saw this guy, Brian Thompson, walk out of the Midtown Hilton, and then this other guy very calmly just allegedly executes him. What I find interesting is that there was no blood, none. It's a sense. No, I didn't. It's just interesting. This guy gets shot like 5 times, and there's no blood. I just even even Trump got shot like once, and there was blood. So why this guy get shot? And it's on camera, and it's just interesting to me that there's no fucking blood, and it was like a perfect camera angle. Anyway, um, at least with that guy, I don't think. I mean, maybe I'm sure that they're gonna say it's the same guy, but the guy who a lot of people don't think it's the same person, and the reason why, yeah, even though like, hey, his fingerprints match, and of course all this shit's gonna match, and it's gonna be like he comes from a very wealthy. He comes from a. That's exactly right. Yes, exactly. Thank you. And it's like he had to grow a. It's not like he could just shave it. He had to grow a unibrow basically in like 3 days. He's Yeah, it's very much like, in my opinion, like he's an actor. He's allegedly really good looking, and he's like, got like all this perfect like life and everything. And the way like they put him on camera, like, like normally they don't like there's so many different pictures that have been taken of him. Normally it's never like that. And I was reading people. I'm on this like there's like a subreddit for public defenders, and they people asked them, like the public defenders, like, what do you think? And they're like, look, I don't think it looks like the same person, number one. But number two, what jurisdiction allows basically 15 or so different photos of a someone who's been arrested, when normally it's just like a mugshot, that's it, and then you never hear about the person again. It's like they're playing this up. And I don't know, but to me, you nailed it. I didn't even have to say it. The fucking eyebrows don't match. Exactly. Yeah, and I didn't. Yeah, exactly. 100%. So when I saw that, I, like, if you know what happened to oh, what is that guy's name? Um, the I'll think of his name in a second. It starts with an H, I think. Um, just one moment. The guy who shot Reagan, Hinckley. If you know about Hinckley, Hinckley's family and the Bush family were like best friends, and he was like very wealthy. Wow, I don't think they'd let you fucking do that nowadays. Yeah, same here, man. Then get rid of the whole podcast genre. Then, then get rid of that whole podcast genre, because obviously, if you're doing something badly, then you don't want people to know about it. That's the thing. It's very easy to mark people as a certain. Uh, yeah, he, dog. He's a weird one. He's had some weird fucking. Yeah, yeah. He's had some weird. Yeah, I mean, I like him as an actor. I think he can be funny, but he has a weird. I forget what it was, but it's like, I don't know. He was related to those celebrities who were like on the Epstein list and stuff. I'm not saying he was, but it's just like, yeah. Let me look it up. Like, I don't even know where I'd look this. I don't even know where I'd look this shit up anymore. He had weird tweets. No, no, no. It was something about weird tweets about young people or something. Patton. Let me just put Patton Oswald's. uns- Oh, this, this this is what it is. Whenever I type something in and the first thing that comes up is fact check, I'm immediately very suspicious, because it's like, why do you need Reuters, one of the largest, actually the largest news wire in the world, to defend you? So yeah, so Um, apparently, like he would go to that Comet Ping Pong in Washington D.C. and so what did they say? It's like a woman and her child. Um, let's see. Let's see what he wrote. A woman and her child falsely linking him to that. I don't know if it's true or not, but it's just like, dog, why do you need exactly? And um, it's like if I type something in, I don't feel that it doesn't give me a lot of confidence when it's just like 100 fucking mainstream articles that say fact check. That makes me think that hey, all you have to do is just control those organizations or have influence over them, and then they can basically like do whatever you want. I mean, um, I okay. Um, let's see here. What did what did the person say? That's what I want to know. Like, he can eat wherever he wants, but what did he tweet? He tweeted about children, something weird. Um, even the dark is scared of the dark. No, uh, it was, and and then they just say he was trolling, which, um, I just I'm not I don't really believe. I don't think that man. It's so hard to. Oh, this is what it was. He tweeted, "I am a proud pedophile." Yeah, no, no. I understand. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Right, and then his wife died, right? Yeah, and then his wife died, and there's like that was suspicious to me. Anybody who would tweet that is that's not funny, and I don't know anyone who would think that would be funny. And yeah, and yeah, just I honestly really liked him a lot. I thought he was great on King of Queens, and then I read that, and like then automatically in my mind he just became one of those creepy motherfuckers. Um, now people can say it's inauthentic tweets. Like I don't know, there are a lot of fucking things to back this up. Um, let's see. Yeah, I just I think that's weird. Um, it's it's right. So let me see. No, and that's not like being a Twitter troll. That's like admitting. Admit, I can hear my fucking camera's fucked up. Um, I can hear. I let me make sure I've got it right because of course it's going to be deleted and everything. Um, let's see here. What did he say? They say it's inauthentic tweets. I don't know how it can be inauthentic, but they say his tweet has been manipulated. Wait, but oh wait, and he wrote proud with capital Proud. Okay, so what is this? Patton Oswalt tweet from 2013 claims he's a proud pedophile. Um, okay, so this is what he wrote on July 9th, 2013. The angry at tweets from my hammer toad followers opened my eyes. Pedophobe shaming hurts us all. I am a proud pedophile. But wait, there's more. Oswald also tweeted later that year about how children love to rub his dong. Yeah. So he's always just creeped me out because of that. Yeah, definitely. And then they say that they were manipulated, which is like how? I mean, they don't normally say it. They would say, "Hey, my account was hacked or whatever." Um, but like this isn't a lot of different. This isn't just one random website. This is a bunch of websites that say that he put this and now and yeah. I don't know. I just want to give you the heads up that like, hey, allegedly he had like this weird sense of humor or something. Um, let me see if I can find like it's very difficult to find anything with Google nowadays. Okay. Dog pile, Patton Oswald. Okay, he wrote, I am a proud pedophile. Okay. Um, did Patton Oswald tweet, I am a proud pedophile? Yeah, dog, it's all over. Anyway, um, if that's normally I say if that's your thing, that's cool. But no, if that's your thing, you are a terrible person. Um, oh, wait, hold on. And then there's this rumor. This is the other thing that he killed his wife. Whether it happened or not, but like this person said, often whenever this is from Reddit, stand up comedy, like a normal subreddit. Often whenever I see Patton Oswalt brought up, a fuck ton of people respond that he killed his wife and refuse to elaborate. Um, and then the first thing, holy shit, the first thing that comes up, at least on Reddit, it says, "Nah, he killed her. If he didn't do it intentionally, he was definitely supplying her with the drugs that did her in. No way you can have all this going on in your house for years and not know." Um, I don't blame her for wanting the drugs. She agreed to have sex with Patton Oswalt, and those memories won't go away on their own. Yeah, so at least from Radar Online, drug den. Patton Oswalt's late wife hid cocaine, painkillers, party pills, and more. Which is like, I'm kind of with these people. You don't, if somebody's doing all of those things, cocaine, painkillers, party pills, you're gonna know. If you're married to them, you're gonna know that day. You're gonna know the first fucking day. Hey, why are you so talkative? Why do you want to go out to clubs? Why do you want to do all this weird shit? Um, yeah. So okay, so what does it say? This is Radar Online, which is like medium. It's not. It's. I don't want to say it's mainstream, but it's more mainstream than some things. Um, okay, so what does it say? Though she was a dedicated crime writer and doting mom, actor Patton Oswalt's wife led a secret life of drug use before her shocking overdose death. Michelle McNamara was surrounded by uppers, downers, painkillers, cocaine, and every substance similar, and even a substance similar to ecstasy, in the private drug den of the family's lavish Los Angeles home. According to autopsy papers, the 46-year-old had prescription bottles of bupropion, an antidepressant, Cefdor, an antibiotic, naproxen, an anti-inflammatory drugs, and all were prescribed to McNamara. A prescription bottle with a label that was filled with Xanax, while a prescription bottle missing a label was filled with Xanax. While speaking to the cops, Oswald, 48, claimed the medication belonged to him. But in more sinister findings, officials claimed to the claimed to the claimed the death scene claimed uh, to the death scene found TFMPP or legal X, a recreational drug often sold as an alternative to MDMA or ecstasy. The pill was embossed with a lightning bolt and was hidden inside a small plastic bag tucked away inside a larger bag. Uh, in addition, they discovered cocaine and levamisole, a dewormer for livestock, often mixed with the hard drug, inside a small brown vial, also covered in a plastic bag. Officials also found painkillers, a bunch of fucking painkillers and stimulants. The painkillers and stimulants were not prescribed to the mother of one. Lab reports indicated that her blood tested presumed positive for all kinds of shit. Um, as RadarOnline.com previously reported, McNamara died from multiple drug toxicity, specifically a bunch of drugs. She left behind her husband of 11 years and 7-year-old daughter. I don't know. That guy's weird to me. Hey, I can hear my my mic is sucking dick. So I'm gonna. Oh, actually, I'm not gonna restart my computer. I'm just gonna restart the browser. Just one moment. Here we go. So I don't know exactly what happened with him or his wife, but just the more you know, kind of a deal. I agree. Okay, so I was so excited last night, just absolutely excited. But I didn't get my. I didn't. I didn't. I didn't prepare myself to have my heart broken, or I did prepare myself to have my heart broken because I knew it was late. And I imagine you fell asleep during that documentary. It's slow, I know. Okay, can we please watch it again? We'll, we'll do it right now. Let me just. I gotta get my computer set up. So take 5 minutes or so, and then perfect. It's literally like I don't want to say it's my favorite documentary because it's slow and there are some things about it that are like I've always been like just get to the point about this space. You don't have to talk about the Titanic and everything, but he's trying to set a scene. But the big part about it is this leaked footage from the Apollo missions that shows them that's the part that you have to see. So anyway, take 5 minutes and I'll take five and
assaulting a transgender man. He was charged with deprivation of rights under law. We're saying he body slapped 23-year-old transgender man. Several times. Tried to cover up his wrong. He's now facing 10 years in prison. Mr. Hill, United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in Manhattan has been taken to New York. He was in court this morning in Pennsylvania. He was arrested last week and waived extradition. ABC's Kimberly Richardson says NYPD officers were also in court to take Mangione back to the plan to back to New York City and drive security concerns. Mangione was charged this week in New York for murder and terrorism, also facing federal charges crossing state lines. And the Biden administration set to announce a climate goal that aims to reduce the country's greenhouse gas emissions by up to 66% by 2035, and also require all the countries that signed the Paris Agreement to update their nationally determined contribution every 5 years. It's not binding, and President Trump has promised to undo. Some land weather from Cape mostly low 50s, sunny tomorrow with highs in the low 70s, mid 60s at the beaches, and mid 60s for the weekend. Right now, I'm 62 in Tustin. That's the top just before Disney, it's blocking the middle lane. It's stall, so you're seeing plays back up to about Lincoln. It's a 5-1. Spread up a 1-on-1 and crashes down the right lane there. Your guys. Everything high and everything A, the right lane is closed up until 8 in the morning. With Southern California's most traffic reports from Pedro Moreno. Listen anywhere on the free. Everywhere. With hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Just ask Google for your favorite radio stations, and iHeartRadio will be there. Google Home, Google Mini Nest Hub, Nest Mini, Android TV, and any device that uses your Google Assistant. The convenience of playing all your favorites hands-free. Just say, okay, Google, play to get your favorite AM FM stations. iHeartRadio. Radio everywhere you want to listen, including in your home and office through your Google Home, Google Nest Hub Mini, Nest Mini, Android TV, and any device that is Google Assistant powered. Check it out for free now. Radio, anywhere you want to listen. It's time. Monday night the 25th, taking off filter one days in an SNL Christmas special at 8/7 ABC. On Monday the 23rd, the holidays hit up, and in the 2016 comedy Office Christmas Party at 10 Central on TNT. Starting on Christmas Eve and running all through Christmas Day, it's the annual 24-hour the classic 1983 film A Christmas Story. It kicks off Tuesday at 8/7 Central, repeating every 2 hours on TBS, starting an hour later on TNT. Also on Christmas Eve, it's time for one of the most beloved Christmas classics of all time, 1946's It's a Wonderful Life at 8/7 Central on NBC. Thursday the 26th, Willie Nelson, Miley Cyrus, and more join the country icon for some holiday cheer. Not only it's Mountain Magic Christmas, 9/8 Central on NBC. Friday the 27th, we're behind the music. At 9/8 Central on CBS. I'm Lex on iHeartRadio. iHeartRadio, did you know? Presented by iHeartRadio. You're listening right now. Did you? iHeartRadio now. It's your AM FM stations locally and nationwide for free. iHeartRadio also has a team of people who are music this year, working round the clock to curate playlists perfect for any given event. We know the rights to the track can help us set the mood, change your mood, or enhance any activity, and that's why we have thousands of playlists tuned any situation. The best part, you can listen to all your playlists for free. You tap the playlist tab in the iHeartRadio app and explore playlists to help you get in the zone, working out, chill when it's time to for a party, sleeping, cooking, gaming, or road tripping. It's curated by the best hits from every decade. Playlist, the biggest hits from every genre. The playlist tab and discover all the playlists available to you for free from my radio. For music, radio, and podcasts. Like what? Records, stars, and everything in between. What happened today in sports history on iHeartRadio? How's it going, fellow sports fans? It's Andy West. Let's take a look back on this day in sports history. December 19th. Today in 1990, LA Raiders running back Bo Jackson to the AFC Pro Bowl team as a reserve, becoming the first athlete chosen for All-Star games in two sports. Jumping ahead to 2006, after demanding a trade, the Philadelphia 76ers trade star Allen Iverson to the Denver Nuggets for Andre Miller, Joe Smith, and 2 draft picks. Iverson played for the Nuggets until 2009. And today in 2010, we had the miracle Meadowlands as the Deshaun Jackson returns a punt 65 yards for a touchdown as time expires, beating the Giants 38-31. It's the only game-winning punt return touchdown in NFL history as the Eagles come back from a 31-10 fourth-quarter deficit. Now you know today in sports history. iHeartRadio.
An iHeartRadio station for stimulating talk.
Last time I told you about Governor Gavin Newsom declaring the state of emergency regarding bird flu here in California. In other words, the state need to reallocate resources to deal with it. If there should be an outbreak, if you're wondering how close are we to that, or the amount of infections, there have been a handful of infections, people who have been infected, and up until this point, these are people who have been dealing with cats and animals who have been infected. But there's also the possibility that it can go over to different segments of the population. For example, 2 cats have died recently from suspected bird flu. It was traced to here in California. And we know that there is this trend, increasing trend of people to consume raw milk. The Department of Health issued a release today. 2 cats that died consumed milk from raw farm after the company voluntarily recalled all raw milk and cream earlier this month. This was earlier in December. We're almost the last of December, so there is a vague, even though they still purchase products that before consume them. And in this case, it seems that people consume them, gave them to cats, and the cats consumed them. After consuming the raw milk, it was reported they showed onset symptoms of lack of appetite, fever, allergic signs. The cats died, worsening health, and subsequently positive for influenza A result in cats. And we talked yesterday how it was already in the pet population. It's that much closer to the human population. You and I, I'm not consuming raw milk.
All right. I'm ready when you are. Okay, so after this, if you have time, there's a follow-up. There's a follow-up documentary called Astronauts Gone Wild. And it's literally Bart Sibrel, the director of this film. He does follow-up interviews with each of the Apollo astronauts. And if the first documentary doesn't convince you, when you see these guys straight up being asked to swear on the Bible that they did it, it's very, very interesting, their reactions. It's just very, very interesting. All right. Here we go. Actually, just one thing. Just one thing before we start this. This was so interesting to me, and no one's really brought it up since. Um, if I type Joe Rogan, nuclear bomb footage. Joe Rogan had this guy on. Yeah. I'll just show it to you. Okay. So you know that they actually show it in this video when they're showing like atomic program. Can you hear me? Okay, excellent. So this is actually from Joe Rogan. And I'm sure you've seen the footage of when they do the it happened in Southern Nevada where they do the test of the nuclear weapons and then they show like houses being blown away. Okay, so basically what people don't know and like that gets I don't say it gets discovered, but it's just something that people have known is those are miniatures. So those are not like real size figures. So here, this is just it's 40 seconds. Here we go.
Rooms, film storage vaults, and naturally a bomb shelter. During its 22 years of operation, Lookout Mountain Laboratory produced approximately 6,500 classified films for the Department of Defense and the Atomic Energy Commission, documenting nuclear test series such as Operation Greenhouse, Operation Teapot, and Operation Buster Jangles.
Yes. That blows everything down. There's always been a conspiracy theory that those were all basically fabricated at this facility, that those bombs actually were never detonated. And basically the U.S. military was basically faking these bomb tests to freak out the Russians, to make us think that we had weapons.
That's actually not what that's not what I wanted to show. I mean, it's close. It's the same guy. Just a moment. Let's see if they show.
The U.S. military was basically faking these bomb tests to freak out the Russians.
How did they fake it?
They just did. Yeah, exactly.
This is it.
Here it is.
Well, so there's a yeah. Okay, so here's the question, right? So what happened? Okay, so this is great. Okay, so what happened to the camera?
You son of a You son of a bitch.
How is that happening yet the camera's like totally stable and fine?
Oh my god.
And by the way, the film is fine.
Oh my god.
This looks like how you shoot.
Well, and by the way, okay, we'll do this one. We'll do one more time here.
Oh,
Okay,
showed up.
so wait a minute. First of all,
It wasn't there.
First of all, where'd the car
No
come
car.
from?
No car.
Second is, does it really look like
Car.
Does that look like a real car?
That's insane.
Right. So like
The fucking car. Wow.
So I don't know if you could see that, but basically when they show the film of if you can just watch it for 40
basically
seconds.
the U.S. military was basically faking these bomb tests to freak out the Russians.
How did they fake it?
They just did. Yeah. Exactly.
This is it.
Well,
So these are
there's
miniatures.
yeah. Okay, so here's the question, right? So what happened? Okay, so this is great. Okay, you'll love this. So what happened to the camera?
You son of a You son of a bitch.
How is that happening yet the camera's like totally stable and fine?
Oh my
And by the way, the film is fine.
Oh my god. This looks like how you should.
Well, by the way, okay, we'll do this one. We'll do the loop one more time here.
Wasn't there?
Where's the car?
No car.
Second is
Car.
does that look like a real car?
That's insane.
Right. So like
The fucking car.
So if you type in Google, just watch it for yourself. It's 40 seconds. Just type in Joe Rogan mind blown by fake nuclear testing footage. Take your time. Take your time. What I want you to see is that these are miniatures, and that all that footage that we've seen that we thought, oh, they built a house just to see what would happen, is just really, it's small. It's like, and it's pretty clear that they are using miniatures because in one shot they're shooting a house with a car next to just a house, and then all of a sudden the car shows up out of nowhere, and you can tell it's a fake car.
That's insane.
Joe Rogan, mind blown by nuclear testing footage. So that so that the guy who Mark Andreessen, he's a Silicon Valley billionaire. So it's like they do you see the one shot where there's no car and then there's a car? If you don't, I'll tell you is in that. Go to like around 37 seconds into a 47-second video, or 30 seconds into it. It's the same one you were just watching. That's what it is. That's what it is. You go to 30 seconds into it. Yeah. That's all. But basically, I want you to see that they were using. Can you see how they were using miniatures? Okay, excellent. All right. Right. All right. So here is a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. And here we go.
Since the beginning of recorded history, the human race has grown. First with members of their own family, then their fellow countrymen, and finally nations at large. Yet perhaps the starting ground for all these conflicts lay somewhere deeper, with the very character of the human condition. in the dark, untouchable crevices of the human heart. It is said that the first iniquity of free will began even before the maiden pilgrimage from the embryo, preceding the very creation of the earth itself, in the forelife of souls in the heavenly realms. The dawn of warfare, some believe, was initiated by a fallen angel, whose trespass against God was pride. In ancient Babylon, in an age so long ago that the exact millennium remains in question, the Tower of Babel began construction. It was to be the single greatest achievement of the human race. A tower so tall that its summit could reach the heavens, and by it proved to the world that their race was superior. It would be God's irony that it would never be finished. Time passed, nations fell, a machine age emerged, and once again the ingenuity of the species which had dominion over all others unveiled what was at the time the most monumental accomplishment ever imagined, the largest machine yet constructed. An automation so mammoth and so revered, even before its first demonstration, that its only befitting name was Titanic. On April 10th, 1912, it set sail. It was boasted to be the ship that God himself did not sink. It would be God's irony that the very element that was meant to keep it afloat would cause it to sink. Water, frozen water, in the form of an iceberg. Not even one voyage did it complete. And then the next age embarked into the annals of human history, perhaps the last age, the space age. Competition for victor was unparalleled. Powerful nations spent billions in unabashed rivalry to the other. The Soviet Union launched the first orbiting satellite, the first animal, the first man. They had logged 500% more hours in space than the United States. And in June of 1969, they launched an unmanned probe to the moon to retrieve the first soil sample from the world just 1 month before Apollo 9. That's how close the race was. Had their unmanned probe not crashed.
Yo, what's up? How are you, Pep? What's going on, Devil Doc? Baby Boo? What's new? How are you? We're watching a documentary. Feel free to enjoy.
Landed into the lunar surface. The first moon rock brought back to Earth would have been by the Soviet Union. Richard Nixon, president at the time, had this to say about the latest work of the human hand. It is the greatest week since creation, the greatest event since the laying of the foundation of the seas, since the origin of the universe itself, since the design and formation of the delicate human eye, through which all these things are perceived, was a flying machine with its 2 passengers, landing on its closest celestial neighbor and returning from where it came. Perhaps again, God's irony lies somewhere within this great boast of humankind. The building of the tallest tower for the sole purpose of standing out among the races was never finished. The machine that was so great that it was said to be untouchable by even God never completed its first voyage. And finally, the crowning achievement of humankind, the greatest boast of the species, the event in world history most associated with pride in our own accomplishments, landing on the moon. 20 years later, and years behind schedule, the same space program couldn't put into Earth orbit a telescope with a lens that focused. And yet, 2 decades earlier, a mission 100 times more complicated worked on its first occasion. With close scrutiny of the motives of the zealous Nixon administration, a critical examination of the entirely government-controlled press coverage, and newly discovered footage of the crew of Apollo 11 staging part of their mission, we wish to detail what may come to be the greatest government conspiracy of all time. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon. rocket ship. We'll have a lovely afternoon. Kiss the world goodbye, and away we'll fly. Destination moon. We'll travel fast as a light till we're out of sight. The earth will be like a toy balloon. What a thrill you get riding on my jet. A destination moon. We'll go up, 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 up. Straight to the moon, we too. High in the starry blue. I'll be out of this world with you. So away we'll steal in my space mobile, a supersonic, a honeymoon. Leave your cares below. Switch, let's go. Destination moon. We'll go up, 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 straight to the moon with you. We'll be high in the starry blue. I'll be out of this world with you. So away we will steal in my jet mobile, a supersonic honeymoon. Leave your cares below. Pull that switch, let's go. Destination. We're flying high up in the sky. Destination moon.
Dr. Von, how would you say we stand in relation to Russia? Do you think we could ever catch up?
I'm convinced that in the space field, the Russians are ahead of us, particularly in large weightlifting capability. And that at the moment, the problem is not so much to catch up, but not to up the working speed that they have already demonstrated. After we are running as fast as they do, there's still a considerable gap to close, and only the future will tell whether we manage to close that gap.
We cannot and will not ever get into this race as we should, so long as all of our objectives are short-term objectives. We've got to have no finite end to our objective. The end of our objective should be as far as we can see at any given time. But right now, we need a 10 to 12-year program that has as its ultimate goal a man's domination of space. And if we don't have trouble.
I believe the Six Nations should commit itself to achieving the goal before this decade is out of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the Earth.
We must assure our dominance in the peaceful exploration of outer space, focusing on an expedition to the moon in a decade. T-minus 50 seconds and counting. We passed T-minus 6 stations. 55 seconds and counting. Neil Armstrong reported back when he received the good wishes. Thank you very much. We know it will be a good flight. Good luck and Godspeed. 40 seconds away from the Apollo 11 liftoff. All the second tanks now pressurized. 35 seconds and counting. We are still to go with Apollo 11. 30 seconds and counting. As the reported feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start.
Unbeknownst to the citizen, high above the earth, beginning at an altitude of 1,000 miles and extending an additional 25,000 miles, lay lethal bands of just a moment. Caspian Sea. So this is the part on the Van Allen radiation belts, which I think you should see. Okay, if you can hear me. Okay, here we go. No, it'll be here in a second. Citizen, high beginning at an altitude of 1,000 miles and extending an additional 25,000 miles, lay lethal bands of radiation called the Van Allen radiation belts. Every space mission in history with humans on board, from both the United States and Soviet Union, from the first in 1961 to the present, has been well below this deadly radiation field. Mercury, Gemini, Soyuz, Skylab, the Space Shuttle, all maintained altitudes well below 1,000 miles. All except Apollo. The more experienced Soviets spent 100 hours in space and 20 hours of the US. In order to survive the hour-and-a-half journey through this radiation field necessary to reach the moon and return, solid lead shielding between the astronauts and the exposure outside would be required. The Mammoth Saturn V rocket used by Apollo was already 35 stories tall and weighed as much as a battleship. To add additional tonnage in the form of a lead barrier completely surrounding the crew members would have made it impossible for the vehicle to get off the ground. That is why the Soviets, though more advanced, only sent an unmanned probe to the moon. The Apollo spacecraft's narrowest shielding was less than 1/8 of an inch of light aluminum. In 1998, the Space Shuttle flew to an altitude of 350 miles, one of its highest altitudes ever, hundreds of miles below the beginning of the field of radiation that was so severe that the astronauts inside of their shielded spacecraft and inside of their shielded spacesuits saw flashes of light with their eyes shut that they described as shooting stars, due to radiation penetrating first the shuttle's shielding, then their spacesuit shielding, then their skulls, and finally the retinas of their closed eyes. As a result, CNN issued the following report, noting NASA's unpredicted surprise. The radiation belt surrounding Earth may be more dangerous for spacewalking astronauts than previously believed. Scientists say the phenomena as the Van Allen belts can spawn killer electrons, but the magnetic field changes. These electrons that are being studied could have an important effect not only on satellites, which has happened in the past, but could also affect the astronauts by creating large doses of radiation that could influence their health. The electrons can penetrate through various materials, including spacesuits, and can pass through, in fact, the walls of the space station, and can create high charges deep inside of these objects. President Kennedy, a man of political and scientific background, set the irrevocable goal of landing a man on the moon by the end of the 1960s, just days after America's first astronaut had spent a mere 16 minutes in space, not even achieving a single orbit around the Earth.
We go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because but we take an additional risk by making it in full view of the world. Shown by the feat of astronaut ships, this very risk enhances our stature when we are successful.
The technology necessary to launch the massive Saturn V rocket and an intercontinental ballistic missile is 95% similar. When the Soviet Union launched mankind's first satellite, Sputnik, in 1957, there was grave concern that they had mastered space ahead of the United States and might use this advantage to launch a first nuclear strike from an orbit high above North America. When they also put the first animal in space, then the first man in space, then achieved the first spacewalk, the first crew of 3, and the first ever of 2 simultaneously orbiting spacecrafts, concerned to fear and then horror, as America watched their communist enemy achieve all these feats with no hope in sight of ever catching up.
President, a member of Congress said today that he was tired of being the United States second to Russia in the space field. I suppose he speaks for a lot of others. What do you expect that he will catch up with Russia and perhaps surpass Russia in this field?
However tired anybody may be, and no one is more tired than I am, it is a fact that it's going to take some time. I think we have to recognize they secured these large boosters. It led to their being first in Sputnik and led to their first putting their man in space. We are, I hope, going to be able to carry out our efforts in regards to the problem of life involved this year. But we are behind.
If it was impossible to better the Soviets in the space race, which was really a race of technological armaments, what could be done? How could America offset the threat of superior weaponry? Throughout the history of rivalry and war, astute generals of lesser armies than their counterparts have used deceit and misinformation as a method to achieve victory. In World War II, for example, columns of inflatable tanks were placed in locations afar from the to draw German forces away from the real location of invasion. The Star Wars missile defense program used tests to make it seem more advanced than it really was. That's the conclusion of the General Accounting Office. The aim was to report the Soviet Union about U.S. military readiness during the Cold War. Certainly, it was not possible to fool just the Soviets about U.S. strategic capability in the 1960s, while somehow informing 200 million Americans of the truth secretly. In order for them to believe the United States had the capability to go to the moon, everyone had to believe it. Furthermore, the pride of a nation was at stake, and the goal of a martyr, not to mention the growing unrest domestically of a government throwing tens of thousands of lives away in a foreign war riddled with contradiction and ambiguity. In addition, the Apollo program had already spent billions of dollars. If it failed to achieve its goal with such an investment, it would indeed be a large and bitter pill for the taxpayers to swallow. The cost of the program, whose sole goal was to be the first to plant a flag on the lifeless rock just outside the Earth, if adjusted for inflation to the 21st century, was $135 billion. With a profit margin of just 7%, this would be equal to over $9 billion profit going to the privileged contractors chosen by their firms at NASA. If the machinery was in fact only achieving Earth orbit, as other earlier missions had already done, then the completion and functionality of the other components would not have been as important, and even more profit would have been made. $135 billion could feed 2 million people for their entire lives. It could also buy 2 million houses. Yet how could such an undertaking be safeguarded and for such a long time? To the latter, one needs only to know that an unsolved riddle 6 years old the assassination of President Kennedy still daunts the minds of the vast majority of Americans. As a parent of a conspiracy, as his assassin being assassinated himself, the truth of the matter has still escaped history. In keeping a secret of the magnitude of the Apollo missions being fraudulently created, one turns to the Manhattan Project for comparison. Surreptitiously building the first nuclear bomb during the early to mid 1940s involved 129,500 people over a 3-year period. Yet the secret did not get out. A century later, the art and technology of espionage inevitably improved, narrowing dramatically the number of players in the know of a large clandestine operation. Just 1 year before the first mission to the moon, NASA launched the Tetra satellite, specifically designed to simulate flight data coming from the moon, so that the ground crews could rehearse the landing, much as the astronauts did in their own simulations. Had not supposedly fallen back to Earth, all that would have been needed during the actual flight would be a repeat of one of these computer programs with a few original variations, transmitted to the satellite for rebroadcast to Houston. Scores of pilots and their deceived operators on the ground would then receive prearranged information, including the alleged location, altitude, and fuel consumption of the spacecraft, as if it were landing to the moon's surface. If the Soviets tried to find the actual location of an Apollo program in hundreds of thousands of miles surrounding the Earth and the moon, it would be tantamount to trying to find a robot in the Atlantic Ocean. The fact that the Apollo program was so departmentalized, with various construction and test sites around the country, meant that only a few people saw the whole picture. And for the first time ever, there was no independent press coverage of such an historical event. Whatever pictures and sound were distributed to the public were strictly controlled and previewed by the federal government. They were then disseminated unchecked until the for who would realize that the unthinkable was not only possible, but absolute. And what are the photographs? What do they tell us? On 3 separate occasions, our office asked NASA's Public Relations Department for every single picture of an astronaut on the surface of the moon, just during the maiden voyage of Apollo 11. Many documents were sent. Fewer than 20 pictures were found, including first-hand investigation on site at the agency's vaulted archives. Quite surprising, considering the historical significance of the event. These very photographs are the same ones circulated year after year on anniversary commemorations. It is estimated that in minutes on the moon, motivated by the tenuous nature of the circumstances, many more exposures could have been expediently taken. Also surprising is the simplicity of photographs of the mission's chief pioneer, Neil Armstrong, the greatest achievement in human history, and of the man whose first step echoed around the world, dawning a new age of scientific enlightenment. There is only one full-body of him on the moon, besides this ghostly reflection, taken by an automatic camera mounted on the side of the lunar module. Perhaps he feared liability should the whole conundrum later become unraveled. Perhaps he has forgotten that he attested to the authenticity of the event with his signature on this plaque engraved by the federal government. In fact, in the more than 30 years since the event, aside from NASA's initial press conference and the occasional brief anniversary remarks where few questions were permitted, he has never given one on-camera interview to anyone. Ever. From an analytical standpoint, photographic anomalies have to be sought out with an understanding of lighting and shadows. The most straightforward is simple. When objects are lit solely by the sun, as all the scenes on the moon were said to be, after lighting equipment was not only impractical, it was unnecessary in bright sunlight, then all shadows, regardless of the landscape, will run parallel with one another and never intersect, as shown by this example. The least obtained from an auxiliary NASA archival site. Clear that these scenes were lit with artificial light. These shadows, which are cast at different angles, are evidence that a second light source is being used. In addition, the sun would not cause an isolated hotspot like this, only an artificial light. Again, intersecting shadows and another hotspot. And again. And again. It is simply impossible for this picture to have been taken with sunlight on the moon. Here, the shadows are shown to be as black as pitch. And yet here, completely in the shadow, the astronaut is lit up like a Christmas tree. How can this happen? Or this, the shadow side of the lunar module. This magnification on a photograph, a rock, very likely a papier-mâché frog, because of the crease here, is categorized with the letter C. Later releases of the same picture, the letter is gone, probably airbrushed out. Here, a crosshair, which was burned directly into the image from the film plate, and thus should appear on top of the objects in the photograph, appears behind the object in this scene, clearly revealing a composite of two pictures into one. Someone apparently forgot to create a burn crater underneath the lunar module's 10,000-pound plus engine, despite the fact that during ground tests there was a real concern for the vehicle falling into the hole the engine created as it descended. Here is a depiction based on the latest specifications in scientific. In these enlargements, it looks as though the lunar module was simply placed there, not even one speck of moon dust on the landing point. As a result, all subsequent flights had to have the same discrepancy, which was explained away by the effect of no atmosphere. And what about stars? On the moon, with no atmosphere, being quite a sight to behold. Yet there is seldom any mention of one, if ever, by any of the astronauts on any of the missions. Undoubtedly, creating a mural with all the constellations properly placed in the sky would have been virtually impossible to create accurately, much less realistically. A competent amateur would have been able to call attention to the slightest error in measurement. The answer, not to talk about the stars, ever. In their first flight, it was the only to which Neil Armstrong responded with an absence of memory.
When you looked up at the sky, could you actually see the stars in the solar system in spite of looking up?
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side.
Just one moment, you're gonna kill me for this, but it's like I'm for the picture part. You got to see them. You got to see what they're talking about. I understand it's a slow documentary, but I'm just going to go back like 4 minutes in this just so you can see the pictures so that when people are like, I just want you to be able to see the shadows. That's the important thing. I mean, it's not there's like easy. There's a smoking gun, but I just want you, when I'm talking about the shadows, you got to just know what I'm referencing. So here we go. It's just like three minutes back or so.
In the more than 30 years since the event, aside from NASA's initial press conference and the occasional brief anniversary.
Here's a really easy way to just prove this thing, just within like one idea. Okay, the Earth is 6 times larger than the moon. Okay? 6 times. When you jump 1 foot high on the Earth, you should jump 6 times as high on the moon. They don't jump 3 feet high. They don't jump 3 feet high. They jump 1 foot high. They jump exactly as high as you jump on Earth, except in slow motion. But you'll see. You'll see. Here we go. You're good.
He has never given one on-camera interview to anyone ever. From From an analytical standpoint, photographic anomalies have to be sought out with an understanding of lighting and shadows. The most straightforward is simple. When objects are lit solely by the sun, as all the scenes on the moon were said to be. After all, lighting equipment was not only impractical, it was unnecessary in bright sunlight. Then all shadows, regardless of the landscape, will run parallel with one another and never intersect, as shown by this example. In these seldom seen photographs, obtained from a rarely used auxiliary NASA archival site, with artificial light. These shadows, which are cast at different angles, are evidence that a second light source is being used. In addition, the sun would not cause an isolated hotspot like this, only an artificial light. Again, intersecting shadows and another hotspot. And again. And again. It is simply impossible for this picture to have been taken with sunlight on the moon. Here, shadows are shown to be as black as pitch. And yet here, completely in a shadow, the astronaut is lit up like a Christmas tree. How can this be? All this on the shadow side of the lunar module.
And it's been there.
It didn't have a flash. It didn't have a flash. These are, yeah. I can even tell the right. It's hard to see on this because I'm doing a screen on a screen, but there's a C, a letter C on this rock. I don't know if you can see it, but okay. But in subsequent other versions of this, they airbrushed the C out. Basically, it was a prop. Now, we can go through pictures all day long. There is a smoking gun that's coming. So, and then there's the interviews and all the other stuff. But this is just so you're like, okay, well, what about this picture? What about this picture? If you just look at the shadows, they sometimes run perpendicularly, and they should always run parallel.
A rock, very likely a papier-mâché clock, because of the crease here, is categorized with the letter C. In later releases of the same picture, the letter is gone, probably airbrushed out. Here, a crosshair, which was burned directly into the image from the film, always appear on top of the objects in the photograph, appears behind the object in this scene, clearly revealing a composite of two pictures into one. Someone apparently forgot to create a burn crater underneath the lunar module's 10,000-pound plus engine, despite the fact that during ground tests there was a real concern for the vehicle falling into the hole the engine created as it descended. Here is a depiction based on the latest specifications and scientific data. In these enlargements, it looks as though the lunar module was simply placed there, not even one speck of moon dust on the landing module. As a result, all subsequent flights had to have the same discrepancy, which was explained away by the effect of no atmosphere. And what about stars? On the moon, with no atmosphere, they must have been quite a sight to behold. Yet there is seldom any mention of them, if ever, by any of the astronauts on any of the missions. Undoubtedly, creating a mural with all the constellations properly placed in the sky would have been virtually impossible to create accurately, much less realistically. A competent amateur astronomer would have been able to call attention to the slightest error in the answer, not to talk about the stars, ever. In their post-flight press conference, it was the only question to which Neil Armstrong responded with an absence of memory.
When you looked up at the sky, could you actually see the stars in the solar corona in spite of the glare?
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon without looking through the optics. I don't recall during the period of time that we were photographing this lunar or what stars we could see.
I remember saying anything.
Years later, though, Michael Collins would remember seeing the elusive stars and wrote about them in Expeditions to the Moon. It seems his memory improved the older he got. Why don't stars appear in any of the photographs? Simply because the camera, mostly closed exposure setting for the camera's iris, set that way to compensate for the bright sunlight on the moon's surface, completely diminished the faintness of relatively distant specks of diminutive light. This answer is true. It does not, however, explain why they never took any pictures of the stars by themselves, with an exposure setting perfect for them. While they took 3 automobiles to the moon, they never took a photographic telescope. They would have been able to see farther into the universe than had ever before been realized. If they had taken a telescope and were not actually on the moon, they would have had to concoct undiscovered galaxies that might one day prove to be non-existent. The cost of the 3 moon rovers in 21st century currency? Nearly $60 million each, though they had fewer parts than a Jeep. Where was all this money going? Then there's the flag, blowing in the wind at least twice.
This is a big one.
Atmosphereless moon. For fear of
Yeah, and it still won't, unless you realize
designed for one
where it was done.
Must have had the cooling systems removed to allow for movement without falling over. With very near and hot studio lighting, that left one hot astronaut inside. Assuming that it was the astronauts inside after all, their faces were always covered. The necessary mammoth amounts of air conditioning were probably responsible for the air current. Here the editor cuts to a still shot of the flag, just as the effect becomes noticeable. Here it is unchecked. This rare clip, attained decades ago, was never re-released with the inevitable increase in experience and scrutiny. To demonstrate 1/6 gravity, a bouncing, floaty feel to the astronaut's movement would be similarly achieved with relative simplicity. Slow motion. You are viewing the scenes as they aired more than 30 years ago. Now let's look at them with the speed doubled. It becomes discernible that they are, in fact, in Earth's gravity, and are no more leaving the ground than they would on Earth.
Do you notice that they're not getting even what you said, 3 feet in the air? They should be getting 6 feet in the air, but they're not even getting that. They're exactly the same that you would on Earth, just in slow motion. And the American public had never seen slow motion before. Instant replay hadn't been used in sporting yet.
It is clear from these rarely seen color television pictures that the crew of Apollo 11 brought a high-resolution color video camera with them on their mission. Yet the only pictures broadcast live from the moon's surface were these from a low-definition black and white camera. In fact, the networks complained because in addition to this, they were forced to shoot the images second generation off of a projection TV of the technology of 30 years ago, and were not even allowed to take a direct feed, which further degraded the quality and clarity of the images. Perhaps this was precisely what NASA and the federal government had in mind. After all, it was the first, regardless of where they were. Better to open up their debut mission and numerous, rather than show too of a.
When this is all said and done, you'll have the same confidence as I have to be able to say, I will debate anyone on this subject anytime, anywhere. It's so long as it's just on Apollo, all day long, all night long. And just wait, you haven't seen the interviews with the guys yet, where they look like a bunch of, where they punch people, where they cuss. I mean, they lose their cool. But this isn't even the bombshell. There is leaked footage. Just you'll see it. This is it. Just so you know, last night when I was showing this, yeah, it was at this point where I'm like, Caspian Sea, do you see this? Do you see this? This is the only part I need you to really see. And then I knew, okay, you're good. We'll watch it again. Absolutely. But this is a wait. I agree. I used to fall asleep to this. Now, because you're having to watch this like second generation off, another camera, I just want to explain what you're going to be seeing. Okay. So essentially, guys are supposed to be halfway to the moon. What I'm saying to you is that if the Earth were a basketball, we would have never been able to get more than an inch off the basketball, and we still can't because of the Van Allen radiation belts. It's just this deadly amount of radiation that surrounds us. It's what causes the aurora borealis when you see the northern lights. That's all like the magnetosphere. It's all radiation from the sun. It's very deadly to go through that. Okay. But these guys can be in low Earth orbit where they are still floating and they're weightless. It's just they're basically within 1 inch of the basketball when they make it seem like they are 15 basketballs away, basically halfway to the moon. So what you're going to be seeing is essentially Michael Collins, Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and Apollo 11, and they are essentially there's a window behind them, like where I am right here. And they make that look like the Earth by turning down the lights and putting a little like a piece of paper in it to make it look like a shadow. But when they turn the lights on, you'll see that they're within the capsule, and they're not, like, they make it seem like they have a camera right here going out the window, but it's not true. What they do is they shut the lights down, and then they have the window in the back. You'll be able to see it, but I just want to give you kind of an idea. They want you to make it seem like they've got the camera just like this, but it's not true. Here we go.
Flow 11, requested from NASA over a 5-year period. One journey was discovered just before the completion of this documentary. An old reel received by mistake. It contains the raw or unedited footage of the crew of Apollo 11, Michael Collins, Edwin Aldrin Jr., and Neil Armstrong, staging part of their mission for nearly an hour in living color, with exceptionally clear behind-the-scenes audio of conversations discussing the techniques used to achieve a disingenuous picture depicting the Earth at a distance, in order to falsely demonstrate their far journey from it and their ability to survive passing through the Van Allen radiation.
What up, Zoot? We're watching a documentary.
It cannot be misconstrued that this staging was done for some other reason prior to the mission, for the reel itself is slated and dated July 18th, 19th to 20th, 1969, the very days of the mission when they were said to be approaching and achieving lunar orbit. Furthermore, it is apparent they are in zero gravity aboard the actual spacecraft, necessary to convince the mass media of their authenticity, just not any further than Earth orbit, as you will see. In this never-before-seen or heard footage, not only is the radio conversation between the astronauts and Houston Control Room, there is a secondary, private conversation taking place between the crew and a third confidential party, prompting the astronauts with what to say, when to speak, and how to effectively manipulate the camera to achieve the desired misleading effect. NASA claims that the Houston transmissions were the only ones taking place with the astronauts. Listen now as Houston Control initiates a conversation with the crew, only to find them too preoccupied with the behind-the-scenes trickery to respond. Moments pass, and the oversight is picked up on by the clandestine third party, who quickly prompts them with talk. Immediately, Neil Armstrong speaks.
Apollo 11, Houston, Yellowstone 252, great, over. Okay, right number,
Again, the illusion they are attempting to create is the Earth at a distance to demonstrate their far journey from it. And
I'll just pause it for a second. Do you see that they're trying to make it seem like they've got a camera out the window and there's the moon or the Earth? Like, there. Okay, now when they turn the lights on, you'll see that that's just really a window. And also, who's telling them talk? Like who? They're only supposed to be in touch. Yeah, exactly. 100%.
And their ability to survive passing through the Van Allen radiation belts. Understand?
As I say this, that looks like the Earth from space, doesn't it? Right. I understand that. We're seeing it second generation, but you'll see when the lights go on. Just wait till they turn the lights on. Just wait till they turn the lights on. Just wait till they turn the lights on.
But only about 20 seconds of this raw footage was ever broadcast to the public, and these conversations discussing their deception were believed to be private until now. These television transmissions were in fact not broadcast live as everyone believed. They were first screened and edited for playback later.
Roger, dear. We just wanted there is such a weekend when we get the playback, we can sort of correlate what we're saying. Thank you very much.
Here they discuss the fact that they have turned out the lights and have blocked out sunlight from entering the spacecraft through the other windows, as to not cause any reflected light to fall onto the spacecraft's wall in the foreground.
Okay, very good. We shut out the sun coming in from the spacecraft, so it's fucking number one window under any reflected light.
The reason this was done is so that the truth of the matter would not be revealed. It is this. Though the federal government will have you believe that this is a view of Earth from a distance out of the spacecraft's window as it nears the moon, it is not. What they have ingeniously done is place the camera at the back of the spacecraft and centered the lens on a circular window in the foreground. Outside of it, it is completely filled with the Earth in low orbit. The circumference of the window then appears to be the diameter of the Earth at a distance, with the darkened walls of the spacecraft appearing to be the space around it. Why they want
Just wait. You'll see the lights come on, and everything will be like, oh, okay, I see what they're doing.
Here you can see the probably 2 inches thick at the
Okay.
bottom. This is because the Earth's shine is coming in at a downward angle. It also causes the Earth to appear to be an irregularly shaped circle, for you are seeing the outside of the window at the bottom and the inside of the window at the top, which together form two different sized halves of a circle. Subsequently, this tape was never used. As they perfected the shot, a crescent-shaped piece of black material was inset slightly into the window to create the illusion of the Earth's terminator line dividing night and day. It is uncannily convincing. During this segment, intended to be edited and played back later for the worldwide television audience, dated July 18, 1969, Neil Armstrong condemns himself as he states that he is 130,000 miles out, or halfway to the moon, as the NASA flight log also states on this date, when he is in reality in low Earth orbit of a few hundred miles.
Roger, Houston. So it is from about 130,000 miles out.
Here, during another segment, also intended to air after review, Neil Armstrong falsely explains to the viewers how the shot is attained by putting the camera's lens to the window's glass, as it would have to be if they were the claimed distance away from the Earth.
We only had one window that had the view of the Earth, and it's filled up with the TV camera.
If the window was completely filled up with a TV camera, as he stated, then an astronaut's arm would not be able to get between the camera and the window, as it obviously does here in this outtake.
North America becomes invisible just beyond the Terminator or shadow.
Notice how the astronaut
Very good.
operating the camera
So you'll see the lights come on,
by attempting to pan away from it. This is a segment that they believe wasn't even being recorded, much less suitable for broadcast, for the lens was being zoomed out and the scene was being changed to that of an interior of the astronauts at work, and apparently the stop popped back up on the recorder without notice. Here is the confused work light that they used to see camera controls, but not throw light onto the spacecraft's wall. Here they removed part of the crescent insert. Finally, the iris is opened up, and you can see the real location of the camera and the very bright and near Earth out the window. Here is the slate for the 19th of July, and the same shot of trickery on the 19th of July. And then the 20th, and the same misleading shot on the 20th. Later that evening, they were said to be walking on the moon. How can this be when they were in Earth orbit only 9 hours earlier, and the moon is some 3 days' journey away? Furthermore, if they genuinely went to the moon, why would they be faking any part of it? Why this trickery with the window? By faking being halfway to the moon, it becomes apparent that they did so because they could not even go halfway. It thus confirms that the stumbling block to their success was the lethal radiation from the Van Allen radiation base. Since the same equipment was used on the subsequent missions in the 40 months that followed, none of them could have gone to the moon. They only increased their proficiency at staging. When some TV viewers of the second manned mission to the moon telephoned the networks complaining that plugs of I Love Lucy were being interrupted, it became clear that for the taxpayers, once was enough. But it wasn't enough for the government and contractors. Billions of dollars of pure profit went with each return. How coincidental that the following mission would have the element of life and death to it. Apollo 13. Now it would take going to the moon more seriously and be reconnected with the drama. We now realize that perhaps the reason Neil Armstrong has never given an on-camera interview is because he doesn't want to lie anymore. What threats may have been made upon such honorable men or their families to possess their reluctant cooperation and later ill feelings towards perpetuating this still darkened hour in American history. NASA's highest-ranking official, James Webb, resigned without explanation just days before the first Apollo mission. Why, when he was on the threshold of achieving the greatest accomplishment of his career? All three Apollo 11 astronauts also resigned shortly after their return. On the 25th anniversary of the event in 1994, Neil Armstrong made a rare public appearance and held back tears as he spoke these brief cryptic remarks before the next generation of taxpayers as they toured the White House.
Today we have with us a group of students among America's best. To you we say, we have only completed the beginning. We leave you much that is unknown. There are great ideas undiscovered, breakthroughs available to those who can remove one of truth's protective layers.
He is that layer. Perhaps someday soon, with the uncovering of this footage and its meaning, the true patriots of America will rise up or come forward and free the citizens and themselves from the sin that so easily entangles and from a federal government that needs to have the gangrene cut off. Even if the government's destruction would come from the truth, then it is not worthy to stand, and its betterment would inevitably follow. All of us are mortal. All of us will die. Perhaps the seeking of a clear conscience before that hour will motivate the truth, stepped into the light. Perhaps as citizens, we should offer amnesty for this and other crimes of history, for facts to those involved, before the truth perishes with them. Why should we wait until the year 2017 to open the Kennedy assassination files? Perhaps they were not even the open then.
They weren't.
For the law that reluctantly stipulates their release says so with this clause, quote, with the exception of documents certified for continued postponement by the President. Whoever believes the citizens
And
to be
Trump
too immature
continued
for
to
the truth
delay.
are too immature for power. The truth will always set us free.
All right. Firstly, shout out to Caspian C for watching this, because it's not easy to watch, especially when you're having to watch really detailed things and it's not the clearest. But with that being said, you got to see these guys' reactions to watching this film. Just watch their reactions to watching the film. It's it's the funniest shit. I love this fucking thing so much because it's just the chutzpah that fucking Bart Sibrel had to have to go up to all these guys and be like, all right, swear on a Bible if it happened. All right. It's called Astronauts Gone Wild. And that's okay. And it's the funniest shit of all time. You're good, big dog.
You're the one who said you want to do when you didn't. Call it just a black, but you're the father. Get it away from me. You're a coward and a liar and a thief.
So this guy actually took a punch from Buzz Aldrin, and he was made fun of for it. That's okay. I would too if he's lying.
Well, I want you to swear to God on the Bible that you walked on the moon. If you walked on the moon, we're giving you the opportunity to swear to God that you walked on the moon. I'm going to give you the opportunity to get the hell off that.
And he runs away. He's an old man.
Just put into the record and argument and put your hand on the Bible. Swear to God you walked on the moon.
This is Neil Armstrong.
We're the wrong guy. Why don't you talk to the administrator and ask him? We're guys going on a flight. I don't get you, but you're going to be able to recognize you.
He gets kicked.
Well, I hate yourself and you're going to fuck it. I just told me and say it's bullshit. The shadows in your office. I don't know about all that shit. This is full of shit. Correct. We got an unedited tape from a source at the Johnson Space Center. Totally nonsense.
This guy was Michael Collins, Apollo 11, on the camera. These are guilty individuals. If I was on the moon, I would sit here and tell you all about being on the moon. I mean, living in California, here and tell you all about living in California, or going to. I could tell you. I'd be like, okay, I'll tell you everything I know about it. Sit down. I would be not only that, but I'd be a rock star. I'd be bigger than any rock star of all time. I'd be bigger than any actor or actress. But these guys all just kind of faded away. They weren't like to this day. Any person who's been on the moon should be like the biggest celebrity of all time, without a doubt. Exactly. And isn't it interesting that he perhaps had to use alcohol to deal with much of the stress that's put on? So if you fall asleep, I completely understand. But none of these guys, not a single one, are like, yeah, sure, sit down, I'll tell you all about it. Which ask anybody who, if you were like, even like, hey, Joe Biden, tell me about being president, or Barack Obama, tell me about being president. They'd be like, or George W. Bush, they'd be like, okay, well, this is what it was like. And I mean, if you could get them and there and sit down interviews with him, you'll see it's absolutely hilarious.
Mr. Seidel, you do not deserve answers If you show this publicly, you're open for a lawsuit. Okay?
What are you afraid of, Buzz? If you show it publicly, why would you want to sue him? And the thing is, he doesn't sue him, because if they sued him, he could bring in all of this evidence and shine light on what actually happened. Okay, I'll shut up. Here we go. Wait, before we do this, hold on. I just have to check this. Let's check this with ChatGPT. Now, of course, ChatGPT is going to be like, oh, of course, the moon landing, blah, 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 blah. I want to get into this, the physics of it. In comparison to the Earth, what is the gravity of the moon? The gravity of the moon is about 1/6 that of Earth. Specifically, the moon's gravitational acceleration is approximately 1.625 meters per second squared, while Earth's is about 9.81 meters per second squared. That means objects on the moon weigh roughly 1/6 what they would on Earth. Okay. True. Then why is it that the moon astronauts, the Apollo astronauts, do not jump 6 times higher than they do? Generally, they only jump about 1 foot in the air. Shouldn't they be jumping 6 feet in the air? Now, when I say this, they'll say, oh, the weight of their shit. Okay, we'll get into that. That's a great question. The reason why Apollo astronauts didn't jump 6 times higher on the moon, despite the gravity only being 1/6 the Earth's, comes down to a few factors: spacesuit and equipment. The astronauts were wearing bulky pressurized suits designed to protect them in the vacuum of space. These suits were heavy and restrictive, which significantly reduced their ability to jump as high. Jumping technique on Earth, we developed jumping techniques and strength to push off the ground. The astronauts, however, were unfamiliar with the lunar environment and had to adapt to low gravity while encumbered by their suits. I mean, you can figure out how to jump anywhere. I can jump on water. It absolutely is. Here's an interesting thing. Do you watch this? This is a beautiful one. What is the daytime temperature on the moon in the sun? The daytime temperature of the moon in direct sunlight can reach around 260 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay, that's an oven. That's like the heat of an oven. Okay, and they were supposedly there for days using air conditioning powered by car batteries. Like, do you know how much power you need to be able to cool an entire system like that for long periods of time? It's absolutely. Now, in contrast, during the lunar night, it can plunge to negative 280 degrees Fahrenheit. So, like a difference of 500 degrees. Where are these batteries that these guys had? And why aren't we using these batteries everywhere? These would have been the best batteries of all time. It's very, 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 very confusing. It is very weird.
Yeah. Why does he do that? Well, because this is personal choice. This is my way to do things. When I do research and work out as far as business arrangement, this is not business. This is not an activity. Well, actually, it is. We found very real footage that we shoot at this thing. And it's from the mission. And to our knowledge, we don't have to see it. And it's 30 years old. You want me to see this while you cap? Well, and tell us what it is. I mean, well, I don't know why I should do that. It's a very well, it may be that I need to see it, and then we sit down and we talk about what you're taking a picture of. I don't see where there's an advantage And it's deep to do what you're asking me to do. I see all sorts of good things. I see people who have managed to talk to some people. Who do you talk to in my office?
I talked with Heather at King Books.
Yeah. And is this helping? Are you going to be putting anything out during the time that I'm marketing for? So Heather does not represent you or your country. She represents a book seller. Activity.
I think when you see the footage, you see the prior extraordinary going on town behind the scenes.
So if it is, why do you have access to something you know what else is doing?
Serendipity. And it was recorded on the 18th of July, 1964. You remember this?
It's so good, man. All these guys get scared as fuck.
Roger, we just wanted a narrative for the weekend. When we get the playback, we can go to Carl and what we're thinking. Thank you very much. Well, we shut out the time coming in from the other photograph, so looking to a number one window under a city reflected light. We only have one window that has a view of the earth, and it's filled up with the PG cameras. South America becomes invisible beyond the terminated earth. But we can see the other blue gas, pretty white major clouds made across the earth. Right here, you can see it working real well. We have 22
He'll ask Buzz Aldrin, what is that light? What's getting in the way of you and the earth? And then they turn the lights on and you can see these guys floating around.
What is your conversation? I'm not interested in satisfying your suppositions when there's all this evidence that we did.
Using the window to demonstrate that we're halfway to the
Turn the camera off, please. Turn the camera off.
I mean, that's a pretty guilty reaction.
And that's slimy journalism. You realize that? You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Well, he said we talk about things ahead of time. But what it is you're trying to do is unethical. You don't believe that?
This is where you usually link spacecraft would appear to be far away. We have to walk this and have it up to the sky. So in quantum, we would
You believe in UFOs? You believe we've been visited by them? Well, why do you want to believe this?
This is the window. You're dated by the atomic clock that the Yellowstone tracking station was undertaking.
But you're talking to the wrong guy. Why don't you talk to the administrator in NASA? We're passengers. We're guys going on a flight. We're not.
And this actually proven it.
Why don't you put your money into a carnival and see how people laugh? You want it. No, it's your government. No. And this makes you a real famous person who discovered this. It feels what an ego you must have to tell yourself. You want what? You don't mislead somebody like you.
You didn't get the that's the
Okay, we went to the moon. We're not misleading anybody.
Then how is it possible? Is that this is the window? It's not to make it look like
But you can manufacture what you want.
this is straight. This is manufactured. You know that I believe it's proven in a court of law. It's dated on the 18th. It's proven when you remove the
You give me your card.
audit. So, it's proven it's the window. You can see them removing specimens to create terminal.
You're so foolish that I can't believe it. If you show this publicly, we're open to awesome. Okay?
I love it. So that's but
Temperature like in spacecraft. I'm good.
Well, believe it or not,
now this guy, he's gonna tell you all the scientific shit, and then and then he when they actually like ask him about real stuff, it'll be like, hey, did you see stars? And he'll be like, oh no. They'll be like, okay, so one thing that they talk about in the funny thing happened on the way to the moon. CNN had a report that when people from the space shuttle went into a little bit higher Earth orbit, like 750 miles, they started, when they closed their eyes, they could see shooting like radiation. Basically, like the closer and closer you get to the Van Allen radiation belts, you can start to see the radiation on the eye in the back of your eyelids because it's dark. And then if you were to go closer and closer, you would die. That's how that dog from the Russians died, Lila. Okay, so this guy, they're going to be like, all right, so did you ever see any radiation? They'd be like, nope, it was really easy. It was smooth there and back. And then they're like, well, CNN said that people from the space shuttle saw radiation. And they're like, well, maybe we did see radiation. It's just absolutely fucking hilarious.
It was just like this room we're sitting in here right now. We had a thermostat that worked a little different than the air conditioning in a house or a building. However, it had the same effect. So if it was too hot, we moved it up a little cooler, and so we could get just the right temperature we wanted. Now, when we put on our spacesuits and closed them up, then we had a backpack on, and in that back was essentially an air conditioner too, a different kind, and they would work in a vacuum, and then we could keep our suits the right temperature, because human beings, even though we've got a lot of good capabilities, our brains are amazing, our eyes are amazing, we don't perform well if we're not within a really narrow temperature band. If we get too hot, we sweat, we don't do well. If we get too cold, we shiver, and we don't do well. So it's important for human beings to have temperature control. We do that on Earth real well.
If the LEM didn't have climate control, and had air in it, would it be hot or cold without the climate control?
If you just put a aluminum, well, let's take the climate control in pail.
All right, what happens then? You've got air and sitting in it's 70 degrees. If the lunar module is sitting in the sun, which it always is, it's slowly but surely that temperature inside is going to go up to 250 degrees Fahrenheit, and you ain't going to make it because you're going to cook long before that. What power do you? What power do you have? Batteries. You had a number of big batteries in the lunar module. They powered pumps. They powered the air conditioning. They powered the communication system. And that's the reason we were only able to stay out there for 33 hours. Later on, we got a little better batteries, more batteries, and we could stay longer. But batteries turned out to be, for the weight involved, the thing that gave you the power. That was the best. Now, the command module, which had to last from the moon back 10, 12 days, then batteries have been too heavy. We use fuel cells then, which took hydrogen and oxygen and put them together and made electricity. So it depends on taking a car. You would want a fuel cell now because you have a battery to do the job. But if you were trying to replace the engine, maybe you could use some fuel cells to drive the engine. It'd be too expensive now, but maybe someday.
What was the power of the engine that descended to the moon?
The rocket engine?
Yeah.
The rocket engine that we used to descend to the moon was a very simple rocket engine. It operated at low pressure so that it was like running your car at 30 miles an hour, running your car like a race car. The engines we used to launch from Earth, it's like running your car at race car speed. So everything had to be just right. But we were interested in safety paramount right there. We didn't have last minute checks we could do. We only had one engine that couldn't fail. So it ran at lower pressure. And when you were in it, you couldn't hear it in the vacuum space.
Any ill effects from the Van Allen radiation belt?
No, I'm not sure we went far enough out to encounter the Van Allen radiation belt. Maybe we did.
Beginning at an altitude of 1,000 miles and extending an additional 25,000 miles, lay lethal bands of radiation called the Van Allen radiation belts. Every space mission in history with humans on board, from both the United States and Soviet Union, from the first in 1961 to the present, has been well below this deadly radiation. Mercury, Gemini, Soyuz, Skylab, the Space Shuttle, all maintained altitudes well below 1,000 miles, all except Apollo.
I don't know the distance to Van Allen radiation belt, and if we did, it wasn't a problem. If we were going to encounter it, then we would have to build a spacecraft and spacesuit to not get. You don't just build something hope it works. You study to see what the threats are, the environment is, and then you say, how thick I have to make the metal spacecraft so that going this kind of radiation, these kind of meteorites, you won't get hurt. And so when we built it.
The belts are 1,000 miles to 25,000, supposedly.
Right out through it.
No effects on your cells.
Didn't even know it. I don't think anybody went there. Somebody said you went through the radiation drop, but we didn't feel it inside, and we didn't get any, added radiation.
Just one moment, I want to say something. I need to correct something. Well, firstly, he doesn't even know what the Van Allen radiation. You know more about what the Van Allen radiation belts are than this guy does at the time of this interview. One other, I said that the cameras didn't have an internal flash, and that's true. Apparently, there was some kind, depending on the situation, they may have used external flash units. Okay, fine. Then how'd the flag move? I mean, like, you get into these things. Like, if one of these things is incorrect, then they're all not correct. Now, this guy's so funny. He didn't even know about the Van Allen radiation belts. Basically, like, you can tell it's new to him. He's talking about things like in a very folksy way. Well, if it were a car and all these other things, tell me about being on the moon, dog. And then he's gonna come over and then tell you all these specifics about what happened to his body from the radiation. It's like, dude, it's hilarious to me. Absolutely, I'm pausing. Go ahead. Beautiful dog. Here we go.
One of its highest altitudes ever, hundreds of miles below the beginning of the ocean. They're so simple that the astronauts inside of their shielded spacecraft, saw light with their eyes shut that they described as shooting stars. Great penetrating the shuttle's shielding, then their spacesuit shielding, then their stars, and finally the retinas of their closed eyes. As a result, CNN issued the following report, noting NASA's unpredicted surprise. The radiation belt surrounding Earth may be more dangerous for spacewalking astronauts than previously believed. Scientists say the phenomena known as the Van Allen belts can spawn killer electrons when the Earth's magnetic field changes. These electrons that are being studied could have an important effect not only on satellites, which has happened in the past, but could also affect the astronauts by creating large doses of radiation that could influence their health. The electrons can penetrate through various materials, including spacesuits, and can pass through, in fact, the walls of the space station, and can create high charges deep inside of these objects.
Less strange occurrences, something like that. The space shuttle, the space shuttle went to 365 miles a few years ago because I watched the news. I saw CNN. They said that the radiation belts surrounding Earth were more dangerous than previously believed because the astronauts saw shooting stars with their eyes closed. Just like it was in 6 years, we saw shooting stars with your eyes closed. What do you look like? You're out in space beyond the Van Allen.
Just a moment. So he basically was like, "Yeah, we didn't even know we went through the Van Allen radiation belt." Now he's asking, exactly. Okay, please teach me. Exactly.
Probably within the Van Allen belt. Close your eyes and just pay attention. You don't notice it. Pay attention. Then all of a sudden you'll see a little flag shooting star tip like that. There goes one star. Then one just blocks it. And then not that fast. Maybe you wait 3 minutes or 2 minutes longer. And what's happening is cosmic rays hitting the back of your eye and exciting those sensors in the back of your eye. So that's what you see. They got high enough apparently to close it. My guess is in Earth orbit, if you close your eyes and just paid attention, you will see. The first I've ever seen something like a 365 miles. That's 650 miles below or away from the radiation. Yeah, see if it's below. I guess it did it tonight. But see, if you're not, if you're just going to sleep or close.
Exactly. I mean, basically, they're saying the first time these things were ever recorded was 1998. But you're talking about it that it happened on your space flight in the early 1970s. Why did you report this? That's a really big thing to report. Now he says we had an experiment to do, by the way. Oh, it's like, dude, this would have been recorded as like an experiment that you all did instead of discovering this in 1998. Hold on a second. I love that one. I saw him once on the moon. It wasn't dark. It was kind of dark. Which fucking was it?
Where were you when the Apollo 1 fire happened? Apollo 1 fire, I was in my office at the Johnson Space Center, about 6 a.m. I was working right there at my desk. I got a phone call, and a voice on the other end said their name. I said, okay. They said, I never was. It was just a flight where we put someone down at the desk, and he said, we've lost the Apollo 1 crew. We think we've lost the Apollo 1 crew. I said, where are you? congressional report on that? Sure. They considered it at that point that it would be difficult to move 2.5 years from that point.
We did. We thought it would be.
So what big change happened when they got possible?
Well, once again, with what we knew at that time, it looked like that would be difficult. So, but we started out on the journey anyway. And as we started on the journey, we found ways to shorten it. For example, we had a lot more.
Right.
On the moon than we actually did. For example, testing the Saturn V. George Miller, one of the smart guys up there in headquarters, said, we're going to test. We tested on the ground as S4B and the S1 and the S2 sort of. We're going to put them all together and test all of them.
Exactly. But he keeps talking and digging himself deeper. That makes sense. If he would have said, "Hey, we improved the way that we could insulate the Saturn V rocket or the lunar module within those 2.5 years," okay. But instead, you would be like, you would be like, well, when I first got there, the shielding was 1/8 of an inch aluminum, which is what it really ended up being. But we improved. Right. It reminds me of, right. Exactly. It's inconsistent. Now, if you're wondering how the fuck did this Bart Sibrel get all of these astronauts to come and sit down, he had a backing of someone in the defense contractor industry who paid $250,000 to have this well um the original documentary created. Like he doesn't have Bart Sibrel does not have the money to be able to do all this. And they paid each one of these astronauts, I believe, $10,000 to sit down with them. That's why they're sitting down, because these guys are fucking money hungry. And you'll see what happens.
By the end of the decade, and people thought that was a crazy idea. People said, no way, there's too many unknowns. We couldn't possibly do that. There's no way. George Miller kept saying, if we want to get to the moon by the end of the decade, we are going to have to do this. And I thought it was a real crazy idea. Good idea. Looking back, it's a great idea.
To get to the moon. He's saying that when it first happened, he didn't think that it was a good idea, but it turned out being a great idea. You know, it wasn't dark on the moon, but it was kind of dark. I mean, it was, we couldn't. And then it turned out to be a great idea. It's it's now of anything that I've seen that is a word salad, it is these guys.
What a great idea. We never thought of that when it began, and that question, maybe the flights took about a whole year, maybe 8 months or something like that. We did a lot of that. We had a goal to get to the moon by the end of the decade, and we were trying to do it. That doesn't mean we were being
careless, but it meant we were doing everything we possibly could that the goal was the set for us. And we did it that way. And you mentioned the guy who thought we didn't go to the Mississippi, what you're talking about. What? We found that, I guess you're familiar with the Fox special.
Oh, yeah, I'm familiar with it. I watched it, yes. It's a good, it's a money-making thing. They don't have the landing legs extended. You know why? They won't hold the missile up on Earth. That's not, those landing legs are extended. But, you know, this is some, guys stand around saying, how can I make some money and make a movie? Well, I can make porno. That's good.
I'm a filmmaker, and I've been in this about 15 years, and I've been asking to testify in court.
Like, he's an astronaut. Why are you talking about making pornography? Like, exactly. I get that, but you're an astronaut, and I mean, it's literally like I grabbed some World War II veteran or Korean War veteran, and I'm just like asking them questions. Like, these guys are not very articulate, and when you really see them pressed on this, it's just phenomenal.
And I saw this footage. The state started putting clock days in flight. All the astronauts are identified, and they're putting transparency up the window. They're clearly pretending to be halfway to the moon when they're not halfway to the moon.
That is bullshit. I don't care what you say. I want to know and everyone that's a scientist knows it. Now, if you want to not believe it, it's okay. It's okay. It just happens to be a lie. That's all.
Would you swear to the Bible that you want to do?
I'm not going to do it. I'll do it over here.
And well, why not?
Because it just is according to the truth.
Well,
but you're an asshole. You're the same guys, just different guys.
Well, would you put your hand on, if you walk on the moon, here's the set the record straight. Left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Okay. You realize this can be used as a video deposition in the future. And if you lie, you'll be guilty of perjury.
I understand.
Okay. Say your name.
My name is Alan B.
I swear to God and affirm.
I swear to God and affirm
your penalty of perjury.
And your penalty of perjury. Treason. No, not treason. Treason has nothing to do with it. Let me rephrase this and say, I got my hand on the Bible. I went to the room, walked on the room. All the other people that you think, the people that Masses this, went to the room and walked on the room. You won't get it. You want to go to the room, walk on the room.
You won't say under penalty of treason.
What's treason?
That's doing something fraudulent to the taxpayers.
That's correct.
Well, that is under penalty of eternal damnation.
Under penalty of eternal damnation.
And under penalty.
Treason is when you sell out your country.
Well, if you use $135 billion to not go to the moon,
that's still not treason.
I agree with them on that.
I've said enough. Now you can do that and say, well, you didn't say something else. I know how people are. It's okay. Well, I hate your stuff and get them.
Okay. I've asked 6 other astronauts if they would swear in the Bible. They refused to do it. Neil Armstrong refused to do it.
You just think, I know that. I know that.
Now, do you believe in God?
Do I?
Yeah.
Pretty much. I wouldn't swear on the Bible if I didn't believe it. But it doesn't make a difference. You don't change it like you know. Take your stuff and go, guys.
Well, I know for a fact you didn't want that.
That's fine. It's okay if you know it. Do you understand that? You can have any opinion you want. That's what's wonderful about this country. You can believe anything you want. And it's okay with kids and children.
Right.
Get your stuff and go.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, right here, fun. I'm Mark with BBC Digital. I was given a classified tape from the Apollo program. It's 31 years old. It's an unedited reel, including outtakes from the mission. It's got about 20 takes of a single shot of the mission. Apollo, and the photography is being forged in the mission. They're taking a shot of being halfway to the moon, and they refer to you on the tape as a shot that was done during Apollo 10, where you put a transparency over the window and move the camera up the Earth and move the camera back away from the window, turn off the lights in the spacecraft, and appear to be halfway to the moon when in fact they were in Earth orbit. Huh, really? Yeah, they said it was the same way that you did it on Apollo 10. So we wanted to give you the opportunity to put your left hand on the Bible, to raise your right hand, to swear to God. Well, you were giving an opportunity to swear to God under oath that you walked on the moon. Well, if you really walked on the moon, what's the problem of swearing to God that you did? Do you believe in God? Well, I want you to swear to God that you walked on the moon. If you walked on the moon, we're giving the opportunity to swear to God that you walked on the moon. I'm going to give you the opportunity to
I got to a point on my two slides, particularly my last one, where I actually lived, made it home my home for over 3 days. You become detached from one point. You become detached from Earth, which is your identity to reality. Well, we launched at night at a circle of the Earth about 1.5 times and headed out to the moon for a 3-day voyage. When we got there,
so the engine was loud.
You get pardon?
Is the engine loud as you're descending?
It's very loud. It's very difficult to tell the difference between feeling sound and hearing sound. But yes, it's loud.
What is the difference between feeling sound and hearing sound? And you'd be like, yeah, it was so fucking loud I couldn't fucking hear.
When you were in it, you couldn't hear it in the vacuum space. It's a very dynamic period.
So the one guy, Alan Bean, says you couldn't hear it.
Exactly. Well,
very interesting.
And you go to an area where you're on land, where you're basically craft.
So it's the Earth, I guess, is 6 times bigger than the moon is from Earth.
The Earth is about 4 times bigger than the moon is. It was very close to Apollo 17.
Yes, exactly. Which is confusing as fuck. Like we just asked, it's 1/6. That's fine if you're off by a little bit. I understand, but it doesn't answer the question about the different sizes. He basically says the Earth, the moon is 1/4 the size of what it looks like a full. Well, let me just go back to what he said exactly.
So it's the Earth, I guess, is 6 times bigger than the moon is from Earth.
The Earth is about 4 times bigger than the full moon is to us. It was very close to Apollo 17.
Yeah, exactly. Now, what he may have been saying is that when you're on the moon, the Earth is 4 times what the Earth looks like when you're on. The Earth looks 4 times as big as the moon does when you're on Earth. So basically, when you look up at the moon, it's like this big. But if you were on the moon, the Earth would look 4 times bigger. Nevertheless, that's not the question you were asked. And you'll see, he fucking digs himself in more holes, just like all these other guys.
I mean, I just went over the shoulder, and there's your he was there all. It was almost involuntarily going about your wisdom, being a little geologist, exploring, trying to go. He always been surprised by the Earth itself. It was
I tell you what, it was like a security because you know it was there. It was the warmth that accompanied you with your home. For instance, so one
Exactly. Exactly. The Earth was like a security blanket. I made the moon my home for 3 days. Exactly. 100%. You can tell that this is all rehearsed and that they literally get invited to different colleges and universities to tell the same fucking story, and nobody ever asks them any deep questions on it, and then they pick up residual checks essentially from something that they did decades ago.
for 7 minutes and 14 seconds. That's just light off. Only one inch. We had redundant or backup valves, but only one inch of critical propellant. They had a light off and burn for 7 minutes and 14 seconds. If it quit earlier than 7 minutes and 7 seconds, we'd be back down to the moon. And there was no rest.
So there was no strange phenomenon closer itself to the
There was no great unknown, no science fiction. Going in all science fiction, sometimes it seems like science fiction.
I saw a CNN report about 3 years ago. The space shuttle went about 365 miles, and that was the closest they got to the belt since the moon mission through them. And they were about, I guess, 650 miles away from the belt, and reported that it was more dangerous than previously believed, and that when they were 650 miles away, inside a shooting better than you guys use, they could see the radiation of the horizon globes through their skulls and retinas at one time.
Well, I don't know about the show. The show doesn't have to really go very far, 400 miles. That's where they go. Why? Hey, quiet. Yeah, the shuttle doesn't have to really fly very far away from Earth, maybe 300-400 miles. I don't know exactly how far the radiation balance in Allen belt is. It didn't seem
That's exactly right. Now watch what he says when it comes to, like, did you see any kind of stars or whatever? Not stars, but like any radiation. The other guy was like, oh yeah, now that you tell me about it, yeah, we saw blossoms, and one would be every like 3 minutes and sometimes every 2 minutes, and they'd be like, psh. All you had to do was pay attention. That's what fucking Alan Bean said. Charlie Duke over here, who went on 2 Apollo missions, has no fucking clue what they're talking about. Here we go.
Did you see shooting stars? Did you see the shooting stars?
Yeah, but
a lot of noise.
So
Your dogs.
The point is, they can't get that far from here. They're really the compound of the Earth, outside the atmosphere.
Exactly.
We did conduct live. We weren't passengers with them. We were passengers. We conducted all kinds of experiments. And one of them was an experiment where we closed our eyes and put some light sensitive pads on our eyes. And we could literally see traces of radiation, traces of something that for us. We conducted it.
When these things were only discovered in 1998. Well, it's not. Basically, these guys have never heard of the Van Allen radiation belts. And then when they're told that these things existed in 1998, they realize that they have to talk about them, because if not, it won't seem like they actually went there. And then they have to come up with a quick little story about it. Oh, yeah, we had an experiment where we would wear these things, when that is never documented in any of the Apollo records. They're having to think on their feet. And when you force them to do that, you see them come up, you see major flaws in their story.
Now, what that all means, I don't know, but it wasn't the kind of radiation it was the plasma. You can see it. You can close your eyes and just see these things shoot by. We all saw, not on our mission, by the way, that hadn't been discovered yet. We did it on one mission. I guess you can call it.
So,
oh, yeah.
Let's see. Let me just make sure Alan Bean and Charlie Duke were on the same mission. Right. It doesn't make sense. Were Alan Bean and Charlie Duke ever on the same mission? Yes, both Alan Bean and Charlie Duke were part of the same Apollo mission. Well, let's see here. They were backup for the lunar module. They include them as being on the same mission, but I don't know if they were in the same lunar module. Let's see here. They didn't fly on Apollo 10. They were. Hold on a second. Apollo 12. Oh, by the way, so you have Apollo 11, which is where we get all this footage. Guess what happened with the footage of Apollo 12? There's no footage of it, exactly. And then Apollo 13 was the scary one. There you go.
They found that publication of this that he did prior to the goal being set 2 years ago. And in it says, it is commonly believed that man will fly directly from the Earth to the Moon. But to do this, we would require a vehicle of such gigantic proportions that it would prove an economic impossibility. Calculations have been carefully worked out on the type of vehicle we need for the non-stop flight to the Moon and to return. The figures speak for themselves. 3 rockets would be necessary. Each rocket ship would be taller than the Empire State Building, 1,250 feet, and weigh about 10 times the tonnage of the Queen Mary, or some 800,000 tons. Now, the Saturn V rocket weighed 2,500 feet, so that's a difference of 32,000 percent. How do you explain that change was made within a 3-year period?
All right, is it survival?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think it's ludicrous, and I want you to put that on ludicrous. I swear,
under penalty of perjury,
I swear under penalty of perjury, treason,
and eternal damnation.
And eternal damnation.
And I walked on the moon during Apollo 17.
I walked on the moon at Apollo 17 for 75 hours. I lived on those for Apollo 17 for 75 hours.
Well, 6 other astronauts did not swear the Bible and have the opportunity.
Well, that's fine. I probably, you know why they didn't? For the same reason I almost did, because it's absolutely useless for me to ask. I probably would have been the other 6 of it, because I'm just as stubborn as anybody else. I don't even believe that I know I. But I did that. Put that on tape, and it's there. You can show it to anybody. You know what I do with the Hessel glass? It's sitting face up to the sun without a background, so that somebody's going to go back and find out what kind of deterioration the lens suffered because it's facing straight up. We're going over a mile behind us. But how do you think we took the pictures of the liftoff on Apollo 17 for the television? How do you think we missed it on Apollo 16 because of the signal? It was gone, and it came with fast. On 17, it sent the signal a second and a half early, 3/4 of a second earlier, so that the camera got the signal with the I've got a book telling me I didn't do it. That's okay. There's a book telling all you can't see stars in the daytime, the shadows, and I don't give a about all that shit.
Now, this is a very interesting one. They do a press conference. It's the only press conference they ever did of Buzz Aldrin, Neil Armstrong, and Michael Collins. When these guys come back, I've watched the whole thing multiple times. It's like an hour and a half. I won't make you watch. But you would be high-fiving, you would be hugging, you would be chest bumping, you would be celebrating the fact that you fucking did something that nobody else had done. You'd be throwing your hat in the air and confetti. These guys are at their own fucking funerals. They are so scared. You hear them like when they get lumps in their throats when they know that they're being pressed. It's very interesting.
When you looked up at the sky, could you actually see the stars in the solar corona in spite of the glare?
We were never able to see stars on the surface or on the daylight side of the moon, but I without looking through the optics. I don't recall during the period of time that we were photographing the solar corona what the stars were.
It'd be like, dude, shut the fuck up, man. You're like contradicting me in front of all these people. So I don't recall stars we could see. You'd be like, dude, we didn't see any stars. You can't see any stars. Instead, which is the exact opposite. When you listen to people who have done space tourism, they say the thing that they take away more than anything is how vast the amount of stars are that are out there because you can see them all. It's just these guys keep contradicting themselves. Here's Michael Collins. This guy was literally on the fucking Apollo 11, and he's walking into a Ralph's or a Vaughn's or something, and you just see like they're real people. They're like I don't know, they're not superhumans or anything, and you recognize that perhaps these guys were untrue with their statements.
Collins, Fort Simple, Lake Digital. I'm the gentleman who found the classified tape from the mission, putting the transparency over the window when you were ostensibly halfway to the moon, in fact you were in an orbit. I have no idea what you're talking about. You're just some kind of wacko. Okay, well, we have the opportunity to set the record straight. We're asking you to. We're asking you to. Please go away. Well, asking you to time that you orbited the moon. Please go away. Well, if you're doing what you in the Bible, then you did so. I have a problem here. Would you please go away? You don't remember the shot where you put the transparency over the window? Haven't been done up to about 10 hours before they walk up the moon. I just don't understand why if you looked at the moon, you wouldn't have a problem about story of the Bible. Can you tell me why?
And he takes his nose and puts it on the camera. And then there's like a finger, a nose print.
Swear to God, I'm thinking it's supposed to be obvious.
Someone I feel would be like, look, I'm trying to go to the store right now, but on Monday morning, give me the opportunity and I'll sit down with you and we can talk this out. There's none of that.
We're taking a secret deal. To get back to signing to a quick question. All right. I was going to classify. Okay. I was going to classify showing part of the Apollo mission being falsified, of lunar orbit being falsified. Being falsified. Correct. We've got an unedited tape from the floor that Johnson Space Center. Totally.
The one giving opportunity to swear in the Bible that you orbited the moon during Apollo 15.
Thank you very much.
Just one last thing. You orbited the moon. Why do you have a problem swearing to God that you did stuff?
Sir, I don't, but I don't feel like I have to do that because data speaks for itself.
Well, we have proof that the mission is possible.
Sir, well, we did. I appreciate those years. Thank you. All right.
I was given a classified tape from Apollo 11 showing that photography of lunar orbit. Well, would you mind swearing on the Bible that you orbited the moon? If you really orbited the moon, why would you have a problem swearing to God that you did something? I think it's
Oh, really? No more work.
I got on the tape Neil Armstrong reading cartography reports that. Well, if you really walked on the moon, when we had a problem, orbited the moon, why do you have a problem swearing to God that you did so?
Please stay back.
Howdy, buds. How's it going? For me?
What's your name?
Yeah, I got for you one for your lawyer. Sue me. Oh, one because I know you'd like to get a lot of the truth from Israel. Well, you're the one getting money for something you didn't do. You're getting a lecture for walking on the moon. That's how being a thief. That's how being a thief. Do you think you can get to heaven without repenting? Why don't you swear in the Bible that you walked on the moon? Why don't you swear in the Bible that you walked on the moon? Get out of here. We pay. Come on in here. We'll call it here. Why don't you swear in the Bible that you walked on the moon?
It doesn't, sir. I don't have nothing to do with this.
Okay.
That's the reason I was paying.
We just pay them. You're not the one out. She's up there.
All right, so then I do my.
Hey, don't be shook, man. Okay. Don't be shy. You're the one who had to walk up in and you didn't follow a kettle black. I've never thought of saying that. Misrepresented my wife with me. You're a coward and liar and a thief.
I don't know if I'd punch him. I understand, but he had a scheduled interview with them in the penthouse of that. To me, what's let's debate it. I mean, I get it, and everybody makes that claim. But what? Yes. I get that too, but not necessarily. If you did a repeat in, like, people do repeat interviews with others. Wait. Then that's what you say. Okay, then, dude, I don't want to hang out with you. And then you just go on your way. If you really went on the moon, which is what you would sit. Hey, let's sit on the stairs here. I'll tell you all about it. The moon, the lunar surface looks gray. It's like the color of, I don't know, the pavement, or it's the color of cement. It feels like sand. It's really hot during the day, but you would tell everybody about it. You couldn't shut up about it. Everybody would be like, dude, shut the fuck up about being on the moon. But it's not like that. But I understand if anybody's calling you a coward, a liar, and a thief, I get it. I totally get it. But are you not? Are you not when you are taking money for telling a lie? Here we go. Well, let me say this too. He could have said, look, I was working for the government and my life was in danger. If I didn't do what I said I had to do, then I would have been killed. You know what? That's an honest answer. And I don't think Sabrell would have come and been so aggressive. If you would have said, look, if I didn't do this, I would have been like, just one moment. I remember the man's name. I always forget his name. Hold on. It's like got a Y in it. Hold on. Apollo 1. So, oh, I don't want to have to look it up, but I think I will. Okay, Apollo 1. Gus Grissom. It doesn't have a Y in it. Gus Grissom. So Gus Grissom was the guy in Apollo 1 who died because he hung a lemon on the lunar module saying that this is a lemon, that this thing isn't going to get into orbit. And they killed him and his partners. Okay. He was honest about it. So it's not like they didn't have whistleblowers. Okay, so here's the big, I mean, not the big one, nothing really happens, but I get it from both sides. Look, you want to get these guys swearing on the Bible so that you can use it as sworn testimony in a court. But when you're running around chasing them with the Bible, some of these guys aren't religious. It doesn't have any kind of connotation to them. And I get it. It looks a little bonkers. I get that 100%. I see it from both sides. But anybody who is innocent about it would either say, all right, I'm going to tell you everything I know about. Let's sit down. That's what I'm here for. And I'll explain this footage to you. Or they would say, I can't tell you everything that I know, but you should just know that my life was in danger and I had to lie because my life was in danger. And if anybody did that, hands off, man. I get it because they will kill you. They killed Gus Grissom. So cool. There you go. But it's none of that. It's like, it's very defensive. Okay, here we go. Here's Neil Armstrong. First man on the moon. Should have been the biggest celebrity up until the day of his death. We should celebrate this fucker's birthday like it is fucking Martin Luther King or Abraham Lincoln. There's none of that. They never talk about it.
Yes. If you really want to, so why don't you just put the end to the argument and put your hand on the Bible? Swear to God, you walked on the moon. Really? Well, no, it's a real Bible. The opportunity is $5,000. But yeah, $5,000 cash. You can give it to charity. Swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon. Why don't you swear to? Why not? How will you do it? So why don't you put your hand on the Bible and swear to God that you walk on the moon?
Mr. Scheibel, you don't deserve answers.
Tell us, what is this video? I'm not quite following it on right now.
So this is Ed Mitchell.
Well, that looks like a baseball photograph there. I can't see it through. Right.
Is this a documentary about the moon machine?
It's an excellent point that's been made.
I believe so. Well, I think it's a series of clips of the ends. I'm not quite sure.
Well, I will say this about Ed Mitchell, because I think all of these guys are liars, but I empathize with them. And I would say they would have killed me if I told the truth. My life was in danger. If your life is in danger, then I understand you're doing everything that you can to get out of it. I get it. One thing, Edgar Mitchell, he's really the astronaut who is known for talking about UFOs. And I think that he did a lot for getting the word out about UFOs. So I respect that element of him. But this other stuff where they're being shown basically footage of them not doing something that they did, if they want to go along with that story, I lose my they lose their credibility. What the best thing they could have done, in my opinion, is say I had to lie because my life was in danger, and just look at what they did to Gus Grissom. If I didn't do what they forced me to do, then I would have been dead too. What do you want me to do? And I'd be like, wow, you're a fucking American hero. You're better than the guys who fucking say that they went. Dog, your chair is amazing. I like it. All right, so here's Edgar Mitchell being shown the footage on camera. They threaten him with the CIA. You'll see. It's pretty interesting.
I'm sorry, without looking at the label, because I had a dozen of these things in here.
What is this? They're talking about shadow. Or stuff like that. What is it all about?
This might have come some of the challenges to the fact. Yes. Some of the challenges by the group that have said we never went to the moon, and they're trying to pick holes in some of the photographs. It's something because we're totally misguided. We exactly what we said we did.
Twice a year.
People stuff all the time. I have boxes of video from various television programs, various speeches about 300 or 400 of them. I look at them.
Someone sent you this?
Boy, I'll get to do that. That's why I have it.
Also, something that you acquire orders and anything like that.
You have to understand, I get a dozen, at least a dozen books a month to review. Two or three, maybe 4 dozen videos a year. So there's people just want to have it, so they send it down.
We always brought like one clip. You want to front in, pop that. This is, what is this? Oh, this is a shot from 130,000 miles out. I guess it's from approaching the middle of the back here. Now, I've seen this on a couple of flights. This is something that you've got all this from Apollo 11. Did you shoot a shot of the Earth like this? So you had a TV camera in the spacecraft. That's right. And this is, I guess, the Earth zoomed in at a distance. Like a shot of what happened to the moon. Yeah, it's kind of the cloud cover looks different. What's that right there?
Which one?
There's like an arm. It looks like hair on an arm getting in front of the window. And I thought that was the arm of God across the earth. I couldn't quite figure that out.
I suspect that was the age of the window. I think that they were shooting at.
What did the Earth look like from a great distance? There it is again, 130,000 miles out. So it's pretty small in the distance of the moon?
Yes, but the vivid images of the Hasselblad images that have been taken on nuclear and the most published pictures in history.
What is that on top of that? That's the Earth. Is that like another spacecraft?
But I have no idea what that is. Oh, those are shadows. A reflection, probably reflection.
So come back again. So they have to jump it.
If you're going to push me on this, I'm not going to be this because I want to see this. All this attempt to say the Apollo pilgrims to faith is just sheer nonsense. And you can talk to Adele for it's over and you're wrong.
Well, would you,
I'm going to continue on this line.
would you swear on the Bible that you walked up to?
You got your freedom.
Okay, put your left hand on the Bible. Put your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand. And say, I, Edgar Mitchell, affirm under penance of eternal damnation.
I don't believe that, but if you have eternal damnation,
That I walk over you on Apollo 14.
that I won't put you on the 14th.
Well, you know, you're the first pastor us to do that. We asked other to swear on the Bible, and they refuse to do it.
Well, I have don't particularly want to swear that either because I don't accept the Bible as the gospel, except the historical reference. But we did know the same. You bet you. Okay, turn on the camera. You're going to do this now. I'll give you all the time to do it.
Okay, good to meet you.
I don't think it's a pleasure.
I understand.
Please get your hands up.
Okay.
And you came here under false pretenses. And I think you're an asshole. Well, and if you continue this, and if you press it, I will take you to court.
I hope that you do. I invite you to. I'm going to give you my card so you can arrange. And I'm encouraging you to arrange.
You're frankly not working.
No. We have you on the record saying you can take us forward. I hope you do. Because we have proof that we're pushing forward. And I think it's something you should see. I don't see that often, believe me. I don't see a lot. You have protein that does. We have to talk. And maybe do that and feel like they want to have a little fun on a trip. As an industry, doing that to get more active. Lying about going to the moon is terrible. I get it. I know kiss people, but you're going to be able to back we have a video camera running if you want to do it. All right, that would be great footage for us. See you later.
Okay, so you know a lot more about the missions than you did at this time yesterday, right? Okay, now here's Bart Sabrell on the one and only Joe Rogan Experience. Now you'll know all about it. Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out. Not Joe Rogan Experience. Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night. All day.
Good to see you, man. Thank you. I'm the first man. What was it? At least 20, right? 22 years ago. Was 20? Wow. So I had seen your movie, and I don't even remember how I got in touch with you. Is this before my podcast? I don't even. Your email.
Let me just really thank you for taking the time to watch that. I know it's not easy. Oh, no, totally. I get it. And it was, and that lady has a very soothing voice, and but it's just a lot of people won't even take the time to just even delve into it. But it's like, okay, now you know what the Van Allen radiation belts are and all this other stuff. And you'll hear Joe Rogan, who has spoken about this. He's actually been in a debate on the side of it being a hoax, and he's actually defended it. Defended it being a hoax, but he will strongman this or steelman it essentially. But you can just tell every fucking argument breaks down. If any one of the things is fake, then they're all fake. It's like the opposite of the UFOs. If any of the UFOs can't be explained and is anomalous and isn't, from Earth or isn't swamp gas or all this other shit, then there's something there. So it's very interesting. Here we go.
Okay, so they email you off your website? Is that what it was?
I think so. And then you said if you're ever in LA with Lee, I happen to be in LA when you send me the email.
Ah, synchronicity.
Yes.
Yeah. So let's take everybody on this journey with you. So you were a young man. You were fascinated by NASA. You're a NASA fan. You have NASA photos in the wall of your room. What happened? What happened? You're known worldwide as the leading proponent of the moon hoax theory. You're the guy who's researched it the most. You're the guy who can auto recall the most information, and you're the guy that the people that believe is really the most. So how does this all happen?
Well, let me start by saying a comment about what you said, theory. It's not a theory. They did fake the moon landing. That's a fact. Whether people realize it or not.
Okay, but we weren't there. So let's just go on what we know in terms of facts. And I'm going to call it theory.
Okay.
Just for fun. I'm just trying to, I'm going to have to steel man some of the arguments against you. Obviously, this is a fascinating but yet very challenging subject. I think today more people are aware of the insanely widespread deception that the government was involved in during the same time as the moon landing. I think this is important. And I know a lot of people who get very angry when you question the moon landing. They use terms like patriotism, they use terms national pride, like we did this incredible thing as scientists that we have. I understand what they're saying. I understand where they're coming from entirely. But we have to look at things realistically if we're ever going to get an accurate picture of how the world works. And I think if we look at the time that we're talking about, Nixon administration, we talk about the Gulf of Tonkin incident where they got us into Vietnam, where the bullshit false flag that wound up killing how many people? It was like 1 million people dead because of that?
3 million people, including 58,220 Americans.
Okay, there's that. There's Operation Northwoods during the same time period. Operation Northwoods was a plan that was signed by the Joint Chiefs of Staff where they were going to initiate false flags to try to get into a war with Cuba. They were going to blow up a drone jetliner and blame it on Cuba. They were going to arm Cuban friendlies and attack Guantanamo Bay. So there's the Bay of Pigs. There's all these things. There's the Kennedy assassination itself, which they still won't release the files. There's the moon landing. And then there's Nixon getting Nixon removed from the White House, which I didn't know was a giant operation too. Tucker Carlson laid that. I was like, what? And then I read a bunch about it. What he's saying is totally true. This one's the one that people hold on to the most because it's a source of national pride, and it is also like the accomplishments of NASA, the accomplishments of the scientific community, the accomplishments of these people that are able to make things like the stealth bomber and all the wild shit that we know that is absolutely real, the space shuttle, SpaceX, all of the amazing engineers and scientists. It seems to a lot of people that by calling the moon landing fake, you're discounting that work. You're discounting that amazing accomplishment from humans. What I want people to do is to say, what did they tell the truth about If this is the one thing that you're willing to hang your hat on, because I know they lied about everything. They lied about everything. They lied about MK Ultra. They were dosing up Johns and brothels with acid and monitoring them. They dosed up Charles Manson. They probably trained him how to be a cult leader in prison. The whole MK Ultra is 100% legit, verified. There's plenty of documents on it. They experimented on people with acid. They did mind control experiments on people. What did they tell the truth about? What did they? They said, you know what? I know we're liars and we get people killed and we're, funneling money here and there, but what? We can't lie about the moon landing, guys. Everybody agreed. This one we're gonna be. This is just what it is what it is. And we're gonna give the scientific community access to all the data so everybody knows it's verified. Third-party people test everything to make sure it's verified.
Well, you brought up a bunch of good points. My opinion is really the opinion of the experts. For example, Robert Kennedy Jr. is 100% certain. He has more access to the JFK files than Alex Stone does. He's 100% certain that his uncle, President Kennedy, was killed by the CIA. Then, as you mentioned, the Gulf of Tonkin. Robert McNamara, before he died, got it off his chest, said that the Gulf of Tonkin incident, the Pearl Harbor incident that got America behind the Vietnam War, never happened. He and the CIA completely fabricated it. Congress passed a law, the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution, that led to the death of 3 million people and 58,220 American soldiers without cause. So, if the corrupt federal government is willing to kill their own duly elected president, if they're willing to needlessly kill 58,220 of their own soldiers, I don't think they have a problem faking an image of the moon on television. The problem is positive lie. You see, whoever killed JFK, you're just changing it and why. Still dead is still a tragedy. Or 9/11. You can change who did it and why, but all those people are still dead. This is a positive lie. And people don't want to give up that candy, and I come along and say, wake up and smell the manure. Some people are like, well, I know America has gotten bad, but at least we the moon. And people need to realize the sheer arrogance of the federal government to pull off the landing fraud when there's virtually no eyewitnesses except 3 government employees and a picture we have to trust is on the moon from the federal government.
Yeah.
So it was actually very easy to fake. And to answer to your first question, I would more than I was not idolized the moon landings with my father in the Air Force and giving me a packet of Apollo 11 as I moved every 2 years from house to house, a prominent place of glory on every bedroom wall.
So what changed? What changed?
Well, what changed is having an open mind.
And was there a moment?
Yeah. Well, the first moment was, so from the age of, I was asleep in bed, but at age 4, I got those pictures. Saw them. I mean, even if I saw them once a day, that's 3,650 times over the next 10 years. I saw them 3 times a day. So I see these pictures over 10,000 times, believing they're on the moon and thinking it's the greatest thing. Then I'm 14 years old, and I see Bill Casey, a former Rocket 9 employee who worked for NASA for 6 years on the Apollo program with high security clearance, only second to Von Braun, who says, look, I edited a memo from Von Braun to the Pentagon warning them they are not going to make the goal. There's only a 1 in 10,000 chance they can go to the moon on the first attempt.
And what year was this?
That was back in 1966.
And so 3 years later, is it possible that they were able to overcome whatever challenges that got him to 10,000 to 1?
Oh, no. Because, I mean, so we're going to go over many proofs.
Yeah, this is important, but I need to every step of the way.
Well, here's how you can prove that's not the case. Okay, so the number one proof that we have is simply deductive reasoning, because today, with 54-year better rocket designs and computer designs, the farthest that NASA can send a rocket with an astronaut into space is 1,000th the distance to the moon. That's why they're sending mannequins to orbit the moon that can't even land because they would die from the radiation. So what they're really claiming, back in 1969, ahead of schedule on the first attempt, when all of NASA's computers had 1 billionth computing power cell phone, they sent astronauts 1,000 times farther into space than they can send us today with 30, 40 or better technology. What they're really claiming is they had 1,000 times better technology in 1969 than they do today. But that is because you can't have better technology in the past and in the future.
Right,
That's impossible.
but they haven't done a moon landing program today. So if they started a moon landing program today, the technology is vastly superior, right?
So it would take less time. It would take less time to return to the moon.
If they
but
did,
it's taking more
but
time.
they're not doing it. Right, but they're not doing it. Right, like during the
Because
Apollo.
they can't.
But that's what you're saying. Yeah, I'm with you. But the Apollo program doesn't exist today. The Apollo program was a massive program to try to beat Russia, to get the first person on the moon. And it was a concerted effort. Like how many scientists? How many people were involved? How many like overall? Very compartmentalized, right? But how many people overall were involved in the Apollo movement?
Well, a couple.
Okay. That's a lot of people to organize, to focus on one very specific goal. That's not happening today. So to say that today, it's like people would say, Steve in your position, I would say, no, we're not trying today. If we wanted to do it today, do it.
Well, actually, they are
400,000 at the peak. Apollo program employed 400,000 people and required the support of over 20,000 industrial firms and universities. So here's the argument against that it would be fake. Everyone would know, and everyone would tell, and it would get out.
Well, let me show you how that's not true. First of all, Eugene Grant's flight director, he said, out of his own mouth, that a person in the command center in Houston during a launch to the moon can tell no difference whatsoever between a computer simulated flight and a real flight. They can't tell the difference with just a bunch of numbers going by on a screen. So if a person in the command center cannot tell a difference, how could we as a 10-year-old watching it in our living room at home? And then, do you really think the CIA is so stupid to tell the person making the glove or the boot or the door handle, hey, we're really not going to the moon, you should not have to tell anybody. And then,
it's like that wouldn't be the question. The question would be that too many people would have to know.
But that's what if someone in the command center doesn't know, then the command center people can be fooled. Once it's up, there's only eyewitnesses to it. It's actually much easier to think than we realize. A bank teller, and how many bank tellers are at Wells Fargo? Hundreds of thousands, 400,000 bank tellers probably. But do they know what the CEO knows about corruption of the bank? I don't think so. You see, there's a big difference. And then we have no independent press coverage. World War II had 1 million or more eyewitnesses in Europe, but there's no independent press coverage. Only 3 people. It's much easier to think people realize that people wanted to.
I also go in the mindset of humans that lived in 1969 with incredibly limited access to information. I think we've become incredibly spoiled by the internet, by the ability to search things and just read debunkings, scientific papers, all these different things that are available that you can read today. They just were not available. And you knew what you learned at school or what the government or your employees told you, your employers told you. And that was it. That's all you had access to. So these people that were working for NASA, to think they had the kind of understanding of the way things are manipulated that we have today, there's no way they did. There's no way they didn't know about the Gulf of Tonkin then. They didn't know about Operation Northwoods. They didn't know about so many things that we know that the government has done. The Kennedy assassination hadn't happened yet, or it would happen. They still didn't know who had done it. They wrapped it up and said Lee Harvey Oswald acted. But without this murder film, without the subsequent investigations of it, said, wait a minute, this guy kept going back and forth to Russia. Jack Ruby was an odd. Like, what the fuck really happened here? It's 1969 when the internet happened. This is an innocent country. There's a different way. People had a much different way of looking at this.
Well, the people were innocent, but the government weren't. They just kept their own president. They just faked the beginning of the Vietnam War, and they were emboldened to fake the moon landing because they had complete control over the media and a public who wanted to believe it, and even people at NASA who kept in relation to real flight.
They had a history of thinking.
Yeah.
They had a history of deception. It was a part of the fabric of the organization. They were deceiving all the time. They were deceiving United States citizens all the time.
Well, and they still are. And that's the thing about the moon landing, why it's so significant. I mean, let's take a look at the two possibilities. Either they went to the moon, first attempt, had a schedule, with 1 million computing power cell phones. Today, they can only send astronauts 1,000 the distance. But then they did that, came back what they did before. They lied to the world. They lied to their own people. They embezzled the modern equivalent of $200 billion. They gave them medals of honor for being such good liars. They printed it on stamps and coins at Harvard University. If that's true, which it is, that's so much more profound an event than had they actually done. So one of the greatest events in human history is actually the faking of the moon landing. And we have to understand these people are still at large. You don't say, oh, well, there's a child kidnapper in the neighborhood and one child disappears every month. It lasts 30, 40 years. Oh, well, what can you do? These people are in charge right now. They did the moon landing. Don't believe me? Go to SitBrown.com, watch 7 clips for free that prove that.
Have you had any debates with people that think we definitely went to the moon and what you're doing is dangerous and ridiculous?
Well, the most interesting comment I got is I showed all this proof to a college professor at a major university. All this proof. I mean, like I said, shadows intersecting at 90 degrees, which you can't duplicate in sunlight, which means it's electrical light. Which means they didn't go to the moon. All this proof. The footage we encountered.
It doesn't mean they didn't go to the moon. It means that photograph is fake.
Okay. Well, why would the pictures be fake if they really went? But
well,
in any case,
you could make the argument that the radiation damaged the cameras and they weren't able to get real photographs, and so they made a conscious decision to use fake photographs.
Well, I think if you were really going to the moon, you wouldn't dare fake any of it.
I think they had a lot more hubris back then. They faked a lot of photographs back then. It was pretty common. I mean, the famous one of the Gemini 15. Where you see Michael Collins in a simulation where he's doing a drill, he's attached to wires, and then they just used the same image and blacked it out and reversed it.
Yeah, so you're saying NASA has a track record of faking space flights for them. Yeah, you're right.
Or publicity firms that work for NASA had a limited amount of photos to work with, and they decided to manipulate some so that they could have photos that they didn't have of an actual event which really took place.
Well,
the spacewalk.
But what we have is them faking being halfway to the moon.
Right, but they do things like the spacewalk. They do things like the Space Center. So that's where it gets confusing.
Well, right? they can't leave Earth orbit.
That's where it gets confusing.
Right.
So the real problem, the question is the Van Allen radiation belts. Now, Operation Starfish Prime, that was the operation where they detonated a nuke in the radiation belts, right? Didn't they do something like that? Something kooky? They're trying to blow a hole through the radiation
I've
belts.
heard that. I don't know if I've confirmed that. No.
Yeah, it's secret squirrel stuff. But what is Operation? Google that. What is Operation Starfish Prime? I remember reading that once. They did. What? They shot a nuke into space. Starfish Prime is a high-altitude nuclear test conducted by the United States, a joint effort of the Atomic Energy Commission and the Defense Atomic Support Agency. Was launched from Johnson Atoll on July 9, 1962. It was the largest nuclear test conducted in outer space, and one of the 5 conducted by the U.S. in space. A Thor rocket carrying a W-49 thermonuclear warhead designed at Los Alamos Scientific Laboratory, and a Mk2 re-entry vehicle was launched from Johnston Atoll in the Pacific Ocean, about 900 miles west-southwest of Hawaii. The explosion took place at an altitude of 250 miles. So is that essentially like where the space station is and all that stuff is?
That's right.
Okay. Above a point 19 miles southwest of Johnson Atoll, a yield of 1.4 megatons. The explosion was about 10 degrees above the horizon, as seen from Hawaii at 11 p.m. Hawaiian time. So what was the goal behind this, or at least what was the publicly stated goal behind blowing up a fucking thermonuke in space.
Well, I guess they were trying to see if they could open up the radiation.
That was
in
the
order to go to the moon. They knew that the
But
radiation
Was this
belt.
connected though? Was this program connected to NASA officially?
I think they were trying to see if they could open a way for
Look what it says there.
astronauts to go through it.
Look what it says there. Starfish Prime, and this always happens, caused an electromagnetic pulse that was far larger than expected. So much larger that it drove much of the instrumentation off scale, causing great difficulty in getting accurate measurements. The Starfish Prime electromagnetic pulse also made those effects known to public by causing electrical damage in Hawaii about 900 miles away from the detonation point, knocking out about 300 street lights. Holy shit! Setting off numerous burglar alarms and damaging a telephone company microwave plant. These boys were wild. They just experimented with a fucking nuclear bomb in space and it blew out 300 street lights in Hawaii. Shut up. Imagine your burglar alarm goes off because the fucking government launched a nuke into space. Oh, holy shit. The EMP damage to the microwave link shut down telephone calls from Hawaii to the other Hawaiian islands. A total of 27 small rockets were launched from Johnson Atoll to obtain experimental data from the Starfish Prime detonation. In addition, a larger number of rocket-borne instruments were launched from Barking Sands, Kauai, in the Hawaiian Islands. A large number of United States military ships and aircrafts were operating in support of Starfish Prime in the Johnson Atoll area. And across the nearby North Pacific region, a few military ships and aircrafts were also positioned in the region of the South Pacific Ocean near Samoan Islands. The location was at the southern end of the magnetic field line of the Earth's magnetic field from the position of the nuclear detonation, an area known as the Southern Conjecture region for the test. So does it say why they were doing it though? Yeah. I'm interested to see like why did you guys do that? give me some sort of a logical explanation why you just took a fucking chance and launched a nuke 250 miles into the sky. Okay, what did they say they were doing? Okay, they began a response to the Soviets' announcement on August 30th of 1961 that they would end a 3-year moratorium on testing. Began in response, right? But why did they do it in space? I understand that they might have did nuclear tests back then because the moratorium was over. Aliens killed the aliens with nukes. That's probably why the aliens started showing up more. Well, that's all the folklore. The folklore about Fat Man and Little Boy. And when they drop those bombs, that's when the aliens start showing up. Like, hey, what are you doing? Which I would do if I was an alien. That's around the time I would start landing. Like as soon as they start dropping bombs in cities, like Jesus Christ. So we know they did that. That's a real thing. Why they do it? The speculation is that they were trying to open up a portal to make passage through the Van Allen radiation belts possible. Now, the people that say that it's easy to go through the Van Allen radiation belts will tell you that it's a donut. It's not like covering the entire sphere of Earth evenly. That there's openings at the top and the bottom. Is this correct?
Well, yeah, but then they would have to launch at the North Pole or South Pole, where it's not possible to launch because of the temperature.
That's the only way you can do it to get through those holes?
That's right. According to NASA's own flight plan, they went directly through the center. That's why they launched in southern Florida to be close to the equator.
Okay, so what they would say is that it's not that dangerous, and it's just like being exposed to a few X-rays, and that the people were shielded.
Well, go to Cipro.com and watch the
you're right there. You're right there. So I want to give you the opportunity.
I'm just saying
what they would say to you.
The clip there is of Kelly Smith. He's an employee at NASA, explaining something that most people don't know, which is above the Earth, starting at about 1,000 miles and extending about 30,000 miles, is a huge band of radiation that astronauts would have to go through to the moon and through again back. First, he says it's dangerous, meaning deadly, and then he says that the technology for an astronaut to go through it to the moon and back and survive has yet to be invented.
Well, let's listen to it. And when did he say this?
I think he said that in 2014.
Okay. All right. Jamie will find that. They'll pull that up. But that would be the argument against the moon landing. Let's go.
Navigation and guidance for Ryan. We are headed 3,600 miles above Earth. 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this can harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice. Once up, once back. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send.
Okay. Did you just say that over and over again?
He said
Okay.
Orion.
Excuse me?
He said it was for Orion. You think he was talking in a different time period? He said you would have to solve it when Orion was dropped.
What was Orion?
Well, he says you must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Who was he talking about, though?
He's talking about sending people beyond Earth orbit through the radiation belt. And he says that
This video from.
What's that?
What's this video from?
Yeah, what is it? When you said 2014?
Yeah, I think so.
And what was this?
The Orion project was to have a step towards going to the moon.
What year was this?
I think he said that in 2014.
So the Orion project was a new project to go to the moon in 2014, just not as focused as that.
Correct. They were using part of that spacecraft on the Artemis mission when they sent Mannequin through the radiation belt. He says we must first solve these challenges of radiation protection before we send people through this region of space. Meaning, the technology to send an astronaut through the radiation and provide has not been
Well, that's
invented.
not exactly what he was saying. I see where you're going with this, but what he did say that was it was dangerous radiation. You wrote deadly in all capital letters, but what he was just saying was dangerous. He specifically talked about instrumentation. He didn't say dangerous in terms of like to people.
Right, because that would be more of a clue that they didn't go to
Well,
the moon.
it would be a thing that you would go, but hey, how did they do it? And then you'd open up a can of worms.
Right.
So
He says we must solve these challenges of protecting the astronauts before we send people through this region of space. Meaning, people cannot go through it until the radiation shielding is developed, and it has not yet been developed a way to send astronauts through it and survive in 2014. So if it's not been invented in 2014 yet, then it wasn't invented in 1969.
Well, I think another thing that's important to say that if you're saying that radiation is dangerous to instrumentation, it's going to be dangerous to us. Even if you, but I'm saying even if you don't say that, even if you're not, he did say people before he said people, but you could say, imply, I'm not saying this is true, but by what he's saying, he says instrumentation would be damaged, that would be dangerous.
Well, and he also included people. Before we send people through this region of space.
But it could be because they would lose their instrumentation. You could interpret that. I'm just trying to be as generous as possible.
You're overly generous.
I'm trying to be. What is this, Jess?
This is the full context of what he says.
Okay, here it is. My name is Kelly Smith, and I work on navigation and guidance for Orion. Before we out in space,
What up, pimp? How you living, baby?
all the systems, only one way to know.
Hello. How are you, Steiner? Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. I'm in the United. Yeah, I'm in California. I'm in Irvine, California. Yeah. It's 10:37 p.m. That's what I do. That's what a lot of people do. I don't understand your question. Yeah. So I'm a certified project management professional, and I have had savings that I built up having six-figure incomes with multiple Fortune 500 companies. and I live off that. And then whenever I need to make more money, I work on projects for different companies or different projects. Correct. Correct. Cool. Does rabbi mean like God? Well, it means teacher. I don't know what it means in Turkish. It means like God in Turkish. Right. So it's Hebrew. It means teacher. Nope. Jewish. Very cool. Well, how was your day today, Steiner? Excellent. Very well. Are you a streamer? Okay, well, streamers are normal people as well. Yeah, streamers are normal people. We eat. Right. Normal. I got you. I will. Normal alert. Okay. Well, very. Have you ever thought about streaming? Have you ever thought about streaming? Why not? Okay, so you streamed when you were a kid? Okay. Yeah, definitely. How did that go? No, 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 no. You can have that. No, just did it. Did you have success when you uploaded? Yeah, like nobody would watch it, right? Exactly. Exactly. It's very, very hard to have people watch you. Like your friend Ilker Farrat. You know who I mean? Your kick friend Ilker Farrat. Yeah. Do you think that they have that many people watching them at a given time? Or do you think that they have a lot of robots? I mean, yeah, I've got him pulled up. Okay. I don't know. Yeah, sure. So he's got a lot of real people who watch him. Great. No, I did. He's very successful. Yeah. He's absolutely. We're watching. No, 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 no. You're more than welcome, and you're a friend, and feel free to be here whenever you want. Do you know who Joe Rogan is? He's bald. You're okay. Yeah, so he's the biggest podcaster in the world, and we're just watching his podcast. That's all. That's okay. Yeah. So, what does Ilker Farrat do that you like? What does he talk about? I gotcha. He's very Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. He's very popular. He's scary in real life. Oh, he scares people in real life. Well, I got I gotcha. Well, he is very popular on Kick, and it's probably the most popular Turkish-speaking Kick, perf- probably without a doubt. And I think he sometimes gets that, doesn't he? He sometimes gets 20,000 people watching him. Okay, 10K, but he still does very good, very well. Right. Did he get it? Well, that's good. He's very popular on Kick. I mean, especially in the morning in the United States, he's like in the top 10 every single time, if not the top five. Sometimes he's number one, and he's competing with a lot of people. So, do you know him personally? That's okay. What other Turkish streamers are there that you like on Kick? Okay, let me look him up. I'll know him as J.A. How do you spell his name? Oh, I got it. Jahrein. Let me see him. Let's see what he looks like. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. I know who he is. Yeah. Yeah, he's very good as well. He's always popular. What does he do? Does he play League of Legends? I gotcha. See, you have an advantage, or seemingly an advantage, since you speak different languages than generally what is spoken on Kick. You guys can talk about whatever you want, and the moderators have no idea. So you could talk about whatever you want, and you won't get banned. But when it comes to English, they get pretty strict on what you can and can't say. Though Kick is than most, even still, because Kick doesn't have many Turkish moderators. Do you know what I mean? Excellent. Who's another? Go ahead. Right. Who's another streamer that you like? Who's a Turkish streamer? How do you spell that? Oh, okay. Eray. Okay. Let me see this person. Okay. Are they a gamer? Yeah, they're both really big. Okay, so Arai has 304,000 followers, at least on Twitch or on Kick. Jarain has 276,000, and Iker Farad has 64,000. But I still think Iker Farad's bigger than the other two. He's more well known in my opinion. Very cool. So, do you ever watch any American streamers? Okay, yeah. So, what do you like about Mr. Beast? Yeah, right. I like that he tries to help less than fortunate people. Right. I think that's very cool. So I respect him for doing that. I saw an interview with him recently. I don't know if you saw it, but it was on the Lex Friedman podcast where he talks about all of his dreams, and he says eventually he wants to make enough money where he can give away $1 billion, which would really be something. Definitely. And he did something else I think is cool. He recorded he recorded videos for the future. So like he says like he did a video for like this was years ago, but like to be watched in 1 year, and then another one to be watched in 5 years, and then another one in 10 years, and then another one in 20 years. And so he's got like, the opportunity in the future to perhaps really start to have like a time capsule, which I think is cool. So yeah. Do you know who? Let's see. Let's talk about some other kick streamers. If you may know him, you may not. Do you know who Aiden Ross is? Aiden Ross. Yeah, he's a big streamer. I stream in his Discord. I'm the number one streamer in his Discord all time. Do you know who Action Man is? Action Man. It's AC the number 7 and then IONMAN. Action Man. He's what? That's his name, AC, and then the number 7. He's a big time streamer. Um, do you like any girl streamers? None. Let me see who that is. Pink. Okay, I see Pink Sparkles. Is it Pink underscore Sparkles? Are they on YouTube? Oh, oh, that could be. That could be. All right. Um, of all of the platforms, which one do you like the most? Do you like Kick the most, Twitch the most, or YouTube the most, or Rumble? Yeah, that's where it's at. Why do you like YouTube the most? Right, right. Do you use a do you use an ad blocker or perhaps the Brave browser? Okay. I mean, if you like to do that, that's fine. I think it's a waste of time. Some alpha information, some good information is to use the Brave browser. You don't get ads that way, or far less, far fewer. I gotcha. Sure, I use it too. I'm talking to you on Google Chrome right now, so I absolutely understand. All right. Uh, any when it comes to streamers who you think should be more popular than they are? Okay, absolutely. Do you know who Ice Poseidon is? So he owns 20% of Kick, and then the other guy who owns 80% is named Eddie Craven. Do you know who Eddie is? Yeah, Eddie. He owns Kick. So there's a guy who owns Kick. His name is Eddie Craven, and he's a streamer, but also he runs the operation. So it's really interesting to watch his live streams because he owns Kick. So the Kick, he started it, and then he does a once a week ask me anything, basically, where you can ask him about new features, about the platform, about what's going to happen each week, and it's really interesting. Yeah, basically, like if there are features that people want, like I don't know, text to speech, or some people want like an API. Some people want like recently they wanted a smart TV app, and they just launched a smart TV app. Like basically all the kind of things that you want out. Like if there's anything you want for Kick, you can ask him about it and he will answer. And I think that's really cool. He owns it. Yeah. He's a billionaire who owns. Yeah. Twitch. Twitch is dead in Turkey. Interesting. Twitch is very big in the United States. It seems like they did. And it could be because Kick pays better. Yeah. So that's exciting. And then if you get really, really big, then you do YouTube. If you get really, really big, then you do YouTube. Because YouTube pays better than any of them. Perhaps. I can see that. So perhaps you're right. In the United States, it pays better, but perhaps in other countries it does not. Well, at least people are getting paid for it, which is really great. I think that it's good that people are getting paid for their work. That's good. Definitely. You know this Jahrain who you named? He's a really big streamer. He's always Jahrein. He's a absolutely. I would say that he, like you had said, that he's perhaps the biggest Turkish streamer. That other guy, he's always up there. But the thing is, the reason why I know the oh, what is that guy's name? Who no, the guy we always talk about. Itzat Beaker. What is that guy's name? Itzat. Sure, Itzat Fikr, the guy who had the cigar. how did you find me? What streamer was it? Ikat Fikar, right? Yeah. He always has his face on camera and he's always interacting with people. So it's easy for people to know who he is. When the other guys game, and so their game takes up the screen and it's not as easy to get to know who these people are. You don't think that's right? Okay, correct me. Well, no, he does both. So that's why I know who he is. But like, okay, I what's deputy? Oh, okay. So he talks about politics. I see. He's in the Turkish parliament? Oh, very a candidate. A candidate? Yeah. That's a candidate? Oh, wow. Very cool. And how did he do? I don't know who that is. Oh yeah, no, I know who that is. I know who that is. Yeah, I know who that is. What do you think about Turkey spelling or Erdogan or whatever changing the name of Turkey to Turkiye? Yeah, what do you think about that? Okay, I understand. I know. I see. I see. Hopefully, it improves. If not, I'll have to restart my device. Sure. I think that well, it to an English speaker, changing the name of the country helps people to differentiate what you're talking about because sometimes people think it's the food. I agree. I agree. I mean, that same thing happens with the country of Hungary. That it's like Hungary, uh, but it's just the way that people say it, and usually it doesn't cause any confusion. But as I understand, that's why he changed the name of it so that people wouldn't get it confused. Is that correct? Exactly. The only other thing I know about him is he hates this picture of him in rainbow stuff with makeup. Have you seen this? Yeah. Well, I can tell you this that traditionally, most certainly, but I have an eye for futurism. Sure, absolutely. I am traditional Orthodox Jew. That means I don tefillin every day. I keep kosher. I wear a kippah. Generally, yes, I believe that. Do I believe that Judaism is a real religion and that it's true? No 100% believes that. I believe as much as any other Jew out there. But but if I but if well, I can tell you that I believe certainly that it is the traditions of my ancestors, and I live those traditions to the best of my ability on a daily basis. But do I believe anyone on earth is 100% doing exactly what the Bible says? I don't believe so. It's true. I want world peace, so I don't want anyone to die. I want all of the hostages to be released. I want everybody to put their guns down, and I want diplomatic discussions. I think that's painting with a broad brush. Many Israelis want peace. Sometimes, in fact, I think every Israeli perhaps wants peace eventually. It's just how do we get there? That's where the differences lie. Explain to me, what's the Steiner Felix? Okay. Well, you're allowed to. You're. Oh, Felix Steiner. Okay. Well, you're entitled to make your name whatever you'd like, and I respect your choice. It's a little. Well, I appreciate. I I recognize your concerns, and I appreciate the fact that you think that I can change your opinion on some things. You're not the only person who has told me that. And I think that we all can come together and recognize that we're never going to be able to achieve very important technological advancements like space tourism and terraforming of other planets and interstellar travel. That will never happen if we have war at home on Earth. So we need peace. And that's what I'm about. Absolutely. So I'm an advocate for that, and I've been an advocate for that my entire life. I recognize that there are different paths to peace. The way that I want to see them is that no one gets hurt, no one dies, and that no one's taken hostage. All of the arms are put down, and that we sit at a table, eye to eye, person to person, and we talk things out. And not only that, I want to live stream it so the whole world can see it. I think that would be very valuable. Hey, Steiner Felix, I'm glad to meet with you as well. Feel free to come in whenever you want and we can chop it up. We can talk. We're going to watch a documentary, or I should say, we just watched a documentary. We're going to continue watching a podcast. Feel free to watch if you'd like. I can turn on Turkish subtitles if you really are interested. If not, just know that you always have a place to come to talk, to discuss. And if you ever need anything from me, I'm here to help you, okay? Thank you. I'm glad I'm not disgusting to you. I don't think I'm disgusting at all. You take care, my friend. We'll see you soon. Oh, I know. I know that. Okay. Are you sure they were both live? Okay. Yeah, I mean, I have like 10 different streams going at any given time. So I have a lot of different streams. So I don't know if they were all in the same perhaps I'm always live. I can tell you that. I don't know if they were all synced or synchronous, but I can tell you that I am always live. If I think you have the link, but if not, I'll make sure you have it. If you want to watch all of my, yeah, you do have it. So you can watch all of my streams from 360 degrees, whatever you want. Sometimes some of them may be delayed, but I never repeat or I never show reruns or anything like that. Everything is always live. And the reason why I do this is because I want world peace. I want world peace in Turkey. I want world peace in the Middle East. I want world peace in Russia and Ukraine. I want world peace in Africa, in Asia, in South America, in North America, in Australia and Oceania. I want world peace everywhere, in Europe, of course. Well, one person's terrorist is another person's freedom fighter. So it's difficult to describe what a terrorist is. I think that when we are able to have diplomatic discussions, we are able to, and they're live streamed or at least on camera, and people can watch them. That's very beneficial. And currently, we don't have that kind of a system. And I'd like to see that kind of a system. I know what you're saying. I'm I'm saying that that term to me doesn't really have a meaning because one person may describe someone as a terrorist, another person says that they are fighting for my freedom or your freedom or someone else's freedom. So it's subjective. It's basically someone's opinion. I am. I am definitely a freedomist. I am about free speech. I am about bringing light to darkness, and I'm about being a light to the nations. I get people in here every day who want to be negative and mean, and then they see how I am and they talk with me and they see how I live my life, and they recognize that I'm a good influence and that I should perhaps continue my project to try to be a light to the world. And I want you to know I appreciate your kind words. And if there's anything that I can ever do for you, Steiner Felix, you let me know, okay? Excellent, my man. All right, you take care, my friend. Absolutely. Peace, man. If you need anything, you can always come in here or send me a message, okay? Take care, my man. Peace, buddy.
Oh, got it right. For Orion's first flight, no astronaut.
Back to the show, baby.
Sensors to record and measure all aspects of the flight in every detail. We're headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belt, an area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this can harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
So the challenges have not been solved in 2014. So how could they have been solved in 1969?
Well, the thing is, even if they did solve it back then, how did they do it? This is the question. This is what we know about the spaceship. What we know about the Apollo 11. What we know about the shielding that it had.
They had 1/8 of an inch of aluminum. Now, when you get a dental X-ray, they use 1/4 inch lead. And so that's for 1/24 of a second. It would be in that for an hour to an hour and a half going to the moon, and an hour to an hour and a half coming back. So
what would that be the equivalent to, roughly, in terms of like X-rays?
It would be 100 times more than a lethal dose, according to their own reports, which are documented at Sabrel.gov. All for free. You go on there and watch the videos and read the documentation.
Okay, and to be clear, how many people have gone through that, supposedly? Well, what was the first one? So the first one, there was an orbit of the moon, a manned orbit of the moon before there was a planet.
Yeah, there were allegedly 24 people who have allegedly gone through it to the moon and back. But the footage we uncovered shows them faking being halfway to the moon from Earth orbit. So it proved that they could not even go halfway to the moon because they're faking being halfway to the moon.
Well, whatever that footage was, though, in all fairness, that footage wasn't released, right? That footage was found footage, correct?
That was outtakes of them faking being halfway to the moon, which even my greatest critic agrees that is them faking being halfway to the moon. And they're doing it from Earth orbit and it's dated 2 days into the flight where they're supposed to be halfway to the moon. Yeah.
We'll show the video, but if I was going to steel man it, what I would say is if I'm training these guys to film things and they're training all day long to do a bunch of different things, one of the things I would do is train them how to film the Earth from the moon. And to simulate that, I would say what you can do is black out all the light when you're in low Earth orbit. Focus on one of those circular windows. Put the transparency or whatever it is in front of the window. And practice
Except
so that way make sure you
dated,
get it right.
Except it's dated 2 days and 3 days into the flight when they're supposed to be halfway to the moon.
Damn, that's not working.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I love it.
I'm just trying. I'm just even.
Yeah.
You have
Here's,
to,
here's
right?
something about
Everything I have to.
No, you don't. Well, no, you don't. And here's why. Because we've heard their side of the story for 54 years.
Everybody has it. This is where you're wrong.
No, their side of the story.
Yeah.
We've heard that the moon landings are real for 54 years.
You've heard that.
So
But
we
you have
don't need extra
It's
time.
not they.
The truth
It's the
needs
people
extra time.
today that are in the scientific community that believe the moon landing is real. So you have to approach it from the perspective of how they're going to debunk your debunk.
Okay, well, let me tell you
Let's
something else
look at
about the radiation.
Let's look at the footage first, because I think we're beating around the bush. The footage is so shocking that you immediately go, okay, what is this? Like, what is this? I just want to know what logically could this be? The only thing that I could think of that was logically would be that they're practicing.
Video should be showing here or not?
Yeah. Oh, this is one when you compare back and forth, right?
Correct. I mean, there's more.
Isn't there one of just the actual video that we can watch?
Well, there you can go to Sabrel.com, click on a funny thing happened on the way to the moon, or go to the Moon Man video links at Sabrel.com and pull this up smoking gun. I just gave you the time to use on the most significant part where you can get the side-by-side comparison.
And the side-by-side comparisons for...
Well, on the left, Neil Armstrong claims this is 130,000 miles out, he claims that the camera lens is at the glass, and that's the Earth floating in space. What's on the right-hand side are the outtakes that we got an unedited reel of the special effects by accident. And the lights come up, and you see.
Okay, so this is the exact same size image. So
Correct.
roughly the same distance.
So on the left, he claims, and this is the part they showed to the public, that that's the Earth floating in space halfway to the moon looking back. And then on the right, the outtakes where the lights come up, and you see that the camera's really at the back of the spacecraft, and that's part of the Earth outside of a circular window with a little crescent piece molded in front of it. And that's the take on the left-hand side. You're about to see Michael Collins break down part of the.
So this is where this is what I wanted to do. This is where okay, hold on a second. This is where it gets really weird. So they're saying they're 130,000 miles away, so they're in deep space.
So that proves it's the window. You see that?
Right, so now there's people standing in front of we used to think that we're looking out into space at the Earth, but now we realize there's people standing in front of it. So there's other stuff going on. So something there's you're filming a room, and then
that's really the window.
It's a window.
Yeah, that's an arm getting in front of the window. That's an outtake they never showed because it shows that it's a fake shot.
Okay, do you think that is just a piece of the Earth in a circular window?
Well, I mean,
or do you think they put something over the window to represent the Earth?
Another photographer believes it's like a transparency of there's a circular
Let's
window.
let this play out. Let's let this play out.
So that's the window. The point is, it's the window.
Back it up a little
bit. They're using the window to create a 1-foot model of the Earth.
They're using the darkness of the cabin by blocking out all the windows,
and it
makes
looks
it
like
in space.
Exactly. It makes it look like the Earth is floating in space. So we have them faking being halfway to the moon, which means they cannot go halfway to the moon. And here we are 54 years later, and they still cannot go halfway to the moon. That's why there's mannequins orbiting the moon. They said in 2014 and 2018 they would have people orbiting the moon. They were 100% behind schedule.
Yeah, but that's politicians. But they did have everything. And they might have had grand plans and didn't get the funding. But this is shocking, weird stuff. Because it's hard to explain. It's hard to come up with a rational explanation of what this could be.
Well,
so because they are saying, right,
what it is.
But we should play the audio. So they say in the audio we're 130,000 miles away.
Right, and then they also say, which is another lie, that there's only one window that faces the Earth and it's filled up with the TV camera. Meaning, the lens would have to be right up against the window to see that. But the camera's really at the back of the spacecraft with all the lights on.
Let's play
You're
that.
seeing part of the Earth outside of the window. It's very interesting.
Let's play that so we can hear the words. Okay, we can hear them say that because it's even more interesting. So if you see the footage and then you hear the words, you what could they possibly be doing?
They're faking.
This is you.
Yeah.
Where can we find the raw video?
The raw video is that a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. Go to Sabrel.com. It's on the homepage.
That's this YouTube channel.
Yeah, that's not my channel. That's another. Yeah,
no, go to Sabrel.com. It's got links up there.
Let me add one thing about the radiation. So, after Kelly Smith put his foot in his mouth, I called up NASA. I said, I'm a journalist. Can I talk to the guy? No, you don't allow him to talk to reporters anymore. I said, well, you sent up 2 Geiger counters on a civilian mission with tax dollars to specifically measure the radiation in the radiation belt, which we should have had 50 years ago anyway. And then I said, can I please have those radiation readings? And then they said this, Joe. They said it's a classified military secret. I said, oh, wait a minute. When you set probes to the sun to measure the temperature of the sun isn't a military secret. When you set probes to Jupiter to find out how much helium is in Jupiter's atmosphere, the amount of helium isn't a military secret. So why would the amount of radiation surrounding the Earth, the radiation belt that most people don't know about, why would the amount of radiation be a secret? Because if they reveal it, it would prove that they couldn't go through to the moon.
Or we spent a lot of money to get that data, and that data is very important if there's manned warfare in space. Like we have a space force now. There's an anticipation that we could live in a future where there's space wars, right? This is a real thought. The space program is real. This space force is a real organization. If you acquire, yeah, it really is. I have a T-shirt. Tim Dillon.
Oh, that must prove that it's real.
It's real. T-shirt.
Okay.
Actually. But no, there is a space war idea, right? Yeah, Trump started a space force, which is awesome. Anyway, that's data you wouldn't want Russia to have. Like, so the Van Allen radiation belts, if there's a way to get through them because you know exactly how much radiation it is, and you know that you need this amount of shielding, you don't want Russia to know that. You want them to spend your own money, bitch. You can't have our fucking data. That's what I would say. I would say that's an American secret. That's national security. In that regard, right? Because if we're going to be doing space wars, they're going to be flying around through, but they don't know how to get through the radiation belts when we do. Then they're going to rely on espionage.
They sent probes to the moon, so they would probably have Geiger counters on there.
Right, but as time goes on,
they would know the radiation.
But they sent probes to the moon a long time ago. As time goes on, the instrumentation is far more efficient. It's much better, more accurate. So the stuff that they get, the data they get now, we would both agree, right? It would be way better data than you got in 1963.
The argument people were making out now is that the instrumentation now is more sustainable than it was then because the transistors are
Makes
smaller.
sense. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah, it's more complex.
You can start the clip if you want.
That does make sense about the radiation when they were talking about instrumentation.
Start at 34.
My point is, don't we recognize that the amount of instrumentation that would be dangerous to radiation would also be dangerous to biological beings?
Well, of course, that's what you're saying.
That's why you have to wear a lead shield and X-ray. And that's why if you've seen those horrific images of people that used to test X-ray machines back in the day, when they would first started using X-ray machines in doctors' offices, the technician put his hand up an X-ray, and they didn't know that you were fucking your hand up really bad. They had horrible cancer over their hands.
And that's from 1/24th of a second. Something that's 100 times more lethal going on continuously.
So the point is, regardless of whether or not it's dangerous to the instrumentation, that was the primary concern, which could be accurate, especially when the first one's unmanned. It's also that kind of radiation is probably bad for people. It's not good, unless you're Fantastic Four, right? You can throw it and get superpowers, right? Isn't that what happened?
Well, yeah. I mean, let's get back to the technology issue. I mean, when they first exploded the first atomic bomb in 1945, just 10 years later, atomic bombs were 1,000 times more powerful. So if they could go to the moon on the first attempt with 1 million getting power cell phone, you would have been on Mars 10 years later. You'd be in another solar system by now, and there would be bases all over the world.
It's the only interesting one of the facts that there's no other technology in 1969. It's not easier, cheaper, and faster to reproduce today.
Except because it was a bluff, like the poker.
Okay, so let's play video where you get to hear the audio. So the audio is very strange. So this audio is this is Buzz Aldrin, Neil Armstrong, and Michael Collins in the spacecraft, and they are supposedly 130,000 miles away and talking to NASA.
Yeah, let me describe it a little bit before you get to that. So basically, if they are, which they are not, halfway to the moon, they estimated with radio delay and going through the analog computers, it would be 2 seconds out for them to hear the transmission and 2 seconds back. So this particular reel we uncovered, the unedited reel of this special effects show of them faking being halfway to the moon, there's a third track of audio, who I believe is the CIA. So first you'll hear what he believes was whoever's helping them fake the moon mission. I would presume it would. And so NASA says the TV picture looks great. The person who has an earpiece and counts off 4 seconds, 1,001, 2, 3, 4. Then we hear a first track of audio. Not NASA, not the astronaut, which has this kind of walk, radio type of thing. He says, talk. And then Neil Armstrong speaks. They're creating a fake, let's play 4-second radio delay and making it hear their beyond their board, which they really want.
Okay, let's play.
Van Allen radiation belts. Understand that only about 20 seconds of this raw footage was ever broadcast to the public, and these conversations discussing their deception were believed to be private until now. Here they discuss that these television transmissions were in fact not broadcast live as everyone believed. They were first screened and edited for playback later.
Roger, here, we just wanted to, so we get this playback, we can put it on. Thank you very much.
Here they discuss the fact that they have turned out the lights and have blocked out sunlight from entering the spacecraft through the other windows, as to not cause any reflected light to fall.
So that's really the window of the spacecraft.
Right. I'm talking.
Well, we should have to coming in somewhere under the spacecraft, so it's looking to a number one window under any reflected light.
The reason this was done is so that the truth of the matter will not be revealed. It is this. Though the federal government have you believe that this is a view of Earth from a distance out of the spacecraft's window, near the moon, it is not. What they have ingeniously done is placed the camera at the back of the spacecraft and centered the lens on a circular window with a bottom. Outside of it, it is completely filled with the Earth, low orbit. The circumference of the window then appears to be the diameter of the Earth at a distance, with the darker walls of the spacecraft appearing to be the blackness of space around it. That is why they wanted the interior dark and blocked out the sun from entering through the other windows. Here you can see the extruded window, probably 2 inches thick at the bottom. This is the Earth's shape is coming in at a downward angle. It also causes the Earth to appear to be an irregular shaped circle, for you are seeing the outside of the window at the bottom and the inside of the window at the top, which together form 2 different sized halves of a circle. Subsequently, this tape was never used. As they perfected the shot, a crescent-shaped piece of black material was inset slightly into the window to create the illusion of the Earth's terminator line dividing night and day. It is uncannily convincing. During this segment, intended to be edited and played back later for worldwide television audience, dated July 18, 1969, Neil Armstrong condemns himself as he states that he is 130,000 miles out, or halfway to the moon, as the NASA flight log also states on this date, when he is in reality in low Earth orbit of Here, during another segment, also intended to air after the review, Neil Armstrong falsely explains to the viewers how the shot is attained by putting the camera's lens to the window's glass, as it would have to be if they were the claimed distance away from the Earth.
We only have one window that has a view of the Earth, and it's filled up with a TV camera.
If the window was completely filled up with a TV camera, as he stated, then an astronaut's arm would not be able to get between the camera and the window, as it obviously does here in this outtake. You can also notice how the astronaut operating the camera reacted to the mistake by attempting to pan away from it. This is a segment that they believe wasn't even being recorded.
Keep going.
Much less suitable for broadcasting, for the lens was being zoomed out, and the scene was being changed to that of an interior of the astronauts at work, and apparently the stop button popped back up on the recorder without notice. Here is the confused work light that they used to see camera controls, but not throw light onto the spacecraft's wall. Here they half of the crescent in the circle. Finally, the iris is opened up, and you can see the real location of the camera and the very bright and clear Earth demonstration. Here is the state for the 19th of July.
Okay. So here's what I would say if I was trying to convolute you. All right. The Earth at 130,000 miles out is halfway to the moon. moon. The moon is 1/4 the size of Earth. The moon on a full moon is fairly bright. I mean, you can walk around outside and enjoy it. I mean, it's pretty amazing how bright it is when it's full moon. Imagine that 4 times greater and twice as close. So the Earth, which has blue reflective light because of the oceans, it's glorious, it glows in the sky. You would imagine that if you were filming Earth from 130,000 miles out, you would have to blacken the insides of the walls, and you probably couldn't get the camera any closer to that window in reality by saying it's in front of the window, it's covering the window. You're talking, it probably doesn't even fit any closer than that with all the instrumentation. If you were filming it specifically to try to get an image of the Earth, what it looked like at 130,000 miles out, would it even look that small? I don't think it would. It would probably look a lot larger. So if they're shooting it through this window and the light is probably pretty intense, it might be the only way to film the Earth with the cameras they had back then would be to do it. You block out everything in the room and film through that circular window as close as they can get to the camera to, and it's just shitty footage of something that they eventually figured out how to do right. So that it wasn't deception.
Well, the camera's at the back of the spacecraft,
Right.
and that's the circular window that's filled with the Earth.
Right.
If they were halfway to the moon and the Earth was at the window, there would be a tiny dot.
It wouldn't be that small. It wouldn't be that small because the moon's not that small. You got to think about how big the moon is, okay? And the moon is 1/4 the size of Earth. Think about how close the moon is. So the moon is a big ass fucking thing, right?
Let me ask you this. Do you think the moon landings are real or not?
I'm not saying what I'm saying. I'm going to go at this. I'm just going to try to ask the most logical questions to refute what you're saying. Without giving you an opinion. I'll give you an opinion eventually. But this right now is if you were going to film the Earth from 130,000 miles out, and the Earth is 4 times larger than the moon, and you're halfway to the moon, I would imagine it would fill up that window. The difference between that and low Earth orbit, I'm sure there's a difference, but I still think from that small window, it might be the whole window filled with Earth. That might be what you get.
Well, that's not the opinion of myself as a filmmaker and 3 other filmmakers. For a living, our job is to make fake scenes look real. And so we all conclude that that's the window that they have made a mock-up of a 1-foot model to pretend.
But is there an image of that mock-up? I never saw a mock-up. I didn't. There's all you
saw them fiddle around the window.
You definitely see them fiddle around the window.
And the camera, they lied about the camera being against the glass. The camera is obviously at the back of the spacecraft to create that.
Well, they said the window is filled with the camera. That's what they said.
But it's not. It's at the very back of the spacecraft. The lights come up on the part they didn't intend on showing, and the camera has been at the back of the spacecraft all the time.
Right.
They had to lie. If they really were halfway to the moon, the only way they could film this shot would be to put the lens at the glass of the window. It's a fake shot. And part of the faking is the camera is really at the back of the spacecraft. All the lights are off. Part of the outside of a circular window, and it looks really like we're floating in space, but that's really the window from Earth orbit.
Jamie, go ahead.
In the video, it says that this line here, like the Terminator line, correct?
Yeah. So that's like, I don't know, computer press and insert they put into the window to make it look like the Terminator line between night and day. I think it looks very good. Yes.
And then they removed the tape. Could have been a conspiracy, but that line is very, it's a very nice gradient, which was what it would look like if it looked like the sunset, not tape or.
Well,
yeah, it's less clear, right? Less clear from the top edge.
And if it was a transparency thing on the glass or something, that line would be moving. It'd have to be hard to set.
Well, I mean, just go back to the segment with the little yellow circle around the window, and you can see they're fitting around the window.
Jamie, they only showed 20 seconds.
No, I know. I was thinking if that's what I thought it was, why not just recreate the scene, I guess, with a giant picture of Earth on top.
Well, I think the point is that they had to represent the Terminator line because of where they were in orbit. So if they're flying away from Earth and they're going towards the moon at a very specific time, you'd be able to know, like where, what part of the Earth was dark, like what point in the flight, right?
I would think so.
I mean, they have to. They made a calculation. Yeah, but I mean, they would do it the right way. They're gonna.
Not necessarily. They made lots of mistakes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this one's a weird one. And to me, this is like the only thing that I could say if I was going to see it, would be what I said, was that maybe he misspoke by saying it's covering the window. What he meant was that the camera was pointed at the window. It was covering the window. And if you're going to film something that's incredibly bright, it's going into a bright environment, it's going to be obscured by all the light. You know that, right? So the way to film it correctly would be to adjust the aperture correctly, darken the room, and then point towards that window. And you would be saying that the camera is covering the window because it is covering. That's what it's covering. When you're filming something, you're covering something. So it's covering the window. It's looking out the window. You blacked out the cabin so that you could actually see what's bright coming out of that window, which is incredibly bright. 4 times beautiful. Twice as close because they're halfway.
Well, the shot where Neil Armstrong lies, it says he's 130,000 miles out. We see a little bunch of black space around him, right? But that's not the Earth floating in space. That's the circular window of the spacecraft that has part of the Earth outside of it. That's what it is. The lights come up, and you see that's what it is.
For sure, if you're saying that blackness in space, that's deceptive. But
that's not
light. But it doesn't mean they weren't 130,000 miles out.
Why would they fake being 30,000 miles out if they were really?
Because 130,000 miles. If they had a policy of deception in terms of imagery, which it seems they did, even though they did that. I'm just steel man. It doesn't necessarily mean that the whole thing's fake, right?
Well, if I it's not that they're 3,000 miles out, but it's that they're in space faking the top.
Yes, they're faking halfway, which is why it's bright. The reason why it's so bright is because they're just like the space station.
That doesn't, I don't know, I'm getting it based on all of these pieces. Like I thought that they didn't even go to space.
No. Nobody fixed that. Nobody fixed that. They did go to space. Catch the fuck up on Reddit.
Well, look at this here. Keep playing this card game, and you'll see that this is the window. Here's the light inside of the spacecraft. Either that or giant UFO. Right?
No, it's definitely, it's obviously right.
Okay, and then here is Michael Collins breaking down part of the special effects shot using the window. You're going to see them.
Okay, let's be honest what we're seeing. What we're seeing is motion in front of the window.
That's the window of the spacecraft, not the Earth floating in space like they claimed a minute earlier.
That's true.
Which means they're faking being
Right. But you're saying like make the transparency, all these different things. You're saying there's no evidence. You just see movement in front of it. I understand your assumption, but there's no evidence of transparency.
Well, it's not an assumption. It's
You
that
see
they're
it moving. You see just dark shadows. You see it one more time. You see dark shadows moving.
Well, the point is that's the window of the spacecraft.
100%. I'm agreeing with you.
Wait, stop there. If that's the window of the spacecraft, then that's not the Earth floating in space.
Correct.
Which means they're faking being halfway to the moon.
Not necessarily.
Which they would never
Not
do
necessarily.
halfway to the
Not
moon.
necessarily. It could mean that
So
they're
they
just
went halfway to the moon, but they faked it anyway.
they're thinking this footage because this is the best footage they can get with the equipment they have looking through that window. They came to a conclusion. The best way to do it is to back the camera up, block everything out, and just film that circular window, and that's the Earth. And that's the only thing. We'll pretend that it's the Earth with space, but we really can't get that because of the positioning of the camera, the amount of bright. If you look as the thing goes bright, this is my question to you. I think this is compelling and it's bizarre. But when you say they remove the transparency, well, there's no transparency. You don't see it. You're literally just seeing black figures in motion. Now, in clarity, now you see clarity. So now you see the amount of distance, very small space, the amount of distance where the circular window is, where the Earth is, and then where the camera is. So the camera is still just a few feet from the window. It's not like it's in a giant ring. It's just a few feet from the window.
There are three spacecrafts coupled together. It's quite deep.
Right, but it's still not that big where they are. Where they are, right, 10 feet away from them. That's pretty small. This whole room is pretty small. right? It's basically smaller than here to the where our screens that we're looking at.
But the point is, it's not the Earth floating in space. It's the window.
It's definitely not.
Made up to look like the Earth floating in space.
Blacked out environment. If they're trying to pretend that's space, that's deception.
Exactly.
But
So,
still,
wait
to
a
me,
minute.
they're not
One thing at a time. So we concluded
yes.
they are faking being halfway to the moon.
No, that's not what we concluded. We concluded that they are faking that the blackness around that image of the Earth is space. That's all we're confirming.
That's why.
But hold on, Jim. Hold on, Jim. So we're confirming that they definitely were. If they were saying that blackness, which is clearly the inside of the house, right? Clearly, what they're saying that blackness is space and that circular image is the Earth, the Earth is space. That's clearly deception.
Okay, so Apollo 11 is being deceptive with their photography. Why would they do that if they really went to the moon?
Okay, steel man. I mean, I know this is annoying.
You mean steel man means devil's advocate? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I'm taking the other side's position.
Why?
Because it's interesting to see how it lines up. You would say they wanted good footage, they couldn't get good footage any other way. They couldn't get where the camera is, how big the camera is, how small the window is, how space they're working with. They couldn't get real clear footage of the Earth in space in the distance. So they decided to film it this way. Film it through that circular window, black out everything. It'll look like space, but you will see the Earth from where we are, which is 130,000 miles.
You know, there's a film coming out in July, and I don't know, I'm going to see the trailer, but they talk about shooting a fake moon landing as a backup. Now, they don't care why you believe moon landings are real, as long as you do. If you believe that you're communing with aliens with a secret guru, or Armstrong visit, they don't care. It's the same thing. If they really went to the moon, they wouldn't have to fake any of it. They showed so little of the mission anyway.
Right.
During
They
the
went to the moon.
they wouldn't dare fake any of it because there were people at the time already saying it was fake. They wouldn't dare fake any of it. It was real. Even during the landing, they showed computer animation, and then all of a sudden you see that black and white image.
Realize this is where we disagree, because I think if it's very difficult to go there, it's even more difficult to go there and document, right? And specifically when you're talking about camera, if you take camera equipment, the old school film, and you run it through old school radar at the airport, those metal detectors, looks like your camera equipment, right? Doesn't it look like you're filming? Well, but doesn't it? Isn't it correct?
It wasn't difficult for them to go to the they went 6 times in. I know, in 3 years, they pressed cars on the moon. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Yet, for some reason today, they can only send mannequins to the moon somewhere in the region.
This is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, what you could say is that maybe they went and they faked the footage. And the reason they faked the footage is the footage got all fucked up because they went through radiation.
I'm sure they would love to believe that because filmmakers like myself agree that the footage is fake. So how can we possibly trick the public into thinking the moon landings are real, even though the pictures are fake? What if we create a feature film saying, well, we just only did it as backup, and some of that footage got leaked into the real footage? They showed so little real footage to begin with. Why didn't they just have a camera on the side of the rocket and live pictures during the descent instead of a little Atari computer animation, and then suddenly a picture of them stable and coming out of the spacecraft? Because they know from Michael and an eyewitness who saw the film Apollo 11 in Kennedy Air Force Base, June 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, 1968. And
eyewitnesses that were raped by them. You can find those.
Well,
you know what I'm saying? Like
his son wasn't here. His son cooperates. We have a video of that we can show. The point is, it's not even in my book. Okay. The first thing the guy said as he's dying, he is fearing the right side of judgment, was that he's a murderer. He killed somebody. His son, you can go to watch his testimony. He saw his deathbed confession. He said, "Who did you kill?" He said, "I killed a coworker at Cannon Air Force Base where he was the chief of security." The military police came in and they interrogated him as he's dying, wanted to notify the relatives of the person who he killed. Who did you kill? Such and such a person, a fellow employee at Cannon Air Force Base in 1968. Why did you kill him? We both eyewitnessed the filming of fake moon landing June 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of 1968. My friend thought it was morally wrong. He was going to tell the reporter. And I killed him to cover it up. His son confirmed he was chief of security at Cannon Air Force Base. He lived right across the street from him. He stood beside President Johnson, who was there for the first of the 3 days of filming. He gave him a list of 15 people that were there, were allowed in the VIP coverage to eyewitness it. Neil Armstrong's on the list, Buzz Aldrin is on the list, and several people I never heard of. We got that list, we published it in my book. And this is real. His son, after telling me this information and confirming it, his house was broken into a few days later. Everything about his father was confiscated. Days after that, 2 agents show up from the government. This is less than 2 years ago, threatened to kill him and his family if he ever talks to me again about his father's participation in the moon landing. The White House was involved in investigating this. The FBI was, and the United States Senate Intelligence Committee investigated this. And that meant, and those reports are sealed because it's a great embarrassment to the federal government that they did actually fake the moon landing. I was the biggest fan. If I can go from being the biggest fan, having to accept the sad fact that our government is that arrogant. And not only that, I interviewed the widow of Gus Grissom, who was going to be the first man to walk up.
We should explain one of the things that Gus Grissom did that got people very angry. He hung up Leonard.
That's right.
Explain that.
Well, basically, he was totally confused how they could possibly think they're going to the moon in 2 years. He thought it was at least 10 years away. And still we can't even know that, right, because of the radiation. And he was preparing reports to give to Congress and the Senate that his wife told me were confiscated from his house by the CIA before they even informed her that he was dead, which he had died a few minutes earlier. She told me, interviewed her for 4 hours. This is the man who is going to be the first man to walk on the moon. And he was the most beloved of the press. And he was so frustrated, he kept complaining at the chain of command they wouldn't fix anything because the higher ups knew they were going to go and hadn't committed yet to faking it, and therefore hadn't told the astronauts yet. And that's why they weren't fixing it. Well, that's, her conclusion as well. And in his fury, without permission, he held a press conference. He invited a bunch of reporters to the top of the rocket where he affixed a lemon the size of a grapefruit on a coat hanger. He said, this thing is a lemon piece of junk. It made the evening news. And a few days later, he dies. His wife told me that on January 26, 1967, he came home from work and said the following: Hun, for some strange reason, the CIA is all over the launch pad today. I wonder why they're here inspecting you. Never seen him here before. He's dead the very next day from faulty equipment. His widow told me he was murdered by the CIA, the man who was going to be the first man to walk on his moon. His son, 747 pilot, said the same thing. I interviewed for 3 hours, that his father was murdered by the CIA. So it's one thing if they faked the moon landing and didn't kill anybody. Maybe I'll confess my devious nature. Their ingenuity. Like the people who tunnel from the dry cleaner into the bank. But not if you kill 3 guards, slit their throats, who have wives and children. And the first with 3 guards. Well, I'm just saying, for example, if they take the moon landing and didn't kill anybody, that's one thing. But that's not the case. You see, and I know the type of person you are and the type of guests you have on your show. We're true patriots, and patriots have to face facts that when people take an oath to this country, it's to protect it against all enemies, foreign and domestic. They always want misdirection, the boogeyman, to be some other country where the biggest traitors to our country are Americans in high office, right? That's what's going on. And the first document of our country isn't the Constitution. It's the Declaration of Independence, where it says when any government becomes destructive of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it. According to Betty Grissom, they took away his life. They take a third of our income. They deceive us through a moonlight. And then they use that money to pay the salaries of the CIA agents who killed Gus Grissom.
Okay, but let's go to Gus Grissom's death. So Gus Grissom died in an accident. Right? He died in a fire, correct?
His wife says that fire was set intentional.
I understand. She says. I understand, and I understand that. Why should we believe that? That makes sense.
Well, if her husband says CIA agents messed around with the equipment the day before, and he's dead the next day for faulty equipment, the CIA killed him. It's a pretty obvious conclusion.
It could possibly be that, definitely. But also, when you're launching rockets, a lot of people die.
They weren't launching anything. It was just a ground trust pressing buttons. And they found that they pressurized the space capsule with 100% oxygen, where steel becomes flammable. They reversed the door the day before so that it opened inwardly instead of outwardly. It took an extra 5 or 10 minutes to open up. But then they found a pile of oily cracks that seeped so that they would do a spark. And then I got the Apollo 1 report. We bought it for $10,000 for Roger Chaffee's widow from his estate. And there was a dip in power right before the fire because the CIA had something clamped in there, start the fire, they ignited it, a dip in power, and then the fire began.
So where's this evidence that there was a dip in power?
Well, it's in the Apollo 1 report.
That there was a dip in power.
Right before the fire, because something was tapped into that the CIA read the previous day, and that's what killed them.
Is there a logical explanation for why they reversed the doors?
Yeah, so they would make sure not to be able to get out. It would take more time to get out.
But is there a logical explanation in terms of an improvement in design and
they were testing something new, right? That's their excuse.
Right. And the fire, what was the official explanation for how the fire started?
Just faulty wiring.
And what was the evidence that the had been increased in the environment?
Well, that's a fact. They knew not to do that. They had caused fatality.
When did you hear this?
Well, she told me, and it's in the Apollo 1 report.
So in the Apollo 1 report, it says they increased the oxygen by how much?
Well, they did 100% oxygen in the cabin.
And did they say why?
It was just testing, something to test an experiment, right?
And so that then a fire begins.
That's right. They rigged it. The oily rag under there was reversing it. They did everything they could to make sure those guys were alive. To get rid of the guy because Gus Grissom, they asked him to fake the moonlight. And he said, no way. We would have gone to the reporters. The same reason my source, Cyrus Eugene Akers, killed his coworker because his coworker witnessed Apollo 11 being filmed at Kennedy Air Force Base in 1968. Said this is wrong for the government to do this. And was going to tell the reporter, and he was killed. It was very simple.
Yeah, I would love to see a video of that. If there was a video of it, it'd be interesting.
Yeah, there's a video of his son. There's also,
yeah,
have it queued up there.
How people get old when they get old. It's crazy things.
I don't think it's that crazy to say. We verified he was the chief of security.
Right, but I don't know what his mental state was when he was dying, or if he had dementia. You know what I'm saying? Like people could, but I'm not saying.
Are you sure he didn't work for O.J. Simpson's defense team?
I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm saying that some old people, particularly first of all, memories are terrible. Most people's memories.
You just
are
said
awful.
that early.
The memories are terrible.
You just said it a second.
Yeah, most people's memories aren't that good. And then if you're really old and you're mentally compromised, and maybe you have full-blown dementia, or maybe you imagine things, that's also possible. I mean,
that's an odd thing to think. I killed somebody to cover up the moonlighting project. What are the odds of that being dementia?
Not very good, but also possible. When people have dementia, they think they're secret agents. They don't know what the fuck is going on. They don't know their name. They don't know their kids. People are dying. They're dying. You know, usually there's a lot of stuff going on. It's
So
not
he
just
articulated a lot of details.
fascinating.
Yeah.
And could be what we hope it is, which is deathbed confession. Like, didn't E. Howard Hunt have a deathbed confession about the JFK assassination?
Well, one of the videos that we have queued up, Jamie, is his son giving his deathbed confession. confession, right? As he was dying of cancer, of what he saw his father say. He says, I lived right across from him in an airport base. My father was chief of security. He shows us a picture of his badge and his uniform. He was there.
Yeah.
And what Bill Casey said, I had to look up from my own library. Bill Casey said the whole moon landing falsification was supervised by the United States Air Force. Well, my dad was in the Air Force. I never heard of Cannon Air Force Base. It's tiny, few eyewitnesses. And then every department of the military has their special ops intelligence division headquarters. It's headquartered in Cannon Air Force Base. And so that's where it was filmed. And I even confirmed several people were there, including a gentleman by the name of Robert Emanate. Never heard of the guy. A science fiction writer who promotes UFOs, which is another reason to doubt UFOs. Because the same guy who says UFOs are real spent his whole life saying the moon landings are real. You see that? Same thing with the astronaut. Stephen Greer's number one source that UFOs are real. I have a book coming out about this as well on my website. He says his number one source that UFOs are real is the Apollo astronaut studies. You see that? And
which one, Edgar Mitchell?
Well, yeah, Edgar Mitchell among many others.
And let's come back to that. Let's come back to that. This is great. Appreciate you. Thank you for coming here. It's been a lot of fun, and I hope you don't mind me being annoying, but I have to cover this. We'll get into more.
You don't have to.
I know you. This is the right way to do it. Trust me. Okay. We'll take a right back. So, we were at Gus Grisham died fired. There's another guy who NASA had hired to make a report. He had this 500-page report. I think it was 500 pages about how badly mismanaged the whole program was, and that he saw so many flaws that he thought it was never going to come around. And then
Thomas
he died.
Barrett.
Yes, Ronald Thomas Barrett, right? And he died on train tracks.
That's right. That was kind of
his family.
Yeah, I go through fads, and there was a big fad period where a lot of people's cars were train crashes. I think back there this was before DNA evidence, to get rid of the forensic evidence.
That's also how they killed those kids in Arkansas that found the cocaine. That was the whole part of that Tom Cruise movie, the true story behind the Tom Cruise movie with what's that guy's name? The Jamie Barry Stevens. Yeah, he's smuggling drugs and dropping them off in Arkansas while Bill Clinton was the governor. And they killed these kids and put them on train tracks.
Here's a relevant point about Bill Clinton, two of them. On page 156 of his book, you know this. He says that he doubts as president the authenticity of the moon landing.
Well, he said it in a very court way, right?
That's what he said.
Well, he told an anecdote about a carpenter that he was working with in 1969, saying how amazing it is that these guys, people that he landed on, and the carpenter said, those TV fellows can get you to believe anything. I don't believe the thing they say. And then he said, back then I thought the old guy was a crank, paraphrasing. But now, after 8 years in the White House, he might have been ahead of his time.
I think that was not paraphrasing. I think that was word for word.
Yeah.
Good memory. Here's the second
It's
point.
not word for word, sure.
But here's the second point about President Clinton. When he finally, after denying it 20 times, admitted that he had an affair, a reporter asked him, why did you do it? You know what he said? Why? What? Because I did it. Meaning because I couldn't get away with it. That's what people need to see. They did make the moon landing. Why did they do it? Because they could. And these people are still in power. It's
Well,
a dangerous thing.
Also because they wanted to win this Cold War with Russia. They wanted to get this economic and cultural victory, right?
That could be there.
Okay, so here's another question.
You murder Americans. Do that?
Allegedly.
Well,
we assume. Yeah. We don't really. The Thomas Ronald Barrett was because that report was buried, correct? After that? That's right. And in the report, do we have details of exactly what we said in the report?
Well, basically, he said, like Gus Grissom said, they were a decade or more away from going to the moon. And that was after the Apollo 1 fire. Their report, of course, he died right before he was testified against. Coincidence.
Yeah.
About how NASA was so far on its schedule. Now, NASA has never kept a schedule a single time in their entire history, except the most complicated mission of all time. You ever had a schedule? And you realize there's never been an aerospace machine, airplane, whatever, that ever worked on the first occasion, not even the Wright brothers plane, and a 747. There's millions of aircraft that already been built. 10 years more technologically advanced than the Apollo rocket. It took 168 attempts to get off the ground. And yet, the first time in history, there was an aviation project that worked on the first occasion that happened to be the most complicated one of all time. You see that coincidence? How about that?
So humans have accomplished some pretty amazing things, but the leap between that and the moon landings, in terms of getting biologically living human beings to survive this 2-week journey to land on the moon and come back, how long did it take? All days in space.
Well, for setting the goal of doing it, it took only half years.
But the actual
since then, they're talking about it being taking 15 years before we return to the moon. Even though they have 54 years better technology, it's going to take twice the time to return to the moon with 5 decades.
But again, you'd also say because it's not as focused an effort. It's not like
well, it is a focused effort because presidents have said they're going to return to the moon in 5 years, right? Yeah, you had Bush Sr. said it, and Reagan said it, Clinton said it, Obama said it, Bush Sr., Bush Jr., Trump. They've all said we're going to return. Yeah, we said we're going to return to the moon by 2024. Time's running out. Got to time. Well, they said we were going to have people orbiting them. They said in 2014 we will have people orbiting them in 2018. 100% behind schedule. My point is they only have mannequins orbiting them.
So my point was that the leap between what we do now in terms of the difficulty of getting into space, getting into lower and coming back, it gets compounded greatly by actually going to landing, taking off, coming back. Like that's much work. And the only time it was ever accomplished was between 1969 and 1972. 7 attempts, 6 successful.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. But let's just say what they're saying. Just what they're saying seems very strange that no one else did it. It seems very strange that it stopped right there. It's very strange that no other missions.
That's right. It's the only technological achievement in the entire history of the world that no one, any nation, could repeat 50 years later. Now,
just their position. Like it took so much money and so many resources that we don't have better served going to other things. And that's why they haven't been there. Why should they go back? They went there. They understand. They proved they went there because there's laser reflectors on the moon that they can shoot lasers at. They will bounce off and show you that there's a laser reflector on the moon.
And that's not argument either because in 1958, according to Scientific American magazine, they were bouncing lasers off the moon without any man-made reflectors thereon. All they had to do was choose the landing site and have reflecting surfaces. Additionally, Russia put an unmanned person on the moon with laser.
Yes,
so that isn't really.
I was going to. That's the argument.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you. That is the argument. Right? Yeah. And so the argument is laser reflecting through. Another one of the goofiest ones was when they used reconnaissance imagery and they showed, look, you can see the landing site. Like, what are you?
Well, yeah. I mean, you have to understand. They already faked a full body picture of an astronaut standing on the surface of the moon, which is filmed in Columbus, New Mexico, according to an eyewitness. Okay, so you're asking the Fox for the proof that they didn't steal a ticket. You're saying after faking a full body image that was shot in air, pretending it's on the moon.
My client, Mr. Fox, as an upstanding citizen, and my client refutes all allegations.
Well, the same fraudulent organization has a little shadow from a nice satellite.
Yeah, there's a lot of weirdness. Yeah. Another bit of weirdness that is fun to watch people do mental gymnastics to explain away is the flag blowing in the breeze. So, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Nice. What does it show?
The guy.
No, what does it show? What do you say? I can just tell you any one of those spots is a landing site. I mean, you don't see much. Do you know what I'm saying? It doesn't prove nor disprove. It's not clear enough to say what that is, right? It's not clear. I don't see any objects that look like they're definitively either rover. I don't see anything that makes me think that's what that is, but it could be because it's not that clear. So it's neither proof nor it doesn't prove or disprove those things, in my opinion.
Well, here's another. You have Neil Armstrong said he personally picked up a particular rock, put it in his pocket, and saved it to the Prime Minister of the Netherlands. So he gave proves to be fake. That Neil Armstrong picked up and personally delivered, but no reporter asks. So if the little rocks are fake, what about the little mission?
Okay, to steelman that, you would say, what was the chain of custody between Neil Armstrong and this Prime Minister?
And he personally gave it to him. And he said, I picked this up off the surface of the moon. This is the rock. I remember it. Here you go. Put it in a box. That's not much chain of command to get messed
The
up.
thing is, like, who's got it after that? And is it possible someone stole it, swapped it out, but the rock will look like that's bullshit? Possible. You have to think it's possible.
I don't think it's possible.
I'm with you. I don't think it's possible. I mean, it seemed highly likely that they gave him a fake moon rock. But do you have to leave the door open to someone who's involved, who's fraudulent, who knew there was a moon rock there, and some guy said, "Yeah, I'll give you $100,000."
Another interesting point is 6 weeks before they're allegedly going to the moon for the very first time, somehow with that deadline, von Braun, the Nazi, takes a leisurely vacation in Antarctica. That's where he picks up, dozens of pounds of lunar meteorites. I wonder what these those.
Let's explain that too. That Antarctica is one of the best places to find meteorites because the fact that it's completely white, it's all frozen snow, and the meteorites will stand out. They'll stand out in the snow.
Yeah, and it hardly ever there's not much to cover them up. And maybe the orbit, being the South Pole, is more prone to meteorites.
Right. So it's very well known that you can get meteorites in Antarctica, and a lot of them they can conclusively prove came from the moon. Correct? This is all true. Okay. So Werner von Braun maybe needed to know what he was looking at when he got those moon rocks back. And so it's like, well, we have any Antarctica? Well, yes, sir, we do. We have some lunar meteorites you can find in Antarctica. Let's take a trip. Did he have a broken arm at the time? I believe
there's one picture of him right after he was captured, where his arm was broken. And I was just talking
right after he was captured, because I thought it was in Antarctica.
No. It was he's in his Nazi uniform, and it's right after he got captured and brought over to Operation Paperclip. I always wonder how he broke his arm. It's like either he was being sassy during an interrogation, or he got bombed, got pulled out of rubble.
Could have been he loved Hitler so much he did.
Yeah, or maybe he got carpal syndrome from doing the salute that he died.
So he was a legitimate Nazi, and this is important too, because this is the thing that I know a lot of people have denied. Operation Paperclip was an operation that took place right after the end of World War II, where we acquired a bunch of Nazi scientists that went on to do the Apollo program. Werner von Braun was one of them. Simon Wiesenthal Center had said while he was alive that if he was alive, they would prosecute him for crimes against humanity. That's right. He was a legitimate Nazi. They hung the 5 slowest Jews in a rocket factory in Berlin. So if you walked in, you would see the 5 slowest workers hanging there. And this is eyewitness accounts from people who were in that rocket factory. This is not disputed stuff that he did that. And, you can say he was just a rocket maker. He had nothing to do with that, but he was not. And
he had in charge of it.
Not just one people.
He also said before he died that the government is working on faking an alien invasion. So the guy who faked the moon landing, he said that. That the next thing, but his secretary says so.
That bitch crazy. You don't know. She might be doing coke, making stories up. She might be a
She
scammer.
seems sincere to me. He said they're going to be an asteroid threat next, followed by a fake alien invasion.
That's what he said.
And keep in mind, these Apollo astronauts just get their whole life saying the moon landings are real. And also the key people who are saying UFOs are real. And so is
not key people, but Edgar Mitchell was one of them.
And Robert Eminem made films, propaganda films to plant the seed that UFOs are real. And he was in the Air Force Base where they faked the moon landing.
Okay, can I assume that then by what you're saying, you don't think UFOs are real at all?
No, they are real, but they're not from outer space.
Okay, what about the ones that Kenneth Arnold saw in the 1950s?
I don't know that.
So this is the first.
I think UFOs are real, but they're not from outer space, according to the top 2 UFO researchers. I have a book coming out, hopefully in time of this podcast, Aliens from Planet X. It talks about their origin and future appearance. And UFOs are real and aliens are real, but they're not from outer space. And that's according to the top 2 UFO researchers after decades-long research. So go to Sabral.com and
So where do they
it's up there in time.
They're not from outer space.
They're interdimensional and potentially fallen angels, disguising themselves because they're liars of something, like you said, can't be proven or disproven. I'm from this galaxy 300 light years away.
This is kind of what Tucker Carlson thinks. He thinks there's a spiritual element to it. He thinks they've always been here. And this is what's kind of documented in the Bible. It's like good and evil.
That's it, exactly. I mean, that's what's going on. I mean, the top 2 UFO researchers said UFOs are real, number 1. Number 2, they're not from outer space. And number 3, they're demonic. And that's what I talk about. Where it talks about fallen angels interbreeding with humans. It talked about in Genesis 6 and creating a race called Nephilim, who were men of renown, world leaders.
Could you interpret that as when you say interbreeding with humans? Now imagine if what they are is a form of artificial intelligence, or I should say, instead of artificial is a word that's got a lot attached to it already. Maybe digital intelligence or human created intelligence that's not of biological origin, but it is a living thing. It's just living in a different kind of way. Now, if that is something that human beings are eventually going to, we're going to have some symbiotic relationship with electronic that's biological. You're seeing it already with Neuralink. You're seeing how this guy who was paralyzed can now utilize a computer and manipulate everyone's mind. You can move the cursor around. You're seeing artificial intelligence come to the forefront where people are realizing the power that it has, how quickly it's developing. It's happening very rapidly. Within this year, it's kind of confusing people. When better artificial technology comes along and better interfaces come along, and we start realizing the only way that we are going to survive is if we integrate. Isn't that kind of the same as something coming down and interbreeding with human beings? If these things, if this is the path of progress, this is how it goes in intelligent life forms on complicated planets, when they have complicated technology. They develop internal combustion engines or some other source of power. They start manipulating their environment, and they eventually get to the point where they can make an artificial life form. And that artificial life form is far superior intellectually to the biological life form. And the only way the biological life form can survive is if it integrates with the artificial intelligence. And people will start to do it initially. And those people will have access to tremendous resources that biological people don't have. And it'll be required, just like it's almost required for everyone to have something. Everyone's going to integrate. And in case, over time, what would that look like? It would probably look like aliens. It would probably look like some weird sort of creature that's not really biological anymore. So it doesn't have all the flaws of our primate DNA. It doesn't have all the, but it doesn't have a soul. Like, are we creating a thing without a soul that has a mandate and has it has plans for the universe, for life form? And would that kind of be demonic? It seems like that's demonic. I mean, if you want to be real simple about demons, you think they live in hell and they got pitchforks, but what kind of force would a demonic force be? Something that would overpower the human race and render it non-existent. Well, wouldn't one way to do that would be to integrate with humans to the point where it makes biological reproduction a thing of the past? all reproduction is done through either some sort of complicated gene splicing program or life and consciousness gets integrated with technology inextricably, so where everybody is some sort of a hybrid system?
Well, there is a spiritual component, including to the moon landing. I mean, you've seen a funny thing happen on the way to the moon.
Right.
It opens up with the Tower of Babel, which was built simply to boast we have the tallest building. And then we show the Titanic because the ship that God himself could not sink. And we know what happened there. Tower of Babel never finished. Titanic never made the voyage. And then Richard Nixon, when he knew they were not on the moon, said putting a man on the moon is the greatest event since creation itself. You see, mankind's greatest accomplishment, you see, and the world-leading country is putting a man on the moon. And how ironic. When I popped in that tape of the window shot and realized they really did fake the moon landing.
So that was the first one that really cemented it.
Absolutely. Because I gave them the benefit of the doubt as long as possible.
Okay, I want to go to the flag because the flag is a piece of contentious debate. The flag waving on the surface of the moon. So the moon has almost no atmosphere, correct?
Right.
Okay, and it has 1/6 Earth's gravity. So when you're watching these people plant this flag on the moon is supposedly doesn't have any wind. It definitely has the kind of wind that blows around the flag. Now the flag had a rod at the top of it, and the rod at the top of it kept it in place, and it kept it stiff so it stayed horizontal. And when you watch the video footage, the flag is waving around in what looks like a breeze. And so a lot of people have tried to kind of explain away and say, see if you can find a video of the flag itself waving.
Yeah, there's one.
So here we go. So they're planting the flag. Now, you do have to take into consideration that there's very little gravity. So it's 1/6 Earth's gravity. So things definitely in a 1/6 gravity environment, they move differently. The problem is when the flag gets ultimately planted and then they back away from it and no one's touching it anymore, then it seems to like independently be moving in the breeze.
Well, it's my opinion they had a lot of air conditioning pumped in there because the backpacks had the cooling units removed so they wouldn't fall over backwards. So it was very hot in there and they had lots of air conditioning.
There's better footage, Jamie, where you can just see.
And a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. At Sabrel.com, there's a clip of the flag blowing in the wind. We showed that a couple of times.
Here's another thing to take into consideration. This, what you're looking at, is not a direct feed that was offered to the news organizations. So what this is a projector that's projecting on a screen, and then the news organizations then point their camera at that screen, correct?
Well, actually, NASA pointed a camera at the screen. So they took the footage,
right,
put it on a big screen. You got to understand 1969 projection technology, very low resolution.
Looks like this.
Then they put a camera on it. They ran that to a monitor, and then they had people film the monitor.
Right.
So it was deliberately fourth generation. So they're intentionally degrading the quality of the signal. The networks wanted a live feed, and they gave them fourth generation instead.
But this is important to know. Like that wasn't. I mean, if you can get someone on the moon, you can get better footage. In terms of like
Gilligan's Island
but hold on.
went to
in
color
terms of what we know
in 1965. Why didn't they have color? Right? I mean, this is
even if they don't have color. Let's just say it's easy to do it in black and white. Let's just say that. If they did it in black and white, there's no reason why they can't get a clear feed directly to the news organizations and to television. There's no reason to be filming it on a monitor. There's no reason to do that.
Well, there is. Cover up the fact that it's done in a TV studio.
But if you can overcome the technological hurdles to get people to the moon, you can overcome the technological hurdles to allowing people to have clear access, clear footage of what this thing is instead of fourth generation stuff, right?
Yeah, like I said, I think if Gilligan's Island went from black and white to color in 1965, NASA can afford a color camera on the moon. After all, it is the most technologically advanced event. Why wouldn't they want a high-resolution color camera? They didn't because it might show that it's a fake scene, which it was. That's why they degraded the signal by fourth generations.
Do we have better footage of the flag waving around the moon? Because there's some footage of it where you're just like, this is weird.
Yeah, there's something, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon about halfway through.
Something color the next one on Apollo 12.
Okay, let's see that one.
I was trying to find that.
Just Google flag blowing in the wind on the moon.
Well, if you Google it, you may not want to show it. So it's in my movie.
If you put it on YouTube as a YouTube search, it'll show it. There's one. Apollo.
This one's pretty good.
Click
I
that
think
one, Apollo 15.
Yeah.
Click on that one, Jamie. Apollo 15. No, Jamie. Back. Where it says Apollo. No, I said the one that says Apollo 15. Right there. That's it. Yeah. Okay. So this one, this is color. He plants it. It still looks shitty, but he plants it. And let's get a look at it. I think it's out of the way. You can see it moving around. So this is it. So this thing's kind of just waving on its own. No one's even touching it. And it looks like it's waving in a breeze. It stops moving and then it starts moving again. Now, again,
there's
one
footage that shows it even more so than that.
Yeah.
Like an astronaut walking past it, creating the breeze, and the flag blows without him touching it.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. So how much further is this going to change? So speed ahead. I think this is actually the one where the guy walks by it and then it starts going to the breeze. Here it goes. Does it show it where he walks by it? There it is. It's back there because you see his image. Where? There he is, right there. Not so much. There it is. See that? So watch that again. So this is the one. He hops by, and as he hops by, the breeze makes the flag blow.
Because he's in an air environment. He's not on the moon.
Right. That is a weird one. Do it again. Look at this. As he hops by, he doesn't touch the flag.
Now, can I do
The
devil's
flag blows.
advocate? What do you call it? Steal what?
Steal what?
Okay. The reason why he's doing that is really on the moon is because there's micrometeorites hitting him, and they're bouncing off of him and hitting the flag.
What?
How about pretty good one?
Is that real?
I just,
Oh, I thought they were trying.
I was trying to come up with an excuse as to why the moon landings are real. You like that one?
That is good. Micrometeor.
Well, actually, Von Braun found publications of this. Mind you, my film cost $1 million. It was financed by a board member of an aerospace company who builds rockets for NASA, who knows it's fake, who gave me $1 million to produce these films as his patriotic duty to expose it. We found documentation from Von Braun that says every 24 hours on the moon, there's a 50% chance of a catastrophic, deadly error because of decompression from a micrometeorite. So they were there 3 days. They were 150% chance they would have been killed from a micrometeorite. Grain of sand traveling through space at 25,000 miles an hour. And he said you would have to immediately go into a cave once you went down. They never did that. He also said in writing, in order to go to the moon in one rocket, he says that cannot happen. You need 3 rockets, each weighing, each being 10 times the tonnage of the Queen Mary, or some 800,000 tons each, in order to go to the moon. And the Saturn V was 2,500 tons, not 800,000 tons. We have that in writing.
Wait, that was from his book, right? What year was that?
I think that came out in 1959, and then he recanted on his math shortly thereafter by 30,000%. And now Elon Musk wants to, quote, return to the moon. And he says to return to the moon, we need to make 9 fuel trips first to carry the fuel necessary to be able to go to the moon from there. That's exactly what Von Braun said in my clips at Safran.com. You have to make multiple fuel trips to go to the moon first to the space station, and then from there you can go. Elon Musk did the same thing. But how did they do it? With a rocket that contained 1/30,000th of a percent of the amount of fuel Von Braun said.
One of my favorite films is the film of the lunar module leaving. When it leaves, when the camera pans, and it looks. Let's show it. Let's show. What year was that? Which?
I think that was one of the last missions, and I think you're talking about where the camera perfectly tilts up with the little model going up.
Yes.
And of course, with the delay, how could you synchronize that? Of course, you could.
Well, you could, because you know it's 4 seconds, right? Just like it's radio waves.
No, but it'd probably be more than that going through all the analog equipment.
Right, but you could time it. You could say you could have a 5 second delay. So this is it. This is it. So this is launching. Watch this.
It's perfectly tilting up with it in real time.
It's just
with the remote control from NASA with the radio delay that I suspect would be more like 12 seconds.
But also,
because today, if you say to someone in Atlanta talking to someone in Iraq, hey, how's it going? 1, 2, 3. Hey, I'm doing fine. That's just on halfway around the world.
You can say the panning is interesting, but you could put time on it. The thing looking so goofy is so crazy. Like that thing is supposed to get off 1/6 Earth's gravity and fly like that. How? What's it doing? It looks so fucking fake. It looks like it's being pulled by strings. Look, it might be real. I'm certainly not an astronaut. I don't know what I'm talking about. But if you had a guess, if you showed this to me and said, "Hey, do you think this is real or fake?" and you didn't give me any context, I'd be like, "What is this? It's cheap science fiction. What is this?" And then here it goes, like, that's leaving a planet. How's it leaving? Is that some new space technology? Where's the fire coming out of the bottom of it? How's it doing that? I mean, it just looks fake. It might be real. It might be one of those things that is real but looks fake. Right?
So somebody used to have to anticipate the timing ignition, which I guess he could have guessed was going to be in 5 seconds and just lifted the remote control.
Could he have guessed?
I have no idea what it is.
I guess you could guess and say, I'm going to launch in 5. And so then you count 10. Because he's going to, you got like a 5 second delay. So when he gets to, like, if he counts down from 10, he gets to 5, you hit it.
Well, there's a 3-second delay today, halfway around the world with modern equipment, talking from like Atlanta to Iraq.
Right.
3 seconds. With only halfway around the world with modern equipment.
He has to say it. So the guy on the moon has to say, I'm launching now. He has to wait 5 seconds.
It would be at least a 12-second delay, I think, possibly more than that. The delay itself of the radio, waves there, back, plus all that analog equipment.
But it is not impossible to do a 12-second delay. It's only 12 seconds. If you had a stopwatch and you counted it and you had a far enough vision where you could see the base of the lunar module, you could see it detach, and then you kind of got it, as long as you got enough of a field of view in the footage. Oh boy, it looks fake. It also looks fake in the way it's moving up. Watch it again, because it's moving up like it's being pulled by strings.
Well, it looks fake because it is fake.
Most things that look fake are fake. Not all of them, but the vast majority of things that look fake are fake. And watch how this pulls up. Here it goes. It detaches. It's like, what is that? Now, here's the question. Did they practice this at all on Earth? Did they practice taking off on one of those things? Or could
I
they?
don't think they
Because
did.
they
They
could.
practiced landing.
But here's the question. They couldn't, right? Because it wouldn't have the same amount of thrust on Earth because the gravity is so much stronger. So that thing wouldn't have been operational, right?
Well, they had a lunar lander simulation that Neil Armstrong almost got killed in 6 weeks beforehand. He couldn't fly it on Earth in the safety of a tried-and-true environment. That was 6 weeks.
Right, but also, again, the gravity of Earth is much greater than the gravity of the
Well, they
Moon.
took that into account. It was supposed to be a simulation of it.
So it's more powerful to overcome Earth's gravity. Yeah. So then you have a totally different machine. You're dealing with totally different factors. Maybe it would be easy with 1/6 Earth's gravity. Maybe easy. Boom, it lands.
Apparently it was.
But 1/6, I would like to know how much thrust do you need to get off of the gravity of the moon if it's 1/6 Earth's gravity versus what it takes to get off of Earth? Like, what are those calculations? And how is that amount of force being generated by that thing? And is it? Because that would be a really good question. Because if you can't prove that you can do that, like, how do you do that?
Well, this is one reason why NASA destroyed all the schematics, all the electronics, all the diagrams of the equipment, because you could later prove that the lunar module, see, they claimed that the lunar module was powering air conditioning on a bank of car batteries and competed against 250 degrees outside and got it down to a comfortable 72 for 3 or 4 days. I mean, you tried that at home, with the car batteries.
All batteries of today, like my Tesla only goes 350 miles. If I drive real slow.
And so they're saying they powered air conditioning off much more primitive batteries, 24 hours, 3 or 4 days in a row, against 250 degrees outside. So this is an indirect proof. If you really went to the moon and spent $200 billion, you would never destroy the technology. But one of the clips we have is them saying that they intentionally destroyed all of the equipment to go to the moon. All the diagrams, all the hardware, all the schematics, all the original telemetry of where the rocket was at the time, and all the original videotapes. Ron Howard's grandfather warned him the moon landings were fake. He didn't listen. He wanted to make an IMAX movie. He went to NASA, said, give me all the originals so I can transfer it to HD, and projected it 120 feet wide. He said, give us a couple of days. And in those days, lost every single original videotape from every single Apollo mission. Now, if you really went to the moon and spent $200 billion, the last thing you would do is destroy that technology. But if you perpetrated a fraud, that's exactly what you would do.
So what is this, Jimmy? So is this landing? Is that there's Neil Armstrong? So this is the one that he was practicing on and almost died in. Look at that thing! Wow, that's crazy.
They tried on Apollo 6, failed for different reasons, and then they got it right.
So it was a timing thing. So several second delay. Here goes. The cameras were very successful capturing the images of new receiving gates, but while they could be controlled from Houston, it was felt that several second delay between Earth and the moon would make capturing the modules a second. So the plan was to pre-program the camera and hope that NASA camera operator in Houston, Ed Fendel, got his timing just right on Apollo 15. The tilt mechanism malfunctioned, meaning the camera was never panned upwards, and thus the lunar module rapidly accelerated upwards out of the picture. On Apollo 16 mission, the astronauts actually parked the rover in the wrong place, so the cameras worked perfectly. It was too close to the module, and again, once it lit up the engines, it accelerated swiftly out of picture. Happily, Apollo 17 got everything right. What is perhaps most remarkable about looking back on it was that no one realized the significance of the liftoff at the time. Persistent rumors suggest that NASA had to pay the networks to cover Apollo 17 mission at all. And when final liftoff of humanity from the moon took place, it barely raised a mention on that evening's news reports. That's a really important point, too, because people were really tired of it. Like, they were mad that it was interrupting I Dream of Jeannie.
I Love Lucy.
Oh, that's what it was. I Love Lucy. Yeah.
Well, that's from Wikipedia that continually defends the fake moon landings. In fact, if you type in moon landing fraud, you don't get anything about the fraud. You get 1,000 videos defending these supposed moon missions. Now, if the moon missions are real, then anyone who says otherwise is an idiot.
Okay, so how did they defend?
If I were going around saying George Washington was not the first president, neither did Mickey Mouse, do you think there'd be 1,000 videos to reassure people that George Washington was the first president, not Mickey Mouse? But there's 1,000 videos out there. There's tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of hours to produce to defend the moon landings. If it's so obvious, they should speak for themselves. It has to be continually supported because it's made out of straw. That's why.
So the lunar module leaving the surface of the moon, how did they practice that? It was the first time they ever pulled that off, the first time they ever tried it?
I think they used a simulation.
But did they do that on the moon?
Well, they couldn't practice.
Right, so but they
the first time.
They did it flawlessly every single time. Did they have the ability to land something on the moon and have it take off remotely? Did they have that kind of control back then?
No, I don't think so.
Probably not, right? So if they did, if Apollo 11 did happen and they did take off, and at that time they did it, was the first time anybody had ever tried to use one of those things to get off the surface of the moon. So they every time flawlessly with a person in it, with two people in it, three, two people in it, one person in the lunar orbiter.
Landed on them. 10 were launched into space. Of those, 6 landed by humans on the moon. first two were flown, test, and lowered, ordered out of through all of them.
Let's talk about the AI discovery. You know about that.
But hold on before we get going. So the first two were America?
The landing was Apollo 10, and then stuff to Apollo 11.
And so is it footage of them trying that thing? No, just having it launched on Earth. I'd be fascinated to see what it looks like. How that thing gets into the air. You know, because if they were able to make a lunar lander that Neil Armstrong got in, that thing was very different from the ones that were on the moon. But that thing, it's doing that to try to overcome the 6 times gravity that Earth has over the moon. What does that look like when they're testing that thing? Like, how much thrust does it have? And where is the engine? Where is the rockets that propel that thing in space? Like, where do you fit those? This is my question. You know, and so how did they explain that away? Like, what is the conventional explanation as to how that thing had the amount of power that was required to get off of the moon's gravity, get away from the moon, and fly to Earth?
Well, how did they do it with 1/30,000% of the fuel that Bob Braun said they had to? Why is it today, when we return to the moon, you have to make 9 fuel trips to be able to go to the moon and return, but somehow they did it in 1 trip?
I'm looking at a video of it, but there's some people smarter every day recreated the lunar lander and tested it.
Oh, okay. See what they did. So this is one they did on Earth?
I don't know if this worked in space, honestly, see if we can get it there. But
right.
Find out how successful it was.
So you certainly could make something that obviously is a person in that. Right? That's small. That's different.
I think that video I took a second ago, the test footage.
Okay.
But I don't know, again, trying to find the official.
Let's talk about the AI's latest discovery. That's the latest breakthrough.
Okay.
They had an AI conference in November. You know, they have all these conferences, automobile conferences, video equipment conferences, shoe conferences, and they had the latest AI conference in November in Moscow. And just like at these conventions, you can try out a car driving around the track. It gets 150 miles a gallon and somehow never makes the market. Well, Google has its most advanced AI. A bunch of AIs hooked it together called the Neural Network. And they let people play around with it for 3 days. One group had it write a symphony. One group had it write a novel. Another group tested its fake detection program, which has never been wrong. It can tell you in 1 second video whether a video of Biden or Trump is real or deep fake. It's never been wrong. First, they sent it pictures from the moon surface from the unmanned Chinese probes from a few years ago. It said they're real. And then they said it comparison. Pictures from the Apollo missions. And it said absolutely fake for multiple reasons. Fake background, fake foreground. They even pointed out that one picture was not even a real astronaut. It was a miniature of the astronaut. The AI detected that the footprints were not the way a human normally walked. It was stamped in there with a miniature. And that the entire set wasn't even real. It was a miniature of the set so they could show a fast
Where's
background.
this AI? Where can someone see that?
Go to Sigrel.com. I wrote an article about it. There's a video of it of Putin himself being shown the results that the latest AI says the moon landings are fake. And then when I tried to track down the original article, it warned you, click to proceed, all the data on your computer will be stolen and be associated with child pornography.
It says that?
I have go to Sigrel.com. There's a clip of it. I did a screenshot. It says that. That's how desperate they are. Because the latest AI says the moon landings are fake. You think that story is on RT? Their president was there. Nowhere to be found.
Does the latest AI look at that Apollo 17 lunar module taken off?
Well, I don't know that they showed it that footage, but they showed it still pictures from the Apollo mission, and they showed it still pictures from the surface of the moon from the unmanned Chinese probes. They said the Chinese probe pictures are real, the Apollo pictures are fake. The smartest AI in the world with a deep fake detection program that's never been around.
How is that not public? How is that not major news?
Exactly. Right? Why is it that Fox News cancels their #1 program? It's been does this to make money. You know, we had the former director of the Russian Space Agency a little over a year ago. He said the moon missions were fake. Fox News calls me up the next day. They said, Bart, we want to do an hour-long special about whether the moon landings are real or not. And we just want to be honest with you. We haven't read your book. We haven't seen your film. And irregardless of what's in there, we will conclude that the moon missions are real. The point is to reassure the public. And then, during that hour-long program, which I saw after the fact, they had a quote from one scientist in 1969 that said, congratulations, therefore these kids saved the reckless taking sleep. And I'm like, well, what about the former director of the Russian space program who said 6 weeks ago that it was fake? They deliberately don't mention that. You think RT is
You
out?
said it was fake.
Well, the former director of the Russian Space Agency.
Who's he?
His name is Dmitry Rogozin. And he said that the Apollo missions are fake. And Fox News called me up. They had to put out that fire. You see that? And they said, we will conclude without investigating it, without reading your book. And even if your book is going to prove that it was fake, we're still going to conclude that it was real.
Of course, it's Fox.
And then,
Your network.
well, yeah, and then are they really anti-corruption? No, they're not. And there it is right there. You know, it doesn't say this is
It's the neural network thinks almost everything in its photo is fake. Meanwhile, it breaks. Back up. Back it up again. It's the neural network thinks almost everything in its photo is fake. That's the moon landing fact. So meanwhile, it raises no particular questions about this photo taken by a Chinese lunar rover. So this is someone explaining this to Putin, and they're looking at it. He believes this one's fake. He's pointing to the Apollo. Yes, look at the red. This is Google's neural network thinks, not ours. So there will be no bias. But it's surprising, but it does believe so. The neural network has analyzed a lot of data, including light, dark contrast, etc. And then it believes the photo is synthetic. Very interesting.
Now, he's not surprised. So he knows already that it's fake. Let me tell you something, Joe. I know somebody who works for the Chinese Space Agency. Okay? I just did an interview with him for my YouTube channel. And he says everybody there knows that the Apollo missions are fake.
So why don't they like publicly broadcast?
Let me tell you exactly why. He says they're blackmailing NASA. NASA is giving them illegally, according to the own federal law, secret space technology in exchange for China not blowing the whistle. And that's the alleged reason why it must be real. The Russians would have found out, and the Chinese would have found out, and would have blown the whistle. That's just not true. Let's say I had a picture of a world leader with a prostitute. I could upload it to the internet and take them down, and that would be it. Or I could blackmail them year after year after year. And that's what I have a source in the command center of the space station at China Space Agency. He says they know, everyone knows it's fake. They're blackmailing NASA for technology. So the federal government is violating their own espionage act. You see that? Russia does. The guy's not surprised at all. In fact, my interpretation of his emotion, he's afraid. He looks afraid that the truth is going to come out. Now, you see, and then RT doesn't cover that story. They don't cover it. And I saw another AI story on RT. So I went to the comment section. And I leave about 2 or 3 comments a year in there. I've never had one taken down in 3 or 4 or 5 years. I leave a comment, hey guys, why didn't you cover that the latest AI, where Putin is there, says that the moon missions are fake? They took down they won't let you go to the original link. You see, Fox News is covering up for the federal government. You see, it's a great embarrassment. I showed that footage that we talked about for quite a while to a news director at NBC. He practically fainted. He says it absolutely proves they didn't go to the moon. I said, when are you going to broadcast it? He thought, he said, you can't. I don't want to go down it as the man who caused the next Civil War. He says this will outrage the public. 10 years later, a new director at NBC News sees the footage. They say, Bruce, we didn't go to the moon. They fly me to New York. They put me up in the Waldorf Astoria Hotel. They pay me thousands of dollars for the exclusive license to that footage. And they said, Bart, I'm sorry to tell you this, keep the money, but we're going to have to cancel the program. Like what the ISS said, well, we got a call from someone in the federal government threatening us, and we backed down.
Yeah.
You see? So people see that footage, it convinced me. And I was a big moon fan. You know, pride is a thing. Here's something I wanted to say. I talked to a guy who teaches aerospace at a major university, and he said even if he saw Buzz Aldrin confess on national TV that the moon missions were fake, he would still think they're real. Pride is simply the unwillingness to be wrong. And humility is the willingness to be wrong. I was willing to be wrong. It is what it is. They did fake the moon landing. The government is that corrupt.
Okay, let's go over some other stuff. One thing I wanted to go over is the photographs and the shadows being at different angles. Because this has been disputed and this has been refuted by some people that are photographic experts. They've looked at this and said this is actually possible to get these kind of different angles even in battery cycle. It's debatable. So let's talk about it. So,
okay, so here we have on the right-hand side a picture taken from the alleged last mission to the moon. You'll see on the left-hand side is sunlight. Try it yourself. Right. Go out in your front yard or your parking lot at work on a cloudless day. 2 people, 2 telephone poles, 2 trees. They will always run parallel. They will never intersect. It's impossible for sunlight shadows to intersect. Over here on the right, they claimed was taken in sunlight. After all, there's no atmosphere. It's 20 times brighter on the moon than on Earth. The last thing you need is an electrical light. And the astronaut shadow is going at 12 o'clock, and a rock 5 feet away. The shadow is going at 9 o'clock. A 90-degree intersection, proving that that was taken with an electrical light that's really close, and it's probably the astronaut. And if you go to the right of it, it's going to throw the angle off. That proves it in a court of law. Take a jury out. Let's see the picture on the left. Turn out the lights of the courtroom, bring in a spotlight, and you will prove in a court of law that that picture was taken with an electrical light, which proves they are on Earth and not on the moon.
Now, what is the conventional explanation as to why these shadows move in different directions? When people try to debunk it, I'm sure you've seen them try to debunk it. What is their take on it?
I've never heard it debunked, to tell you the truth. They've ignored it. In fact, the reporter from National Mechanical Magazine, Popular Mechanics interviewed me, and they said I can't explain it. I talked to the Washington Post about the footage we shot. He was doing a story about isn't it interesting on the 30th anniversary, some people doubt the moon landing. I said, well, what about that footage? And he says, well, it looks to me like they didn't go to the moon. And I said, well, why don't you do a story about that? He says, if I did that, I would be fired. That's the Washington Post.
Okay. Jamie, what are your thoughts?
Out of the gate.
Yeah.
This photo, I go, sun's behind them.
Well, what about the one side by side?
Yeah, this photo is not as interesting. That's one.
Go to the side by side one. What's your opinion of that? Sunlight on the left, electrical lighting on the right.
Well, why is that the electrical light? There's lots of things that make light.
Sure. Well, let's take a look at the image.
I'm trying to pull it back up.
Well, my book, which is interactive, has 17 clips. One of the clips, if you want to find it, is National Geographic did a special just to refute my film. And what they did was, you can find that clip, it's under Sorrel.com, Moonlight Video Clips. And they go to a desert at night. They dress up an actor in an astronaut costume. They bring out a spotlight. And they have people stand next to the astronaut, and the shadows intersect. You know what they say, Joe? They say that proves that the moon missions are real. I said, well, wait a minute. It proves that they were taken by electrical light. Why didn't you go out to a desert during the day, during sunlight? You see, they brought in a spotlight, the shadows diverged, and they said it proves that the moon landings are real.
That's a close source, right?
Yeah, but my point is, what they actually did is they proved the missions were taken with an electrical light because they
brighter everywhere.
What's that?
If you take those in the desert in the day, the entire sky is bright. You have to block out a lot of light.
Well, it doesn't matter. The shadows are still going to run parallel. It doesn't matter.
That's what I was trying to get at before I cut off. Is that this photo here, very similar to the other photo. It looks like the sun is probably behind it. It's probably the brightest source that they have around them. You already emitted that without adding extra laser reflectors that the moon surface is reflective. So there's going to be reflection off of that. And you're going to probably have the Earth, which is also now a second source of light coming from a different angle that the sun is, to create potentially, without knowing exactly everything. I'm not a math scientist nor where the sun is, but where the sun and Earth are at this particular time of day. They could create different shadows.
Well, not really, because the sun.
Why not?
Well, I'll tell you, because the sun is a million times bigger in volume than the Earth, and that would be like a bright sunny day at home, shining a flashlight on the ground. You think you're going to see pictures and you think
all light sources know when they're going to look different.
Right.
Wait
Which different light that gets emitted by the Earth and the amount of light that gets emitted by the sun is substantial.
Right, that would be like shining a flashlight on the ground at high noon on the cloud to say you're not going to see the beam of the sunlight.
The thing is,
and,
though,
and the surface, taken from a filmmaker, that's called reflective light. It's not gonna cast a distinctive shadow.
Yes, but here's my point. It's still that rock on the upper right hand corner, even if it was getting light from the Earth that made that shadow that underneath it to the left that goes in the wrong direction, you would still get the same kind of shadow that you get off the astronaut behind the rock. There's no reason why that would blast out that shadow. That shadow would be significantly stronger.
Right, that's why this is the reason I wanted to get this photo, because that's the one he sent and has other stuff on it. I wanted to try a different photo.
Well, this one is not nearly as convincing.
It just has shadows going in different directions all over the place.
And that's because it's taken with electrical light.
Well, it does seem that they're going in different directions.
Apollo.
Right. Well, Apollo 11, they're saying was taking with electrical light change. What are you saying?
No, he's saying it's from electrical light. My point here, right now, look, the sunlight behind the guy's head, right over here on the left, shadow coming to the right, here on the right.
Who said that sunlight?
Jamie, if you had electrical light,
if it were sunlight, the shadows would be parallel. But you're actually proving it's electrical light because sunlight is parallel.
Yeah, but hold on, Jamie, don't stop.
But you guys are fighting against the things that I'm saying as a photographer, as a filmmaker, and like
we're not fighting.
You're assuming it's sunlight.
I said it could be 4 different lights. It also could be the reflector of the actual lunar lander. That thing is made of giant, tiny metal. It has also light reflecting in multiple ways.
Where's the lunar lander? Maybe.
That's where the problem are. I wasn't there.
Right. That's part of the problem with analyzing each individual short little photograph like this. But if I'm looking at this, I see one very distinct shadow.
So here's the bottom right there. That got those shadows at 2 different angles.
That's kind of crazy.
That means an electrical light. That's what it means.
Well,
why? Because I just showed you what a picture looks like.
Why does that be electrical light? There's lots of light sources.
Yeah, that's true.
Well,
that's true. But there's also a hot spot.
They either filmed it on the moon or they filmed it on Earth.
And that's where
if it's on the moon, the shadows are parallel in sunlight. If the shadows intersect, it's an electrical light. They're actually on Earth, and they're trying to fix it out.
So what you're saying is that if it's electrical light, it's more than one source of light that they have suspended. And so these are going to cast light in different directions. It's going to create shadows that come at different angles, as opposed to the enormous sun, which bathes everything in a fairly even distribution.
Yeah, if there's 2 light sources, like 2 electrical lights that run in different directions,
right.
Or if there's 1 light, because it's close. The sun is 93 billion miles away. That electrical light is probably like 10 feet away. So if you're behind it, it's going to cast the shadow, or in front of it, it's going to cast the shadow straight ahead. If you're to the side of it, it's going to cast an angle in the light in a different angle, and the shadow in a different angle.
And okay, and so this one is just one.
I mean, look at this picture on the right. It's the most famous picture. Get the original off of eBay. They color corrected this. The soil and the original picture around his feet is caramel brown. Look at the pictures of the Chinese probe that the AI said was real. It was a caramel brown color. And they had the background grayish blue. And they said, oh, we can see the fake background too easily. So they color corrected it. Go to eBay, go to your library, find a publication from 1970, and you'll see, and all the lunar pictures, the originals from, there's one there. There's the brown one in the back. There was one picture of the original print of the soil being brown right there. That's the color. All that set of pictures that I had, those 20 pictures I got from my dad, all of them had the soil that color, including the famous one of Buzz Aldrin, right? They all had a caramel brown, and in the Chinese probes, the soil is caramel brown because that's the color.
Right.
Really
Right. But if you landed a probe in, the desert in California versus you landed a probe in the middle of Austin in rainy season, you're going to get different crap, different color, right? Wouldn't we assume that when we look at them, there's a bunch of different shades of the moon, right? That's the man. There's like
well, and all the NASA pictures and the original prints, they're all the same shape,
right? Because they're in that spot where it's that.
But you have to see there's a before and after of that same picture.
Okay, that about
the original picture. You have to find it on eBay or whatever. The original picture.
Don't you think it's online?
Could be, but you have to go to eBay and type in Apollo 11.
Well, everybody knows eBay is the most trusted source of information. There's no way.
What we need is the original prints that came out in 1969, and those soil is brown, and yet in this most recent picture they comes directly.
Why do you think they did that?
Because the soil was brown and the background was raised where they didn't match, and you could see the fake backdrop so much easier.
Now there's another intention that the same background was used in different photographs that were supposed to be nowhere near each other.
That's true. That is true.
Okay, and what are the instances of that you could show?
Well, I don't have it queued up, but that proves that they're.
You must know what they are, though, right?
Well, I've seen them before. Other people have put them in films, and it's true that they claim they're in two different locations, but the backgrounds line up exactly on top of them. So
yeah, it's supposedly many miles apart, but yet the backgrounds are the same.
Yeah, the AI said the picture they had of an astronaut on this vast background was a miniature. It wasn't even a real astronaut.
Yeah, I want to see more of that. And that was it actually Google's AI?
It was Google's neural network.
And that's
so either Google spent billions of dollars and 10 years or more developing this AI that ended up being a piece of junk, or the moon landings. You see, which do you think is true?
Well, or the photographs. This brings me back to the thing that I was saying earlier. Look, the Hasselblad cameras that they used to photograph things. One of the things that people would always say is, oh, they were special cameras. They were different. They protected against radiation. They did a bunch of things. They were operating under the incredible temperature of the moon. But they were the same cameras, right? They weren't really special cameras.
Right. Someone sent me a link recently. They have, according to Eugene Cernan, he left a picture, a family picture, there on the surface of the moon. And he took a picture of the photograph that he left on the surface of the moon. And then someone said, okay, at what temperature does photographic print paper, Kodak paper from that time, what temperature is destroyed? Something like 145 degrees. Well, it's 100 degrees hotter than that if the moon in the picture looks perfectly fine.
Right. How long does it take for
it's just yeah. And so the AI said it. And then it says, okay, well, is this a picture of Kodak film on the, it's supposed to be. But how can it be there just leisurely laying around when it's 100 degrees hotter than what it would cause it to destroy?
What was different about the cameras that were used and what protection was in place supposedly to protect them from radiation and temperatures?
Nothing. When my film came out, that's about the time that you and I met for the first time.
Here it is. Hasselblad engineers created a coat of heat-resistant aluminum paint and removed the mirror and focus screen to save weight and allow the camera to be operated close to the head as opposed to the waist. To aid in the photo composition, they attached a bracket used for mounting camera accessories called a cold shoe to the side. It also held the astronauts' checklist while they were on the lunar surface. Inside the camera, highly precise motors allowed astronauts to scroll through a roll of film without using a hard crank. Rise knew that recreating the perfect replica of the Apollo 11 Hasselblad camera was going to be more difficult simply because there wasn't much accurate information available about it. Right. Right.
Okay, but the most significant part about this, when my film came out, Fox was going to air it as is. And right beforehand, their lawyers freaked out and said, well, we didn't show the other side of the story. My argument with you during the break, you heard their side of the story for decades. We don't need to give us the
Yeah, but
first.
my point.
Well, wait a minute, let me say. So they made a special where they interviewed. It was Conspiracy Theory Did We Go to the aired 3 times by popular demand. One of the most convincing parts is they interviewed the representative from Hasselblad Cameras. They show him a picture of allegedly a guy on the surface of the moon in sunlight. And he's embarrassed. I don't know why it looks like that. It looks like he's standing under an electrical spotlight to me.
And it's also because of the hot spot, right? It's created
That's
by
right. So the guy who made the cameras that was pretty much that the pictures are fake. He doesn't know why. It looks like an electrical Midas light, not the sun.
And again, that could be because it was almost impossible to recreate those photos, to create those photos.
Well, they showed simulations so many times during the 1969 television pictures. You know, they didn't have that much actual footage. I don't think they would have a problem saying, well, we just, destroyed the pictures. All we have is a TV image. If destroyed all the pictures. If I really went to the moon, or I was in charge of a mission, really went to the moon, and someone said, well, we got to put in fake pictures. I'm like, no way. Because people are already saying the moon missions are fake. I would never allow fake footage to be shown in a real mission. If they really went, it would jeopardize the credibility of it. They would never do it.
You had to say. But also you have to take into consideration the people that back then, there was no VCRs. They would air this once, and in their mind, that would be it. No one anticipated VCRs, no one anticipated DVDs, and certainly no one anticipated the internet. No one anticipated podcasts. No one anticipated YouTube videos. No one anticipated someone being able to analyze and look at these things. No one anticipated AI being able to look at the images and determine if they're fake.
I haven't heard your devil's advocate excuse yet, Joe, for why they intentionally destroyed a $200 million.
That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense to me why they would destroy the footage. It doesn't make any sense to me why they would not have the telemetry data. It doesn't make any sense to me. I can't think of a reason why other than gross incompetence.
No, they said they destroyed it, not accidentally. I mean, if there was any technology you might intentionally destroy, maybe the atomic bomb that the World War II. We used it in the war, now it's just destroyed all. Because they did. Well, the point is, 10 years later, 1,000 times more powerful.
Right.
So why would they destroy that technology unless they're covering their tracks?
Now, one of the things about this is that this subject is connected instantaneously with idiocy. If you believe the moon landings are fake, you are a moron. And it's something that is pushed heavily, especially by people that have a cursory understanding of the moon landing itself. And their argument is it would actually be more difficult to fake the moon landing than it would be to actually go.
Well, that's not true. With the film The Martian, shot on location in Mars.
Well, that was much later.
Well, but the point is,
you know what I'm saying? In 1969,
that saying Occam's razor that the simplest explanation is true is true, but they've got it backwards. The film The Martian wasn't shot on location on Mars. It was done in a TV studio. It's easier to fake a moon mission than it is to go to the moon, obviously. And yet they're desperate to say that the moon landings are real. They say it's upside down. They say it's easier to go than to fake.
Well, they say it's easier to go than to fake it and keep it secret all these years.
But they did. Only a handful of people knew the truth. Right? The guy in the command center can't tell the difference between real flight and fake. Right? There's only 3 eyewitnesses and no independent press coverage. They have complete control.
Everything's
compartmentalized. Yeah. So they did fake it. We have the fact that you can't have 1,000 times greater technology in the past than in the future. right? We have the footage of them faking being halfway to the moon. We have shadows intersecting at 90 degrees, which can only be done with an electric light. We have an eyewitness of Cyrus Eugene Akers. And then there's another clip, I think it's clip 7, James. I interviewed Edgar Mitchell in his house for my second follow-up film, After It's Gone Wild. I showed him the fake footage that we just looked at. He turned deep red, got mad. Where did you get this? Get out of my house. Started cursing at me. Kicked me from behind. And in the commotion, we left a high-quality wireless microphone on him. And in the commotion, my camera operator stopped recording. So while the camera is in the back seat of the rental car in the guy's driveway, he's in his house with the door closed, and we're recording his private conversation with his son. And you'll hear them say, "Do you want to call the CIA and have them whacked?" We're talking about it. Now, if they really went to the moon, and I'm some idiot who thinks it was done in a TV studio, why would they care? Why would the CIA care? And why would a civilian Apollo astronaut have the CIA in Rolodex? You see, that's the direction that they did. Because why would they be talking about having me killed by the CIA if they really went? I'm some silly person. Thanks, you see? Yeah. I gave them the time code. And then so my book goes into all these things that are not in the film.
So here's you climbing up the car.
And there it is.
So that's the sun saying that.
That's right.
Okay. How old is the son at the time?
Well, he was about, I guess, 23 years old.
Okay, but 23 years old.
Well,
you get a 23-year-old kid, they're dumbass, they're mad, their dad just got punked. You know, the whole thing's happening. Your dad kicks this guy, want to call CIA,
well, I don't know if you read the book. One chapter is called "A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to CNN." Okay, when I found that tape of them faking part of the movie in my home studio and just quietly left, oh my gosh, they really did fake it. I freaked out. I'm like, oh my gosh, I had proof that the moon landings are fake in my house with a blind roommate and a toddler son. I'm panicking. Call up Bill Casey. I'm like, Bill, you're not going to believe what I found. They really didn't go to the moon. They really didn't go to the moon. And he's like, well, Bart, I told you. I'm like, no, you don't understand. They really didn't. It was like, well, Bart, I told you. And as I'm telling him about the footage, he's interrupted by this screech. I can't hear him. He can't hear me. I go to church that night to get advice from the elders what to do. They say, drive like a back out of hell to CNN. I already made a copy of it and put it in a safe house. As I leave the church, one of the last cars late at night, a van backed into a swimming pool that had been closed for 3 hours since sundown. Pulled out immediately when I go by. My guy was waiting for me. I pull over to the side of the road and say, I'm not going anywhere until this guy's in front of me. I got all night. Finally, he realizes he got caught. He passed me. I followed him. I'm the enemy. He gets on the parkway going for town. I get in the parkway going for town. I'm like, I want to see this guy. Who is this guy waiting to follow me? The day I find the secret footage. I look at him in the eye. He looks like a great white shark who would kill me and go home and have a great dinner and not think about it tomorrow. And as soon as we connect, my car shuts off. The electric fuel engine, everything shuts off. He meets up with another. This is 1999. I had a Toyota van. And he meets up with another car on the other side. They start literally spinning around and really side to side being chased by these people. I flag down a cab who takes me to CNN in Atlanta, where I have a friend who works there. And I literally tried to give them the tape through the back door. It's all in my book. It'll make a great movie someday. And I'm abducted by government agents in an unmarked white van who handcuffed me. And I can hear them behind me say, where's the thing? I thought you had the thing. Well, he's got the thing. They're all wearing rubber gloves. They put something on my wrist that looks like something you get when you go into a hospital. And within 1 minute, I feel like I'm on LSD to the point where I'm throwing up. That's what the thing was. See? They put me in a van. They started interrogating me. I escaped their custody. How'd you do that? Well, got to read the book. It's a long story. I make my way back to Nashville. I pee in a cup. I'm going to show my news director at NBC that I've been drugged by this exotic juicer because I told him everything else. You don't have to waterboard anything. Okay? And I take it to a lab. I give it to a friend in the lab at his name, right? Because I don't right now with the CIA, right? I check back with him a few days later, says, Art, well, there was a problem at the lab. And I'm like, well, what problem? He said, well, they had a break-in over the weekend. And I'm like, yeah, so what? He said, funny thing, the only thing stolen was a urine sample. And the people at the lab were like, we don't know who you are, take your business elsewhere. And so all of this is in my book. Never talked about it before because I'm already trying to convince people of this very difficult truth. They really trick everything.
And how do you know these folks that talk to you with government agents?
Well, they're the ones who monitored my phones, followed me from church, followed me to CNN, who stopped me from getting the tape there, drugged me with something so severe I'm throwing up and hallucinating. And then they're so afraid that I'm going to prove that I was drugged. They take me to the lab. You know, in the middle of the night, hey, only thing stolen was my urine sample. Gone the next day.
Again, what year was it?
That was 1999. Yeah. Truth? You're allergic to truth?
No, I'm
Oh,
allergic to air in Austin. We were talking about before the show.
Yeah. Alfalfa tablet. Got to take like 4 or 5 a day.
Okay. So this is 1999, and this is when you first get a hold of that for this.
That's right.
And did they ask you where you got it? Do you remember anything they asked?
I remember like the first 2 questions. I was really concerned about the safety of my son. I always think, what would I do if I were there?
Right.
And so I was concerned if they would kidnap him and say, you know, we'll give you him. People would say, hey. Right. So the very first question out of their mouth, I remember, where's your son? Very first question. Can you imagine that? And then the next question comes about copies of the tape, and I don't know. And, you know, I'm literally in the middle of the night running away from these people, X-Files type of things that, you know, we'll make a movie someday about. And it's just unreal what I went through. And they really did. They're still keeping up. You got to remember, what's his name? Ralph Nader. He wrote that book, Deadly at Any Point. And all it was is GM simply didn't want to spend $200 per car to put in an airbag. See what they did? Ralph Nader was trying to get them to put, they sent FBI agents to hound him, to trap him with prostitutes and drugs, to discredit him, only to not put $200 airbags in the car. Imagine the harassment to a reporter with proof that they faked the moon landing. And now, the book that just came out, we have an eyewitness who says he saw them fake the moon landing at Kennedy Air Force Base and even admitted to killing a coworker to check it out.
Okay, let's go over some of the things that people could say to try to debunk some of these claims. So let's go over specifically the Van Allen radiation belt. So what is the explanation, the official explanation as to how the astronauts were able to get through the Van Allen radiation belt safely? Because I know that people have disputed this, and it is something that people talk about all the time. It's the number one thing.
Well, they're contradicting themselves because we just showed Kelly Smith, who said the field of radiation is dangerous, that we need to develop shielding before we send people through this region of space. So the shielding, send people through it so they don't die, has not been invented until 2014. No, he said people.
No.
We must develop this technology. People.
So the instruments don't break, so that
Yeah.
the ship doesn't.
That too.
Right, but that was what we were talking about earlier.
But
we were talking about the instrumentation.
regardless, since the technology to do that has not been invented yet.
We found that out that in the full quote, he said that they had it.
No, he says we must first solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. So the challenges have not been solved as of 2014.
Right.
So how could they have been solved in 1969?
Well, the idea is that they did solve them, and that technology was lost, and they created.
Really, they invented the automobile and threw it in the ocean, and now they have a reinvent the automobile.
Just like I said, just what that was after.
Yeah, but the point is, does it make any sense?
It doesn't make a lot of sense. Yeah. No, it doesn't make a lot of sense. They
So you were going to share your opinion about what you think about it. What do you think?
Well, there's no way I know, right? We're all speculating. There's no way I know. But all this shit looks very suspicious. Like, mostly suspicious. Like, not a lot of it makes sense. Just logically, if you look at the timeline between 1969 and 2024 and the amount of progress that has taken place in actual outside of Earth orbit space travel, it's not existent by human beings. Another question is, did they ever manage to get anything alive through the Van Allen radiation belt and have it come back to Earth before they tried it out? Did they do it with a monkey? Did they do it with a chicken? Did they send anything into space and have it come back?
Not officially. They may have done it unofficially, not reported it, just to see outcomes.
Right. When they did Operation Starfish Prime and they blew that thing up, didn't it make the Van Allen radiation belts worse in that spot?
That's what I heard, that it added to the radiation.
Here it says, some people believe that the Apollo moon missions were a hoax because astronauts would have been instantly killed in the radiation belts. According to the U.S. Occupational Safety and Health Agency, OSHA, a lethal radiation dosage is 300 rads in 1 hour. What is your answer? The moon landing hoax believers. Okay. Total dosage for the trip is only 16 rad in 68.1 minutes because 68.1 minutes is equal to 1.13 hours. His is equal to a dosage of 16 rad in 1.13 hours equals 14 rad in 1 hour, which is below the 300 rads in 1 hour that is considered to be lethal. Also, this radiation exposure would be for an astronaut outside the spacecraft during the transit through the belt. Radiation shielding inside the spacecraft cuts down the 14 rads per hour exposure so that it's completely harmless.
Well, I have a clip at Surreal.com where they talk about it's a show from the 1950s where they sent probes with Geiger counters, and they say it's 100 times the lethal dose that broke the Geiger counter because it vibrated so much.
So where
again, these numbers of the amount of radiation and the Van Allen radiation belt are from the people who faked the moon landing. So what kind of proof is that?
So this is their saying that the total dosage for the trip is only 16 rad.
That's correct. Okay, how do we know that? Because the people who faked the moon landing said so.
What is the source of this? NASA.
How would I find this? If you like, what's the
Yeah.
Yeah, but
let's do that. Let's find out a source. Yeah, that's a good question. How? Google how people.
Oh, there's a clip. There's a clip from my book.
I don't know what to speak for.
Yeah, it's
Van Allen belts.
Right. There's a clip from my book at Surreal.com that has scientists showing the radiation belts and talking about how the barrier between deep space travel. So,
what is causing that radiation?
Well, this magnetic field of the Earth causes this magnetic area which collects for however old the Earth is, all those years, radiation that goes through here. So it keeps getting bigger and bigger. It also shields us from cosmic and solar and galactic radiation and from people not getting cancer. So you have to have life on Earth. Paradoxically, also prevents you from leaving.
So it says the numbers along the horizontal axis give the distance from Earth in multiples of the Earth's radius. The inner Van Allen belt is located at about 1.6 RE. The outer Van Allen belt is located at about 4.0. The distance of 2.2, there's a gap region between these belts. Satellites such as the Global Positioning System orbit in this gap region where the radiation effects are minimal. So there's a gap in between the two belts. It says the International Space Station and Space Shuttle scale orbit very near the edge of the blue Earth disk in the figure, so are well below the radiation belt. So most of the space station, space shuttle travel, all that stuff is in that area.
Well, it's below. They're at 50 miles, the radiation is at 1,000 miles.
Right.
I think in 1996, the space shuttle went up to 365 miles, one of its highest altitudes. CNN reported this report. The radiation belts surrounding the Earth is more dangerous than previously believed. So how is it that astronauts 600 miles away from it know more about it than astronauts allegedly through it to the moon and back? You see that? That's not possible. We have article after article that says that the radiation belts are an obstacle to going to the moon. We have George Bush Jr. saying we're going to return to the moon in 10 years. Of course, he said that 20 years ago. And he says, but first, we need to learn how to protect the astronauts from radiation. The Apollo mission.
So, what kind of protection would, how thick is the aluminum sheet?
1/8.
1/8. And was there anything in coating on the inside of it that protected them further?
No, just 1/8 of an inch.
And how much of protection would 1/8 of an inch of aluminum provide?
Well, half as much as a grade, lead vest or less.
But they would experience much more radiation than that.
That's right.
Now, if this is saying that it's well below the lethal threshold, is the thing that disputes that? Is there anything you can point to that shows that now radiation belts are significantly more powerful than what they're saying? Like this article that you said was from CNN from the 365-mile of the trip. Let's find out.
That's in the film. That's in the film. If I'm going to have trouble way to the moon. Right. Just look for that part on the film. Shows the animation of the Van Allen radiation belt, and then those book clips that I said my book is interactive. One of those clips has 2 or 3 links underneath it, including documentation from I think it's called Scientific American from a 1958 publication that says that the radiation is 100 times a lethal dose. We have an article to that linked in one of the video clips description. 100 times a lethal dose. It says so. Talks about the rat, the lethal dose, and so forth, which is in the Van Allen radiation belt, based on probes they sent up in the 50s, of which the Geiger counters broke because they vibrated so much. They said it was 100 times the lethal dose. Back when von Braun said it would be 3 rockets, weighing 30,000% more than the Saturn V rocket. But all that stuff was buried, and now they're rewriting history to falsify the moon.
So one of the problems is that if they did fake it, in order to redo it, even if the technology exists today to be able to shield the craft to get through the Van Allen radiation belts and to fuel it adequately to get to the moon, to pursue that and to pursue that transparently, where you have to explain the protection that you're putting in place because of the danger, because the measurement that we have. Because we did send, Ryan did send different probes up there to figure out how much radiation. That would throw into question whether or not the original Apollo missions were true. So if it was, even if we are capable of doing it today, if those were fake, it would stop us from doing it today somewhat. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's one of those things like I talked about the UFOs. It's like Lucy with Charlie Brown. Like you always think you're gonna get that football, but nope, they pull it away from it. It's like this. If they do want to actually go to the moon, to Mars, if we have the technology, they're gonna have to publicly address what precautions that they're going through in order to shield people from the radiation being accurate and honest.
Well, yeah, Kelly Smith made an effort to do that. I don't know if it's intentional or unintentional, but he said the technology necessary to protect astronauts from the radiation to the moon has not been invented yet. So if it's been invented yet as of 2015 and it's been invented as of today, it certainly wasn't around in 1969. This explains the footage of why they're being halfway to the moon, because they can't even go halfway. They can't leave Earth orbit. It's not a surprise. 54 years later, they still cannot leave Earth orbit. That's why there's mannequins orbiting the moon. because of the deadly radiation. That's why.
Well, also because it's cheaper, so you have to keep them alive.
Well, they said they were going to send people in 2018, and now 100% behind schedule. They can only send managers. If they could send people, they would. The fact that they didn't, they can't, which means it's lethal radiation. That's what it means.
Well, it seems to be the most logical, right? That and Mike.
Well, and the future. Because Elon Musk is a smart guy. He says it's going to take 9 field trips in order to have.
Saying that.
8. Oh, I'm sorry. 8 field trips.
Love him saying that.
I think he's made it more efficient now. He's made bigger containers.
What if he are confronted by this information and want to refute it? What do they say?
Well, the college professor I talked to said even a confession for Buzz Aldrin that the moon missions were fake wouldn't dissuade him from the glorious performance. He still think they were real.
Elon Musk says it would take 8 Starship launches to fuel up a second moon trip. Elon Musk is entirely sure how many starships it would take.
I would just say for that's without creating a new rocket to create a new payload to create the amount of fuel that it'll take. That's just what they already have.
Yeah, he said that moon landings were the historical anomaly, meaning out of place. You have had greater technology in the past and in the future. I believe he knows the moon missions are fake, but he needs cooperation with NASA to fulfill his dreams, and he's playing ball. I would probably do the same thing.
Yeah, that makes sense. Again, it's one of those subjects, and this is why so many people are reluctant to take it on. But if you even talk about the movie being fake or entertain a person like yourself that says this, you're automatically put in the category of being fooled.
Isn't that interesting? If you believe the lie, you're intelligent, and if you believe the truth, you're fooled.
Not just that, it's and it's released by a large percentage of the population that will certainly attack you after this video and say, why did I have to lie? This guy's a crank rather. What has anyone ever tried to sit down and, because I'm inviting someone to do that if they want to do that with you. Because once this comes out, I know there's going to be a lot of other outrage. The best way to stop it would be for someone to sit down and go over in every detail why you're wrong. And has anybody ever done it?
I've never debated with anybody whether it was real or not. No one ever asked me to debate them. I know that they were fake. I used to not only believe they were real, I would with them. And if I could through a teenager and admitted that I was wrong. And still, when I had all this evidence indicating the fraud, I still gave it the benefit of the doubt. That $1 million bill that was financed by someone who builds rockets for NASA goes to missions are fake. Okay? That took 7 years just to edit that movie. That's 45 minutes long. Could be 4,000.
What is this?
And
yeah,
I mean that's it's like 1 minute interview, but that film took 7 years to produce, 3.5 years to do it. I popped at the tape and said, "Don't show to the public." I hit fast forward to the same shot over and over again. Blue Earth allegedly bouncing around. I'm like, well, let me listen to that from the top. We never played talk, by the way. I hear it, track of audio, everything that you take a 4-second video doing. And I'm like, that's not the window. That's not the window. And then it dawned on me, really hit.
So before that,
well, originally I thought they went and thought it was the greatest thing. I worked by having pictures in my room for many years.
It was just Bill Casey.
That and looking at the pictures as a filmmaker, I become a filmmaker whose job is to make fake scenes look real. And I could tell that they were fake backgrounds. I could tell that the shadows intersect. I said, still, that's not enough proof for me to say such a thing as they faked it. When I found that footage of them faking being halfway to the moon, right in front of your eyes, the third track of audio, the CIA coming a 4-second radio play, that's it. The AC director agreed it for us. They didn't go for it. And the weird thing is, this is the lynchpin, the finger out of the okay, this list, they say it's 200 people they knocked off to keep that a secret. 9/11, money people to cover it up. Even though it killed the fewest number of people, the one that enraged the public the most is they found out. Because they waved their flags, they got down on their knees and prayed and they cried. They gave them medals of honor. They printed it on stamps and coins, and they taught it in school. The glorious moment. If the public, this is what the NBC News director tried to get me to understand, which I didn't understand at the reason. If the truth comes out, it will bring down the corruption. It's the lynching. The moon landing fraud coming out has to happen. We will never have an honest government ever again.
Let's look at the Apollo 11 post-flight conference, because this is because these guys just returned from the moon, and they look like they're in hostage video.
Boy, they look like they're in the mother.
It does not seem like these are happy guys who just returned from the moon. Scooch ahead a little bit. Here we go. See, look how nervous. Look at Michael Collins fidgeting. And obviously, you would be nervous. You're addressing all these people. But it's the tone which Neil Armstrong takes. And then after this, we're going to show the 25th anniversary speech, which is one of the most bizarre. Yeah, go to him. Go back a little. Go back a little.
Here we go.
With our question, participate in one great adventure. It's an adventure that took place not just in the life of God, but rather on the surface of study. We all here and listening in to share that adventure over its unfolding in the past months and years. It's our privilege today to share with you some of the details of that final July that was certainly the highlight for the three of us of that decade. We're going to first a little bit on the format of past press conferences and talk about the things that interested us most, in particular the things that occurred on and about. We will use films and slides, and with the intent of pointing out some of the things that you observed on the spot that may not be obvious to those of you who are looking at here from the surface. The slide that you started promptly.
Yo, what's going on, Adam 22? How you living, pimp?
Of all the flight was Saturday both into Earth and on a projector. Our memory that actually from reports that you have all heard from this previous flights and those the previous flights served in preparation in the first subsequent days. We would like to get directly to the treatment of those days and remind ourselves
of the chain of events, long chain of events, with the undocking the transportation.
This is going to go on for
Yeah, so see the two teleprompters there in the nest? These are the only guys, or the only would have walked on the moon on how to answer questions.
It just looked very off. It looked very off. Another one he couldn't see stars. But yet he wrote it back in the book about how magnificent the stars are. And also, he never left the lunar orbit.
That's right. So when he's asked about stars, Neil Armstrong with Paul. And then pilots fill in for him to help him out so understanding him, which he wasn't there. They were all three orbiting leaders, so they had the same experience. God, so the written transcript of that. See, I don't remember seeing any. You see, lightning strikes twice, and it's what a coincidence. First, type says Buzz said it instead of Michael Collins. In the video, Michael Collins said nothing about.
Then it gets a tribute because
well, because videos back then, people got the transcript said correction. Michael Collins. So they said Buzz.
Yeah, let's play the 25th anniversary speech. Because here's what Neil Armstrong, first man on the moon, doesn't give interviews, doesn't want to talk about it, doesn't want to feel public type of records. And you would imagine a guy who didn't want that. All of a sudden, it's just a public guy. That would be no problem. Probably didn't enjoy it. Didn't enjoy the experience. You know what? I'm just later. You can look at that. Or you could get like, you have a guy from a public relations perspective. He's one of those people of all time. He's the first man to walk on the planet. He walked on the moon. The first man to be second to the planet. He landed on the that guy would be, he would be everywhere. He would interview constantly, just from a PR standpoint, kind of force them to do some ideas and talk about it. Because it's the most impressive time in human history. As far as what human beings can do, it's the most significant technological breakthrough ever. Personal, another fucking function. He doesn't do it. Isn't that good? And then he gives a speech. So again, this is a speech at the University of NASA. He's giving a speech to is it American valedictorians, high school valedictorians, some best high school kids? Yeah. So the speech is so bizarre. I've never seen anybody give a rational explanation for what the hell he's saying, other than he's trying to do that something is bullshit. So listen.
In 1990, Neil Armstrong made a rare appearance and held back tears as he spoke to democracy for the next generation of taxpayers as they change their
Today we have with us a group of students among America's best. To you we say, can completed what we leave you that is undone. There are great ideas, breakthroughs, and who can one of truth's parts.
What is that? What is that?
I think he's trying to say something. Now,
That's one of the most critical.
you can also notice he was looking down at that party. Perhaps someday he'll be protected. Absolutely. How about that? Bizarre. As he's holding back tears. Do you know how many pictures there are? Him on the surface of the moon. On the moon. A still picture. Zero. I went to the archives personally to call. I had the employees find me pictures of Neil Armstrong surgically committed. Went in and out, scratching it. He refused. He refused to take the interview. President asked. You see, not a single picture. He hit on that. I believe they asked me to participate in fraud. Then they said, like, follow on. As a test pilot, I don't think Chris was right. Or you can say, national security was the reason for this. Involved it's very important in military security. So I think he would have tried. I think they had to threat. I think they would. That's right. It's like this video is not. That's right. I think I think they threatened his family to perhaps it would just like right the video. That's not because anybody video. I will tell you. Anybody ever know that? Another thing is that you can track the trip highway. The people were tracking. Well, that's not. The only people who had really affected the American government and the Soviets who were blackmailing for knowing that it was fraudulent. So that's just speculation, right? It's like, how would they? Is there any evidence that they were blackmailing? Well, they obviously know. I mean, it's fake. It's not surprised. It was around that time that we rain, so we knew it before Cox, which was supposed to be our enemy. And around this after Richard Nixon communist China, China, which is generally superior person, because it's the superior. You see? And so, because I think they found out what to be able to do. You know what? NASA, their technology has changed. I interviewed a guy from Chinese Space Agency on my YouTube channel. Right, that's I'm not. I understand. I was talking to people who work there. Well, I understand. It's our guy. The guy who works there. But if you don't like, you don't have to. You know what I'm saying? Look, yeah, I mean, all our kids. Based on the right, but this is like one guy's extraordinary. An extraordinary claim required extraordinary evidence. That extraordinary. And China find out instead of it was blackmail as a more tool of the information. And the Soviets were blackmail. But now they're good came out. So we won't be blackmailed by China and Russia. What do you think happened if the future came out, Trump opened up all the files, everybody started talking about it? We got to a technologically we are travel to other planets. We didn't say this is impediment. This impediment could not possibly be traversed by the Apollo. Well, if the truth came out, it's always by the government. It would be a beautiful. Because the faith is so much more significant than if they found the soft fallen state of mankind. It would be like throwing a glass of water in the public's face. They wake up, they realize it's and they look past and they're one. It would be oh my God, absolutely. Not just as species, it can't even such a thing. What would your problem say? We would have to revamp the entire. If that's the case, the intelligence has done this. They really did. Like, no one would have faith. That's right. And maybe that'll. And so be it. You know, the stock market could crash, the dollar could crash. It could ruin the United States of America. But can create them. William Bennett the NSA for 30 years. He says the CIA they're spying on cell phone conversations. Supreme Court justices, they get dirt on them and blackmail them to vote for things. That's a dangerous situation as we begin. And these major house cleaning. I'm not even sure what happens. We said all the federal government can on electricity and unplug it all. I'm not sure what would happen if they everyone else we unplug the federal government. I don't know why we can't have the independent states of America and manage our affairs. They are so corrupt. They're killing their own presidents. They're starting war on lives, efforts, right? We have many murders of people that they have done. The federal government is killing their own, and tomorrow, our leaders. What are we missing? We basically talked 3 hours and talked about this. What are we left? Well, I remember to have the fact that shadows can't unless it's electrical light. We have footage of that. We have the testimony that I saw the footage. And we have the fact that you can't travel in space. In 1969, on the 10th, 1 million, and you can 50 years later. Technology has never been better in the future. That proves it. If it weren't that people love, we don't want to give up. The truth for what it is.
It's an interesting
It is.
It's not a lot, but it's more than one.
JFK is dead. The people at 9/11 dead, regardless of who did it. This is different. This is they're just
okay. Would you really pay somebody if I get someone to come here, prepare, okay? So we'll put that up because I would like to see how someone describes that. Okay, because I'm sure eyeballs roll and fingers in words right now. We're getting very out of this conversation. But I don't think the right way on this not talk about it sounds. I mean, you're wrong. The right way. So let you be out your best argument somewhat with your best argument. So I hope that at least okay. And Tom Parker is retired of the moon landing.
Well, because the faking of the moon for mankind is much better than the connection. That they lied to money and to the truth. Like that. We have to real everything else. Still, deceived about the accomplishment of mankind. See, there is no. It's a spiritual issue. It's a spiritual battle. It's ironic. You know, there was a writer who said about this Tower of Babel. The monument of pride became a monument. And it's a Christian problem.
Do you think that this is a subject that intelligent people that this information it resonates? They're going to try to.
Well, yeah.
It's
the problem with it is people can be smart, but only like I asked people, what do you know about next? They said virtually word for word. All I know is what prescribed is positive groups. That's all I know. They're intelligent, but they can't critically think. From the university, thinking. I was forbidden by the university after having practice to a student body group be forbidden. And the free speech expression, United States of America, you see, This is a major problem. People are about this. They have to condemn and gone, but people are so arrogant. I mean, a college professor teaching aerospace says it was all confessed on national TV that it was fake. Don't get cancer, just like art. We would still have to walk out. That's what we're against. This God, the God of science is putting a man on when it's really.
All right, bud. I think you've eloquently stated your case. I think you have this for a long time. So I'm really hoping someone can sit down and talk about this and get further into it, because the arguments the actual facts are very positive. The whole thing is very positive.
Well, all this stuff people can investigate for themselves. Just read the stuff around. There's 17 clips of John McCree and the problem. I want to announce 4 dates. I'll be coming to see you. The return of Trevor Bell with the top 10 before film.
Pushing like the real dude, that fucking like the owner of the dog was part of. I'm not very good at all. He was on the podcast a bunch of times. He knew the podcast. But yeah, that's the only other guy that agrees with everybody else. Is like such a these guys don't get it, because eventually it's a lot to take in. But eventually people are gonna realize, oh shit, I have a but I don't want to buy a coffee that makes the fucking Starbucks realizes I have $1 million in Bitcoin. Cash and they can't tell. They're a fucking billionaire. I don't think you do that with the Zcash. Like you can technically Monero, but it's not the same. Monero's kind of fucked. Like I bet the amount of money with that Zcash overtakes Monero. I bet you exchange. So people institutions because they are Monero could have been really good, right? But they have like this I don't even know how to explain it. It's like an unverifiable emission. The zero. Like Monero had with Zcash, it's just like Bitcoin. There's 20 million people. With Monero, like an inflation amount that's not even like verified. see really right that Zcash is the only one where I'm sure they're going to get it eventually. Because everyone's going to understand, bro. Like, imagine you buy it for under $100. Zcash right now, I swear to God. Like, if anybody has something about crypto, like, just buy a couple of cash and shit. Like, there's only two people that agree with me that it's going to be like 60K per day. It's that guy who's Kofi's best friend. Yeah. And then Grayscale. Like, that shit is going to be 60K plus. I don't give a fuck. And you won't be wrong. To be honest with you, I guess what you're saying, because I'm big on privacy points myself. I made my first legal effort to be privacy points. Yeah. Yeah, I think not like the next one per se, but like at least the spirit market. I feel like this is one that's gonna come to really actually care about it. Only because most of the Bitcoin value has been extracted. You know what I mean? Yeah. $1 million, right? Yep. Same Bitcoin for 200, 300K. What is that? 3x? What's that? And then, cash could go a fucking million X type shit. Like, it's literally Bitcoin, but it's brought that to more even Bitcoin. People understand this. If all these institutions become Bitcoin, it's not even market. That's it's not even that like it's not like they could literally use the code and inflate the shit. Like they literally could do that. Very interesting. Which is insane. Yeah. I had this conversation with a few people that privacy is going to be the way to go. I think it's making a portfolio. Basically, there's a few, so Zcash and Monero are the most established, and then there's a couple of more speculative ones. Do you know what that one is? That's like an add-on. It's like secret. An add-on. It's on the add-on chain. It's going to be a secret network. Yeah, that one's good, but there's functions. But that one is good. They're just fucked. Like, they're so fucked. Yeah. Like, Bitcoin is gold, right? And then Ethereum is like the investment turning me into more money chain. Bitcoin is the gold chain. Ethereum is the smart contract chain, right? Yeah. Zcash is the spend chain. Like, Zcash is what people think XRP is. If that makes sense. Yeah. No, but yeah, because like, this imagine you're you want to fucking buy some shit from Bitcoin, and they immediately see that your wallet got sent that money from some other wallet that has $1 billion. Yeah, you know, like, if you buy some shit with crypto, you don't want them to know you're a fucking billionaire. We want to talk about this because everyone knows about the price action. Because the last one, they got super dumped. Yeah, everyone's gonna fucking be buying that shit over 1,000. Everyone's gonna be buying Zcash over 1,000. I'm with you, bro. Yeah. There's like Dash and shit. I don't even know what the fuck that is. Dash. wish I could remember what bro's name is because it would ring such a bell. The Kobe guy. Oh, shit. But he's one of them weirdos. It's like he was pushing all like the real Doge on Truth. That's like the girl that has the dog was listening to the whole fucking thing. I'm so close to remembering it. Was like, I want this in the smartest again. Last night, everyone was acting like this nigga was the smartest that ever existed. And he's the only, and now they act like he's fucking, nobody even knows him. Bro's the only guy that agrees with me on cash bag. I'm like, dude, it's really fucked up, but there's never been mispriced assets that in human history didn't see captured by them. Like, shit. Only people that agree with me are this one guy that's Kobe's friend in Grayskin. Everybody else, it'll be the most hated Riley ever. It's like, imagine if the exorbitation was real. Yeah. That's what sea cash is. It's like the exorbitation is real. Everyone hated on it. But then the fucking retarded niggas make so much money because like, bro, like, sea cash is literally what people think a Bitcoin is. Yeah, so exactly that. Yeah, it's Bitcoin, but like an
What's happening, you bad motherfuckers? Uncle Joey here. This fucking legally back. The church, the New Testament, I don't even know what it is no more. It don't matter. I'm just happy that we're back. Let's get this party started. It's Tuesday, 19th of November. The church New Testament is brought to you by Blue Chew. Listen, you never know how full you'll feel after a turkey dinner. Bring along some Blue Chew this Thanksgiving, just in case you bump into a mid-30. Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, but at a fraction of the cost in a chewable tablet, and it tastes tremendous. You bump into somebody, you want to get the party started, boom, you pop it out of your wallet within 30 minutes. There you are, bouncing up and down like a savage. Signing up is easy too. Just head to BlueChew.com, meet with one of their licensed providers, and if you're approved, you'll get your prescription within days. Me, I love Blue Chew. I'll pop one of those things and I'm ready to do backflips. You know what I'm saying? So, Blue Chew wants men rock hard. It's not like these other testosterone eating little skinny guys with brown shoes and black jeans on that. Blue Chew wants you to be a savage at all times. So discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we got a special deal for the church New Testament. You ready? Try Blue Chew free when you press the code Diaz at checkout. That's right, I said free. Just pay $5 shipping when you use code Diaz, D-I-A-Z at checkout. That's BlueChew.com. Promo code Diaz to receive your first month for free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. What's happening, people? It's Tuesday, November the 19th. What up, dog? Dude, it's crazy. It's crazy. We're here. I was thinking about when you walked in. When we were closing up the old office, I had no
ever idea of us coming back.
Never. I thought the chapter was done. Well, you know what, man? I'm happy to be back. Listen, this is the first week. The studio's still a little bad. We got it up. We told you last week was the last Zoom, and we stuck to our fucking word. That's all that matters. We're ready to rock here. We're ready fucking tuned up and ready to go. Let's talk about a few fucking things. What? I don't even know how to get this thing started now.
Is it crazy doing personally?
It's crazy. It's great to see this little guy. For the last couple of weeks, we've been trying to put this together, and I've been thinking to hold my own horns. Fucking Irish, the hot dog, you.
I can't sit down in 2 weeks.
We ain't fucking around here. Get this done. You gotta work out every day in this fucking neighborhood.
So
You gotta go for a walk. You gotta do something.
Explain what Hiram's, they deep fry their hot dogs. And not only do they deep fry their hot dogs, they're ready in about 6 seconds. Because every time we get a hot dog, you know, you order two, but then you want another one. It was at the Chili's amazing, and then they have steak fries and onion rings, and then
It's a little shack.
Yeah.
Like I went there when I was in the 8th grade the first time, and then about 200 times after that. That's how you become a fat fuck.
And then tell them this is my favorite thing that I just found. I learned milkshakes last week, and this week I learned you have like a rotation of restaurants to find out what the best are.
Every day. I like soup, man. I'm a fucking soup dude. And there's 2 restaurants that make the kind of soup I like. Rudy's up here in the Crash Rails in Manila Bay. They got the best soup ever. So I call it around. I'm going to come up here before I make the trip. I don't want to walk into Rudy's and be a fucking surprise. I'm like, God damn it. So if they tell me they got Rhode Island, I get fucking excited. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm cutting people off. But now I'm trying to beat the fucking the waves. Like the waves, yeah, the waves will give you a time. I'm always beating that fucking wave. Except tonight, they hit me with that. Go through here, cut the time off by 5 minutes. Yeah, but then they put me behind some old lady. I guess the fucking, the computer didn't see it or whatever. She was doing 30 in a fucking night.
Yeah, I love being on the phone with you because every once in a while you'll just start screaming at traffic. You want to think yesterday on this?
Listen, the ride up here is magnificent. You cannot do it. It's an hour up there. You know, my brother George coming down, he always tells me it's a long ride, especially at night. Especially if you smoke police, the fucking light starts, blinking. You step on, that New Jersey Turnpike. If you go on it 10 times, you're gonna get a flag.
I get it already.
Yeah, you're gonna get a fucking flag. It's been great living in Jersey. It's been 4 years now. Lee's been out of LA for 4 years now. I really went back. Everybody, the 20 people who left, I think we and the guys in Austin were the only ones that held back. Everybody already went back, and they go back every 3 weeks. Hollywood's calling. Hollywood ain't calling nobody yet. Things are bad all fucking over. You understand me? I haven't worked over here. First year is 1997. Then it's November 1899.
What does that mean?
That means I'm old. Or they listen, this year had a lot of people in there fucking with them. Because I keep right. I did have that vision, but I had all of them. I bossed them off. I had an audition for one fucking line. One word. You have to know what to fuck yourself. Steve Martin, that word fucking do it. Martin Short, I fucking said to fuck you. He was a New Yorker, rough. Fuck you. I felt like I was already cashing. Like I was already fucking, I got this. They didn't call me back to a callback. I did a bunch of one word auditions. When you do one word and you don't do audition, that's not pain in your heart.
Do you think like they could think you're over qualified for something like that?
The problem is that the stress kills production. You guys are thinking they shit on computers. You sit there every night looking around, telling me I'm watching a new show on Netflix. The show sucks. The show fucking sucks. You sit there, all the only thing we live on is the one about the prison with the fucking dude that got run over by the snowplow.
I didn't.
Whatever that is. That's a great fucking show.
I haven't seen it yet.
You have not watched that show. That is a great fucking show. dude in prison and comes out and gets a job as whatever, you know, like between bars and
liaison
on the street. So he runs to prison because he talks to a black dude, he talks to a Spanish dude, he speaks to people with black people and Mexican, you know, fucking triple Z's, you know, those dudes. He talks to all Mexicans in the fucking show. I watched Tulsa King this year.
I haven't seen that yet.
Had some really good episodes. Dominic Lombardozzi was great. I feel bad they shot him up. Sylvester Stallone is looking rough. You know, last week they were shooting from behind. You can see like they were really like what are you gonna put there on it? We can't find a fucking bear. All right, we're just gonna spray paint it a little bit. They don't show a lot of the back of it, but he's fucking hanging in there. You know, what else? What do you want? The show you recommended on Netflix now with the kids from Swamp Space and Lala Milk is fucking brilliant.
I haven't seen it.
I sit there every night, we get down with my wife, we're the fucking world ahead. That's why I fucking go out. That's why I eat mushrooms every night, because you just fucking sit there like, okay, so I try to get out of the house. About 8:30, I take my ride, I fucking see what's going on at Carvel. What's going on at my favorite pizza joint, you know what I'm saying? I take a piss, and then I go home, and, you know, maybe we're gonna be out there eating shit up. I caught bullets the other night. I caught the Hot Rocks. It was back to back. The Hot Rock was 1972. I was 9 that movie came out, and I saw it in the fucking movie theater. Robert Redford is my fucking movie. A dude robs a fucking place, and he steals it 6 times. He's in prison, so he shit in the pipe. So they have to break into the jail, steal the pipe with the shit that before it goes into the fucking New York Hudson River. Tremendous. We're back, cocksuckers. What? I love it. Yeah, a little cave between you guys is beautiful. It's got no heat. You do this like my little fucking like girl. Sophomore year, we show up a little fucking good.
Do you ever think about that? If you're just like making out with somebody, like this used to be so much cooler and like harder to
what?
Making out, just making out.
Making out.
Yeah.
Swapping.
Yeah. You don't swap it anymore?
No, I just watch you kill it. I don't want anything shot at that trap. You just say it's either gonna make my money or that's it. At least that's you said like you agree with that. You know what I'm saying? Pickles. Oh, I'm in.
People just like when one of the last girls I hooked up with, I went down on her and she licked my face.
We're gonna have to race that. Only you would be the woman that can lick your fucking face. You know what I'm saying? But Lee's in Harlem now. He's doing quite well. He's got the 4 floors, which is he never wants to come home.
I'm sure, but
I called this motherfucker 18 times yesterday. He's like, man, I ain't ready to go home.
Yeah, it's like 10 o'clock.
He just holds over that. He knows when I go in, I ain't coming back out. You don't want to make no mistakes. 4 floors, 4 floors. I told him. He said, oh, yeah, something. Okay. I don't care how much you spend in rent. I don't care what your apartment looks like. He said, when you get there, that's around, you always got to look up the stairs and go, oh, God damn it. And God forbid you got groceries.
What about that as a suitcase? I've been traveling so much. That's the worst. The fucking suitcase. That's the only complicated. Everything else is cool. But New York's pretty, not laughing. Like, you did great. I haven't gone, I had the worst show I had in 2 years. I felt like the only way I could describe it was, remember when Cowboy Cerrone fought McGregor and got knocked out by a shoulder? It just wasn't his night.
Yeah.
That was how I felt. I just was being knocked out by a shoulder. Because like it was, I couldn't blame anything. It was
You have that effect. Walk in.
Oh, yes.
I New York's people was I think we was following this fucking show. Was just started. We were talking about stand-up for 10 years. And this motherfucker moved to New York and stand-up comedy. I mean, it's still like a dream that this fucking guy that used to sit in the room with all of us, Theo and Ralphie, you know, and he picked up little things. He used to go to this four-wall place. I'd give him $5 every night to sit there. And I would go there too. Because he is.
Oh yeah, you would do
There
that.
were some retarded fucking people. And then we moved back and he continued to do it on the road with Josh Wood. This is what a comic does. After this place, he picked New York, which is great to me. I'm down now. Right. There's no way I come up here every fucking day. But even time, you know, now I got the option if I want to go into the city real quick, walk me to the stand. I go right and come back. As long as you get on that, you got to beat the Lincoln or your sport or something like that. You got to beat them. Something crazy. So, ferry closes, ferry shut down. So I take an Uber or whatever. I don't know. We'll see how we feel after the fucking show. We got a couple things in this. You don't see how they really do the big dickhead and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you for getting a comfortable chair. I appreciate it.
It's tremendous. Oh, man. And I even got like a little thing here. This is like a psychiatrist there. If you get too high, you can sit you down here and we'll talk. You know, your life. You know, like, because the piano was right there. We have the little psychiatrist there. We have the couch. Me and Lee, it's each two. We get a fucking like guest house in here. The guest will sit there. We got another beautiful fucking couch over there. And like I said, guys, we just set this up just to get the party started tonight. I don't know who hated Zoom more. You motherfuckers really. I fucking hate it. I couldn't do it anymore.
Why do you hate Zoom so much?
Because it just got old. Because then everybody wanted to fucking Zoom. It was like everybody was Zoom. People go, what are you doing? It was really okay. With my luck, I go on there, I hit the wrong thing. I wanted to Zoom as fast as possible. And then last year, they've been Zoom on this. Right. Zoom on this. If the person likes you, they say, Zoom 4:30. And he reads from me. You know how fucking awful. I'm reading into my fucking phone, guys. Because they don't want to bring this in. Listen, all that shit. People are breathing on each other all the fucking time. Look at the Mike Tyson fight the other night. If anybody's gonna get COVID, it's poor fucking Mike. He had 80,000 people breathing on him, all going down surviving. You don't see Mike with a fucking mask on until they get on a fucking plane. Listen, man, we had shit to talk about that night. I watched it. It was not on my agenda. I was not gonna bet it out. None of that shit. I just, I was curious. I'd eaten some mushrooms. And I said, what? And I get home about 10:15. I had to go to CVS and pick up prescriptions. And last night I went for a little my little eat. And I get home, we put it on, and it's the Spanish girl. The Spanish girl against the Irish girl. And I switched it for a minute. And I came back and they were still talking. I didn't know you had to get live. So I sat there for like a fucking hour and saying, why are you people talking so much? Why are they talking? Look, I'm getting shit's out. Listen, my wife, we had back in. Oh, the robot a little tiny. So she got 1.5. I don't know. She don't tell me. Right? Nobody knows nothing. I walk in the house, she's like, I gotta go. What are you doing? I gotta go to here. My wife is constantly fucking food shopping. She's like, I never met a woman that every fucking day, raspberries, blueberries,
Welcome. How are you?
It's me and my daughter. So what happened with the vacuum? Okay. So I get home and I go, it was Sunday.
Just chilling, dog. We're watching Joey Diaz.
And my wife said,
feel free to enjoy.
All right, I'm gonna go to the gym. And then I call my wife back to the gym and I go, listen, what's going on? She's like, I'm waiting for you. And I gotta go food shop. I gotta get this, that. You put a list that. I did. Okay. I go, what time do you want to go food shop? She goes, 1 o'clock. I go, you got backs in your head. I'm gonna go to the gym to watch the football game for a little while. But then I went to eat something. Because after the gym, I was hungry. I went to get something real quick, and there was a line. I said, fuck it. I drove home and just made a protein shake. Now it's 10 after 1. I go, fuck it. Let me watch. You know what? Go go fucking shopping. I'll watch my daughter and watch the football game. My daughter's upstairs just laying there fucking doing homework. I go downstairs. And my wife is out of the house. I kick off my speakers. Nobody's gonna bother me. Nobody's got a question. My daughter's not gonna come down unless she's hungry or whatever. So I'm sitting there. I'm like, well, I got that. I put a little mushroom gummy right there. I already had a couple mushrooms in me, so I was already feeling it. And I'm on the fucking chair just reading because I didn't know what. And I hear boom, boom, boom. What the fuck is going on? Somebody's trying to break into the fucking house. Yeah, it's daylight. It's fucking 1 o'clock. Who would rob a house? I never robbed the house at 1 o'clock. Wednesday night, maybe like 10:30. That's a good time to rob a house. But 1 o'clock, there's neighbors. So I keep hearing this shit. I go, there's somebody breaking into my door this fucking day. So I just went and got the mallet and the knife. I got this big fucking Rambo knife. Jesus, I got the mallet and the knife. And I walk up the stairs slowly. And I go up and boom. And my wife and my daughter's like, what's going on? Why do you have a knife? I go, do you hear that? And she goes, no. I got the earphones on. I'm playing Fortnite. Whatever the fuck they play. And I'm like, thank you. Another idiot. You're in the house and you got fucking earphones on. That's what I need in my life. So I keep hearing boom, boom, boom. It's coming from the fucking fireplace. Like, well, that's brilliant. They're trying to break into a fireplace. A guy comes once a month to spray around mosquitoes or mice. The fuck is out there? The town sends a guy and fucking came on Sunday. I was supposed to be kitchen and I could see who's down there and I throw the mallet on. Dial 911 or the knife, whatever the fuck I was in the mood for it, bro. So I go, there ain't nobody out there. I'm like, these fucking mushroom strips are getting out of control. Because I go back downstairs, boom, 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 boom. I go upstairs, there it is, a little fucking circle that's stuck, and it keeps hitting the fucking wall back and forth. It was supposed to make like a U-turn, but it got stuck on a shoe or some shit.
How fast was this thing going there? You know, there's someone breaking into your house.
Boom, boom, boom. It's stuck. It goes boom, boom. Just go by you go, what the fuck is going on?
Oh. Have you ever had someone breaking your house? No, I didn't. I was a kid. It was crazy.
Maybe it was me.
I never met anyone in Massachusetts. He was drunk. He ripped the screens off the porch. And he took a piss. And then it was legit. He said, like, he tried the garage. And my dad was crazy. He had like those floodlights up, the safety step, like you can see the whole yard. And like that's what I walked up to, him ripping the screens off of the screen. And he, like, his excuse was he's on his house. So I don't know why he was ripping the screen off of the
Get arrested?
Yeah.
They give him time. My probation.
I didn't follow it. I was like 6. I was
usually on the corner. He scared me. Playing with Mickey Mouse. I was like, packed out. That's fucked up. That's something like that happens. It's happening a lot in the areas where people are getting home invasion.
Yeah.
Speaking of home invasion, yesterday was 36 years since I had home invaded that poor bastard. He's probably getting flashbacks from yesterday. I feel bad for that dude. I still call him. I still call Ken. I'm going to call him tonight saying, hey, bro, how you doing? He's in New Mexico. He moved house or something like that. So who's on there?
Do you think about it as it leads up to it?
Every year. I said it on stage. November's like my bad luck month. My mother died. I kept doing coke. I kidnapped her. I have like 3 anniversaries on fucking November the 8th, the 15th, and the 18th. And I'm done till next year. I don't think it's shit till next year.
That is fucking how they heard it. It's over now.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
37 goddamn years. Wasn't that what they were originally offering you? 36 years? Or they threatened you?
No, they hit you with a charge. It's called crime of violence. Crime of violence, if you take it to trial, crime of violence means times 2. So whatever the jury gives, you automatically got time. That's why I didn't consider going to fucking trial, because I would have done I would have just been getting out. I would have started a podcast in there. On how to cook on the fucking iron. How to take a shower in your sink.
There's one on Instagram. Have you seen that?
What?
Like this in prison. Like they show you what the food is that day. They show you their little setups. Some good setups.
They got great setups. Humans can fucking.
You have to pay off. Like they have like rugs, a whole TV. Like they have a flat like a TV, not like a prison one.
No,
you can see
it's not the black and whites no more for $29 a month. No, you can bring them into your cell. Now they have those medium prisons. This is what happens. Okay, I get 22 years. Right? You get 8 years. You come in. You got money. You buy a chair. You get some of your Arabian friends to send over a carpet to you. When you get out, who do you think you get the carpet?
Right.
Me, because I go a long term. Serving is after 10 years. What happened?
I have to go click.
After 10 fucking years, you have a ton of shit in your apartment. Especially if you go like 40 years, you got everything. You got ukuleles, boats. You got everybody leaves you something. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't want to remember that. Who wants to remember that shit in prison? Nobody. Like, that's the bongo I had in prison. I don't want to see that motherfucker. I think I threw away everything I brought home. Socks, underwear. That's bad luck.
I don't blame you.
I didn't bring them. That's what people do. They leave everything except the Bible. They leave with the Bible, like God, and all of a sudden you see them walk the fence and they see a liquor store and they throw the Bible up in the air. It's over. That's how quick religion works in the prisons. So all those little cocks that come on them, the Lord said, listen, the Lord ain't saying it. All he needs a cocktail to be right back to what you were doing outside and don't be lying to me.
I can imagine 36 years later. That's crazy. To think, like,
think of those people that fucking do this.
No.
Think of 20 years and they come out, everything's different. Your wife, kids, you come out, you don't even know how to use your computer.
Yo, what's going on, Pam? How you living? What's good? It's the middle of the night, man. All right. Joey Diaz has a new podcast. He's got 5 of them. We're going to plow through these bitches. And nothing really major. I mean, we just talked like 3 hours ago. So enjoy, my man. I'm sure you're going to get some more sleep. So no need to delay you on that. You're a snorer. No, yeah. Yeah, that can happen.
I always think of this one kid that got arrested the night I won the comedy tournament in Boulder. Dear friend, the people I was hanging out with, he robbed a suitcase from a Kentucky Fried Chicken thinking there was a bunch of money in there. And there was about 500 bucks. They came and took, that was December 18th of 1991. That motherfucker just got out. He would get out in 6 months and get another 8 years. Think about that. 91 time. They let him out during COVID. So think about it. 91 to 2020. That kid spent his whole life in fun. You know, that's 29 years in the system.
Right.
30 years in the system. Answering to somebody, they come to your house, and you're still, you know, you just, last thing I heard is working. You know, he's got, even though he did 29 years, that motherfucker makes 6 kids. What? This guy's like 6 kids. I don't know how the fuck he did it. Don't ask me. I couldn't tell you. You know, because I still talk to his nephew. Me and his nephew calls me up to Joey. We used to I knocked this kid out. We used to play football. He tried to fucking play football. He's a tough motherfucker. But he would always hit the ball from his hand. And they go, fumble. They yell, you cheated, you cheated, you cheated. So even today, when I talk to him, he cheated. I never cheated. He not loose.
Okay.
And he came into like my fucking stomach or something. Everything fucking fell out. One dude, his dad was laughing. His dad was there. We were fucking dying.
6 fucking kids?
6 kids. And he was in jail for 29 fucking years. Because every time he got out, he spermed up some chick. Child support. And they would call me and bring the kid on visitation day. Fucking every month, 2 different bitches would come. Bring them Nutter Butters, maybe a carpet. You know what I'm saying? That's what they do. If you get tired, and there's women that like that shit. There's women that don't mind you going to prison. They don't gotta deal with you. They'll fuck some old guy for money and then send you $20 and they're happy. They show up with their hair done, their nails done. The husband's like, what's going on here? You're looking good, bitch. Yeah, I got a job. You got no fucking job. You're sucking somebody's pipe. And he had, dog, I went to jail with a dude that was, and he had 7 women. He had 7 kids with 7 different women. How old was I when I got locked up? 25. He was 26. He was a fucking stone cold brick. And they brought coke into Colorado from shit. He got neck. He had 7 motherfucking women because he bought them all cars. And they all had kids. Before they got a car, you got to give me a kid. You know what I'm saying? That's the way this works. There ain't no ring in my relationship. I'll fuck you, I'll get you a car, and then that's it. There ain't no ring. But he was buying tremendous cars. He was buying like Subaru, sports cars. That Subaru made 88 SX or some shit like that. The other one had like Mercedes convertible. This guy was banking.
Did you ever have anyone, were you in there long enough to have like anyone hit you up on the prison pen pal and stuff?
No.
I don't even know. They have a whole thing.
Well, yeah, I know. Yeah, with a bunch of chubby women. Man, fucking haven't seen a dick in 22,000 years.
Is it only women? There's no guys who just want to hang out? Like,
yeah, that's what I want. Letters from you telling me how exciting your podcast is. I'm saying that's what I want. Are you fucking kidding me? Hold on 1 second. Let's take a minute here. DraftKings wants to talk to you about Pick 6. We'll be right back. What up, beautiful people? DraftKings is back at it. You ready? I know you love watching the NBA. So do I. But if you want to get even more into the action, you got to try Pick 6 from DraftKings, an official partner with the NBA. Pick 6 lets you select 2 or more players, then choose if they'll have more or less of a certain stat during the game. It's that easy. You bet on things like points, rebounds, 3-pointers, and more. Then watch the game and see if you still got it. Get ready to have a blast this NBA season with the Pick 6.
Yo, Dog, if you have a second and you're bored, not necessarily now, look at Dane Cook's Instagram. He posted some amazing footage of the drones in Beverly Hills. Yeah, when I've been taking a look at least once a night just to see if I see anything, and it's just like there's a street lamp that kind of distorts everything, makes everything look pretty light. But I kind of still, with some kind of hope that I might see something, but he got really clear footage. Take a look at it. And it's hilarious because it's Dane Cook. So it's like he's doing like commentary in the background.
And for the first time, Pick 6 players. Check this out.
Sure thing.
Credits. Again,
sure thing.
$5 and get $50 in Pick 6 credits. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use promo code Joey. That's code Joey for new customers. Play 5 and get 50 and plus 6 draft picks. Only on DraftKings Pick 6, where the crown is yours. Now go have a good time.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org in Connecticut. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Pick 6 not available everywhere, including New York and Ontario. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 credits that expire in 30 days. Limited time offer. See terms at Pick 6.
Some guys or one guy, I shouldn't say some guys. One guy in the Music Biz Marty Discord is trying to pick fights with me, which it's fine. I'm ready for it. I don't know. Some guy who has that Cyrax is his PFP. His name is Big Rag Daddy. He's from Norway, apparently, or something. He's very proud to be Norwegian. Or anyway, yeah. That's okay. I want him to. I want him to, especially in there, because Music Biz Marty has only been just extremely nice to me. He allows me to stream in there, which is super. And then I even asked him, hey, do you mind if I post a link to all my YouTube streams just so people know where they can find me? He's like, you post whatever link you want. And I was like, oh, wow, that was really nice of you. Most people are like, fuck no, get the fuck out of here. You suck dick. And so I'm like, bring it on. Yeah. And he's known me for like more than a year. So he knows that I do the same shit like all the time. This isn't anything. Like anyone who's been as consistent as possible on the internet, I have for the last 3.5 years. And so this Ragnar guy goes, he says, Rabbi Rothschild, yeah, I'm calling you out. You are a weirdo. I should have recorded that. I don't even know what he's talking about. Like literally, it's not like I did it. Because I ate ramen? I don't know, man. He says, bro's just sitting all gimped up with a projector in the back. What the fuck? What the fuck is this? He says, please don't whip your cock out to anyone that joins. Good night, fellas. Like, I don't do that. Okay, so then the Hamburglar, who's amazing, I didn't even see he said this. He's the greatest and most streamed person of all time. Shout out to you. You're amazing, dog. And then Ragnar says, bro is gimped up. I called him out like, what the fuck is this? And the cam went off, which I don't think it should have, but okay, fine. To be fair, I'd do the same. Man seems to be onto something. Maybe, just maybe. Anyway, you distracted me. I'm out. So I just tell him, cool story, bro. Because, like, what? What are you even saying? Okay. And then I just told him, watch me from all my streams, my G. And but like little by little, I start to build a little bit just friends there, which is super cool and really nice of Hamburger. There's this guy. So I really judge on how good my strategy is with just being in a bunch of Discords by when I go to sleep and I awake, how many new friend requests have people sent me? And if I get 2 to 3 is average. If I get 5 or more, that's good. Something happened, or maybe I joined a new Discord or whatever. This one guy sends me a really nice message. He's in the Wall Street Bets one. And he says, hey, sup, dude. You don't know me by this username, but I'm part of the VC crew on the server you were on today. Saw you were there and wanted to add you while I had the chance. Hope everything is well with you. We don't use that server anymore, but the group is still very active. And I know they don't use the server anymore because the people are fucking toxic. Like, I don't really like using that word, but I don't know how else to describe it. They're being like assholes, I guess, is the old school way to say it. So what they do is just like as they say, a few bad apples can ruin the whole bunch, and then nobody wants to be in your Discord anymore. And the Wall Street Bets ones are just incredibly toxic of people. I mean, I read you that one long paragraph a few days ago of some guy who just kept calling me like homophobic slurs and all these other things. It's like, dog, you don't know me. Like, you have no idea what I do. And I'm the last person on earth to whom you want to do this, because here I'll talk about it and everyone will fucking know about it at the end of time, and they know your username and everything. So anyway, my little bot, I was really surprised when I awoke this evening that it was still fucking streaming in there, like 100% as much as I wanted it to. So that's good. I've been banned in 2 other Discords, which is no big deal. I mean, shit happens. It's just what happens to me. It's almost better when they ban me, because then I just move on to another one and then stir up and shit in another one. The one was these. Yeah, well, so I messaged him back. Thank you so much. They can be very mean in there. I would love to be friends with you. What server do you and your friends usually use now? So if he tells me, that's great. If not, it just tells me that not obviously, and I know not everybody's bad, but it's just a few bad apples ruining the whole bunch. And I can tell, because I was in this Discord like maybe 2 years ago, and then again like a year ago, and they would get a ton of people in there for real fun shit. When the markets would open, everybody would go in there and they would talk about markets, which is what you're supposed to do. And I don't have much to add to that, because frankly, I think the whole thing is rigged, so I don't really get too much into it. But what I can do is stream the market, so you know if it's up and down and all that other shit. That to me adds value. So, but they used to get like, there would be no one in there for most of the day, and then when the markets would open, they'd get 30, 40, 50 people in there, and they'd all watch the markets and do all that, stuff. And but now I notice it's not the same. The only people who are in there are these 2 same toxic guys. And I kind of feel like a lot of people were just like, look, we can find better options than what we've got if these guys are going to just be such douches. The one guy, I really asked him straight up, why don't you like me? And he's like, I don't like LGBTQ plus people. I'm like, dog, I don't suck dick, man. I fucking rail chicks. If anything, I consider myself the plus because of transhumanism. And if I live for like 1 million years, I don't want to say that I'm not going to have sex with like a billion years, and I've had sex with every chick on Earth. I would perhaps experiment with an extraterrestrial. I'd experiment with an animal if I had its consent using telepathy. Like, I'm talking about shit that like nobody else is talking about. And then perhaps, I don't know, it's like if there were someone who was like, I don't know, they're born with both chromosomes or whatever, they're like XXY, and they were super hot. In 1 million years, I might consider it if I fucked every other chick on Earth and I get bored. I mean, basically, that's kind of my theory. And people may say, well, that's not realistic. Exactly. And in reality, I'm an advocate for transhumanism, not transgenderism, not cutting off the genitalia of children. All of that should be done by consenting people, in my opinion. And like, frankly, according to the law, you shouldn't be able to consent until you're of the age of maturity. But once you're there, if you want to have a circumcision, you can do that. If you want to have female genital mutilation, you can do that. Male on yourself, do whatever you want. I don't care. I'm not going to get in the way. But until you can, but that's only until you, if you cannot, that's only if you can consent. If you can't consent, then I don't want bestiality. I don't want male genital mutilation, female genital mutilation, and I want to end some of these practices. But anyway, I tried to explain to this guy, dog, I am of anything the plus. I don't identify, certainly not as gay. I've never fucking been fucked. I've never fucking fucked a dude. I'm not bi. I'm not attracted to dudes at all. At all. Like, they're disgusting to me. Chicks, yeah, I'm cool with that. Okay, so lesbians are cool, fine, whatever. You do what you want to do. And okay, so LGBT, which is generally like trans people, which I don't even know what that is. And then Q, I don't even know what that is. I mean, it's just like people who dip their toe in. I don't fucking know. And then there's plus, and no one has fucking defined plus. So I define plus as transhumanism. It's really the idea that we are in a breakaway civilization, moving away from Homo sapiens into perhaps a new type of organism that doesn't die. That's what really separates everything. It's not about genitalia. It's not about what you think about, whether you like to wear nail polish or fucking skirts. It's not about that. All of those are just choices of humans. What it is about to me is when you start to not die. If you start to not die, then you're a different kind of species, in my opinion, scientifically, looking at it from a biological standpoint. And when that happens, then you have to open yourself up to all of the different options that are out there. And, in the future, there's maybe the possibility where a lot more options exist. So I don't want to close myself off to anything necessarily. Well, because of that, I get labeled all these things, and it's like, okay, I get it. But just because one guy doesn't, two guys, I should say, don't like me, I have to put up with that shit. But I get just the biggest fucking kick out of them having to take time out of their day to kick me out of a VC, and then it's just a fucking robot that brings me back. So I'm not even paying attention to it, and they're fucking like thinking that they're causing harm to me, and it's literally like not even. Okay, let's hear. I already like started with. Wait, but let me counter that. Let me counter that. Let me counter. Let me counter that. Let me counter that. You're absolutely right. I do want to suck a dick. I do badly. I have a goal that once we rebuild the Beit HaMikdash, the Temple of Jerusalem, the Temple of Solomon, then I want to start humanity working on. Just one moment. Hold on. What is the word? Hold on. Autofellatio, where you suck your own dick. Wait, I don't have to do that. Basically, yeah, I can get flexible and stuff, but using human growth hormone and stem cells, I'll be able to have an 18-inch dick someday if I want, or if science continues to improve. And exactly. So, like, I counter that. I do. I want to suck a dick badly. I want to see what it's like. Now, from all the my other dude's dick, but so I even counter that. Yeah, I do want to suck a dick, my own autofellatio, like decades in the future. But it is a plan of mine that. So, but yeah, I mean, it is a lot of words to say you want to suck a dick, but yeah, but not another dude's dick. And from and the people from whom from the people who I have with whom I've interacted, which is not a lot of them, and it happened to be in Amaranth, if you know that streamer. It was in her Discord. It was live in a call. I had the opportunity to talk to a guy who was able to do it and did it on camera or did it on OnlyFans and stuff. It's not that great. It's like work. It's a lot of work. There's a Yeah, there's a Bill Hicks joke. Shout out to Bill Hicks, RIP, where he says, ladies, I'm just going to make it very clear to you all. There's only one reason and one reason only that there is a man next to you. And that reason is that that man cannot suck his own dick. If he could, I would be in an manless theater here, and I wouldn't even be here. It would just be a bunch of women in here because we would all be at home sucking our own dicks. And there's some brilliance to that. But yeah, I mean, I really do envision a day where autofellatio is a thing, and I want to suck my own dick. My own dick. Yeah. And if you, I hope so too. I mean, it's good to have plans. Hey, the only difference between a dream is a plan. and yes, yoga does get involved in that, but it's much easier to just take a needle, stick it in your dick, and have it grow bigger at a certain point somehow. Within the next 30 years or so, that will be a reality, most likely. And hey, let me just say, I would love to be the Neil Armstrong of that project. I would love to. Hopefully, it doesn't wave.
Promos.
Bitches. Oh my God. Don't forget. 6 DraftKings. Ooh, I forgot what I was talking about there for a second. I just got hit with one of these jokey fucking little pants. What are they called? Joke and toke. Joke and toke. A gram of weed in the fucking thing. You light it. If you're sick of smoking, you put the cork back on. It's like having a hemorrhoid. You know what I'm saying? You can stop shit whenever you want. You stop yawning.
You
He's
should
a half a mushroom and he's yawning like Zombo over here.
My choice. You think I want to walk around at a normal just yawning, looking fucked up?
Can you believe this?
What do you mean?
This is what I live with. This is
You
what I
can
live
stop yawning.
Stop yawning. You just go, I'm not going to yawn no more.
That's not how it works.
That's it. Wake
I'm
up.
not tired.
I could
It's
go
not
to
tired.
yeah. I'm not, yeah. Say that to yourself. Yeah.
Who says yeah to themselves?
Just say that. That's how you wake up. Go. The Chinese say it all the time.
No, they don't. Probably one Chinese person who's ever said yeah ever in their
Who's
life.
free? That's how you got up in the morning. Yeah. That's fucking. That gets you excited about the day.
Oh.
Speaking about excitement, we were going to talk about it before, but some way we got a little disconnected, discombobulated here. It's the first podcast together in a room since we did it at my fucking living room with the cat. But for a guy my age, the Tyson thing was really interesting. I mean, people were talking shit after the fight online, Jake Paul. It wasn't really about Jake Paul. It was really about Mike Tyson. What this guy's fucking been. And now he got robbed and fucking, you know, everybody robbed this poor bastard. Hold on. The couch is not a virgin no more. You know what I'm saying? It ain't a party till somebody farts on the couch. It's an empty fart though. There's nothing. That was a protein shake. So. But,
How do you know?
Because that's all I had. I had a bean and rice and cheese burrito after boxing.
Yeah, that sounds like yours.
With salsa. That's it. No meat, no nothing. But anyway, you interrupt.
I'm so sorry. Mike Tyson.
Mike Tyson. So think about that man been through. You know, I don't know if you people even know or remember. A couple of years ago, he lost a child on the treadmill.
Oh, I know.
A child on the treadmill. You know. And then we were lucky enough to meet him. His podcast go down there a few times, and he's a sweetheart of a fucking man. But there were times during the fight that I felt really bad. Like when he was walking in, I don't think he knew where he was. I really don't.
At the end?
No, in the beginning. He was walking in like, it's like something like somebody said, Mike, you know, I think you could fight 3 rounds. And he's like, yeah, I think so. You know, you're talking to me. Hey, you don't have any interest in going to Europe? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, good. And also, those motherfuckers call you 2 days later. Go, hey, you were talking about I could get a fight going, I could get Netflix to come on or whatever. And then it just kept, and then he got sick in June. That's why they called it off.
Right.
And what knows the reason? Well, he was in the hospital and he was very sick or something. And then now November, whatever he fights, you know. And people are talking shit, but it's like anything else anymore. You know, you show somebody a $1 bill and instead of going, oh, that's a $1 bill, they're going, it's dirty, it's got coke on it. You didn't get the fucking point. It's like when Bruce Lee smacked that little kid at the beginning of Enter the Dragon. And he's telling him, throw a kick at him. And he goes, what did you feel? And he goes, let me think. He goes, you should fucking think about it. It should just come to you naturally. And he says something. He goes, something about looking. It's weird what people look at anymore. We're all looking to tear down people. It's you go online. I mean, my wife said to me, she goes, you go online right now, they're tearing up this fucking the buffer thing. It was Netflix's first time for doing a live thing like that. I mean, that's fucking sports. That's A lot of people in a lot of fucking houses. How many fucking people saw that? It was the second biggest Netflix show.
Cassidy knows.
Compared to Roast. So,
And you can rewind it. Like the Netflix to be doing any of this stuff is crazy.
that's where it's going. Netflix very changed. They threw Charlize Theron in there. They had Shaq there. They had every fucking celebrity in the world there. That costs money, guys, or they post said they're going to give them a special or something. Yeah, who knows, you know? But I got to see this guy, you know, and I go to jiu-jitsu, and I get pissed off the second time I roll because I can't finish a 5-minute round. And that's me fucking jumping up and down and lifting weights. And I saw him at the end of the 8 rounds, he was going to fucking die. And I know that feeling. You just start getting tingles in your body. You don't even want to move.
Yeah.
You're like, this is it. This heart's going to blow up, man. You know, my fucking whoop watch is, that means you're over the fucking threshold of 150, your heart rate. Like, I'm supposed to be at 125, but then 150 is where you should work out at. I don't know. No heart special. But just all those things. That guy took a hell of a fucking chance. And he got punched. He got nailed a couple times. I mean, somebody said, 16 minutes, I can do that stand up my head. You know what, man? Not when you got Jake Paul. Right. Your heart is beating.
In front of how many? Where was it?
No, forget about it. In front of fucking 80,000 people.
Right, there's a lead, yeah.
I'm talking about the front of a 27-year-old, roided up fucking kid that is strong. If he hits you with a fucking left hook, you're going to see pigeons. I don't give a fuck who you are. You know, he's a strong fucking kid. Yeah. He hit Tyson a few times. And if you watch the replay when you hit him, Tyson would get hit and then block. Guys, when you're fucking after 45, you're taking a big chance because your reaction time is long. I mean, I don't know. Anybody see Aaron Rodgers play football? He's not the same guy. That's right. Moving, dodging. You know, you could actually start to see the aging. Nothing bad about it. No, most guys would just go home. Okay, for you and you, look at fucking Brady. Brady looks fucking great. Look at this kid with the fucking kid that plays on his team now, LeBron.
Oh, yeah?
LeBron spends $8 million a year on his fucking body. And you see it. You fucking see it. That's what you need to be a high caliber athlete. Well, Mike Tyson's 58. He's in LA. He was trained by Rafael Caldera. And he's in the land of fucking supplements, sons. Nothing could have helped him go. If that helps, you know, it's
welcome. Like a what else, dog?
That he was he not going to?
We're just watching.
Long time.
Shabbat shalom, my friend.
That's standing up. 2 minutes. Take a breather. Take a hit off the joint. Body that gets away. So you see it. You see connect with him. It was too late. I'm not laughing. No, what happens after for you guys right now, because I seen a bunch of old people, old guys play Shadow. Shadow Box.
Yeah, are you being serious? Yeah, dog, I'm live in his Discord right now. It's just discord.gg/music bizmarty. Okay. I don't know why that's true, but just one moment. Just one moment. You're making me do work. I get it. No, dude, that's a lot of work. Just one moment. For anyone else, tell them go fuck themselves. For you, Jake, check your inbox. You should have it. Why did you ask me if I know who Music Biz Marty is? Yeah, I mean, how do you know who he is? Did you find out about me from him or no? I understand. I understand. Yeah. Actually, Caspian Sea found me through Music Biz Marty, as some other people. So, um, yeah, you should just know that that's kind of crazy. I'm pretty well known. Yeah, it seems that way. That's really cool. The reason why I say that's really cool is you just like normally people will ask me. This happens 100 times out of 100.
Get their ass kicked pretty soon. Every day,
Just
some
a
old guy
moment.
gets knocked out the front. He's like, what with it? 1920.
Generally, if you ask me 100 different streamers, I get asked 100 different streamers, and I don't know any of them because I don't really watch stream. I only watch myself. So you know all about them. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You know all about them very well. Well, yeah. Did you get my invite, Big Dog? Did you get my invite? You're good. Is your friend on Discord? All right. All right. Well,
God, fuck me. Take a ride this week to your local parks. Colorado, snow like a motherfucker. Take a ride to your local parks. You're gonna see one old guy. Fucking shadow. That's my dream. And then just I'm not fucking kidding you.
Have they ever asked you to ever do one of those?
No. No. And I would fucking. Why would I do it? I know I'm fucking me, right? I got a fake fucking knee. I got a whatever. You see, when I go for a court, I fucking almost tumble over with this fucking thing. I go to fucking Pilates once a week. Well, I stand on my leg. You know, I do it all, but I know I don't have 50 years. Something's got to fucking. 80 times a day, dog. I land. I keep right outside. I don't have time. Blow out of. Yeah, I got paper towels. I got water in the car. I got all wipes. My thing blows up on the turnpike. I can't take it no more. And I don't even give a fuck. I just you for that perversion. When you think the kids being in the park that nobody's around. There ain't nobody around except the tree. If the tree's not fucking 18, fuck.
Do you ever ask the tree?
No, but you don't. If you cut the fucking tree, every line of the tree is how old the tree is. If you breathe.
Right.
You didn't know that.
I knew that.
No, you don't. Israeli people don't know that shit. Indians know that shit.
I haven't run into that. I've almost shit my pants a couple of times.
You ever peed in bed?
I peed the bed. I was talking about this today. Dude, a million. I peed
Okay,
until I was
remember what your mattress look like? That's
Yeah.
one circle.
No,
they got the inside of a fucking tree, okay? All little circles. And then as you get older, you get the cum ones. It's just a little puddle. You can see there's a little fucking leaf growing out of it.
Wait, your cum leaves them stains?
I believe it.
I don't know. What do you mean you believe there's a joke? I was still thinking about that. I picked it back till I was 12. And I didn't, after the first time I had the rubber mattress.
The cover have a rubber mattress now.
I haven't peed in the bed in a long time.
Remember they used to make excuses for fucking pee? Like,
Well, yeah, we didn't want to pee. We were asleep.
He must have saw fire before he went to bed. Really? Really, he saw fire every fucking night. You know, they always had it. Oh, you drank too much water. I used to. I peed about a month ago. So I didn't up there. Listen to what I did. I went to get up. I fell asleep sideways. I just peed. I didn't even know. I had no idea. My wife was like, talking about something. She looked at the side of the bed. Yeah, and the pee came out of the side. And my God, I take so many pees at night. I get up. Some nights I kick the cat. I fuck, it's brutal. So I pee, folks. This is what it is to be 61. I fucking pee and I drink. I drink a lot of shit throughout the day. So it's got to come out.
Holy shit. The side is he was passed out and you just kept peeing?
I guess. I don't know. There was a comedian that got so coked up in Vegas. He went on stage and he pissed himself. Oh, and to this day, he said he didn't feel it. Pee coming out. How much coke do you have to do not to feel the pee coming out of your fucking dick in front of 200?
Oh,
what the fuck is going on?
So much. He pissed himself? Because I've never peed myself on stage.
Thank God.
Holy shit. Who's the guy I'm thinking about him who like laid down and started doing his material? I think he was on coke or something. I don't know. I had this image of this guy lying down.
There's a couple guys who did that. I'm all confused. I got my own thought. You know what I'm saying? I can't. I'm not shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm too old. I did 40 last week. I did like 37, 38. It wasn't like that, guys. But guess what? I'm coming back. My mind is starting to come back. That's all that fucking matters. And I've been writing a lot lately. Yeah, and it's not funny. I know it. I can tell you right off the bat. That ain't funny. But I also know that that's time. That's time served. Right. That's what I know after doing comedy for so long. I'm gonna have 10 of those pages with nothing. And then I also write in the fucking journal. So I'm gonna have 10 or 12 of those pages, but then one day it's gonna come out. Yeah. One fucking day, one thing, and I'm gonna grow with that. And that's what happens. You just gotta stick to that. You gotta get the muscles back. You don't write every fucking day. And I always write something in my head. You know that. I'm always thinking, writing jokes to myself. But to write a joke and to space them and put them together the way you want, that's a different fucking animal.
And you can tell on paper if it's funny.
I can listen. If I'm writing at that level, I'm also getting fucking stoned. Right? And I gotta make myself like that's the whole thing. You have to put the fucking pen down and go, oh my God. What do they say? You go out of the crowd. And then you start adding things by yourself. But it's usually you sit there for a while. That's why I tell people. That's why I tell people when you sit there with a notebook, it's not the first half hour. You're not gonna get big. It's like watching a movie in your house. People are gonna text you. Oh, I need a peanut butter cup. You know, whatever the fuck you do to kill time. Right. And then the last 5 minutes, you come up with two things I can throw on, and then on stage, and whatever. But I know for a fact that, listen, you gotta hit that notebook every day. You do stupid shit. I say stupid shit, you know. But you gotta put it all together. And then you have your life. You want to hear what the fuck is going on with your life. Like what is really the nuts and bolts of your life? How do you feel about that?
Yeah, you were teasing me a little bit last night, but I've watched the last couple of nights. I've watched 2 of Tom Poplar's latest specials, and he does a fantastic job. Oh yeah, that's what I want.
Great writer and his delivery. He's so dedicated. Yeah, and so.
And he repeats stuff. I just watch this stuff now to try to learn a little. But he has a special. I think it's 4 years ago, and it's talking about you're doing okay, and his whole thing is like you're doing fine, but like you're a piece of shit. And just the way he did it was I don't know. I that's one of the few spots. Like that's how I know a special is good when I can rewatch it. I don't rewatch my special.
You know, I started watching the special the other day, the Curls, the Burritos, like that Ari produced.
Oh, yeah, Adrienne Palucci.
Adrienne Palucci. She was pretty good.
Yeah, I've seen her. I haven't seen the special.
I've never seen her live. It was pretty fucking damn good the first 20 minutes that I saw it. But again, something happens. Yeah. Somebody fucking bothers you, they question you, you're zoomed in. That's why we were discussing the movie theaters to this day. I'm a theater guy, you know. I just want my wife is one of those motherfuckers. And what she tells you like the other day. She comes downstairs, I'm gonna go for in the morning. She always leaves at 7. Once we put Mercy on the bus at 7:15, my wife goes out. And she walks the neighborhood. She used to walk the park with the deer out. She got chased. That's why I got chased by the fucking fox. I got chased. I don't even go up there unless I'm like, I think I'm kidding, bro. I used to walk in the softball field up there. And I saw a little fox. Who was all skinny. And next thing you know, I didn't say nothing to this little motherfucker. I just was sitting there looking at him, like 60 yards away. I saw the mother jump the fence and come towards me. Like she thought I was going to fucking shoot him with a bow and arrow. I had nothing on me. I had nothing. I had no guns. I had nothing. And she attacked me. The mother went to attack me. I had to fucking run through the fence. But she was in the fence area. I just happened the fence was like 20 feet from where I was standing. She was running towards me. So I don't walk there no more. I say, fucking, my wife walks up there. But now that it's cold, you know, she walks the neighborhood and shit. So what we thought, how do we get this? I don't know. So, you know, she'll tell me, I'm going to go for a walk. Oh, yeah. Okay. Then she'll go up and down the stairs 3 times. I'm like, what's the story? How many times are you going to go up and down? I'm trying to write something. That's what I live with. Like, I'm writing a joke at fucking 7:15 in the morning, 7:20. I'm in. I already did 3 bomb hits into this shit. I fucking drank water. I did everything. I drank a fucking liquid IV. You know, I've done everything. I'm ready to go. I already put $25 on DraftKings with $1 bills. To see if I hit the slots in the morning. That's the best time to hit the slots in the fucking morning and late at night. Or with a big sporting event. I think I won like $82 the other day playing fucking one Mike Tyson getting beat up. Because when there's a good event on, the casino's empty. So they're like, we need you to stay for a little while. So I just go on fucking DraftKings Casino. You don't know how many fucking times I go, voila, I'm home for the day. I take my shoes off. I take 3 hits off the pipe. I pee. I wash my hands. Now she's upstairs. I can hear her, my daughter. The minute I put DraftKings in the $25. I can hear her start to make her way down. But as soon as I hit the jackpot, the 3 things, she's right there standing behind me like a fucking kiss of death. Focus. So I always don't get the 3 red ones. I always get a red one, a yellow, and a blue. And I'm like, I always get a blue when you're around. When you're not here, I don't get 2 reds and a fucking yellow. I know how to get the most out of DraftKings. She's got that type of luck. But she always comes down at the wrong fucking time. This time's I'm getting hot and sticky with a joke, and I'm giggling, and I'm putting YouTube on, I'm fucking around all of a sudden. She's coming down, and she's doing laundry. I'm like, why are you doing laundry? I start to wash my ass. Now when I go in the fucking shower, I get 2 minutes of heat and then cold water, which never happened. But you don't want to have the laundry on the run. Why? You want that water to be hot. You know what I'm saying? Right. You're killing me with this shit. She said, I didn't know. You didn't fucking know. And then she'll go upstairs. Then she'll come back down. Listen, no apples. You might have listen, I don't give a fuck. I got a pineapple, an apple. I eat whatever you got. And then she'll come down again. Breakfast is ready. You couldn't yell from upstairs. You can't see I'm laser focused. When she gets up, she gets a coffee and goes right to her office. I never hit that door. I don't want to hear her no more. That's the last motherfucker I want to hear. I don't even look at the phone anymore. You ever look at the phone in the morning? I don't even do that. Because I always wake up to stupid text from somebody I don't even know. Or, hey, I found this on Instagram at 2 in the morning. Give me a fucking break. I don't even sleep with the phone in my room. It stays on the whoop. I charge it, and I put the whoop sleep so I know what the fuck I'm doing if I'm falling asleep and breathing out.
Well, this affects, like, it really affects, it seems like it affects you a lot. Like, just people walking by you.
No, because you're focused on something.
Right.
You try to work on something, and somebody's coming in at the wrong time. You're right there trying to figure out that mathematical fucking question. You're like 60 times. And all of a sudden, somebody comes in and goes, hey, I'm picking up at 2:15. Fuck. How you, Rubio, fuck off now. I'm trying to figure out 300. Now you come with 215. You can't come in here and tell me, fucking God bless you. No, you have to come down here and hit me with a number. Now I got my ear all fucked up. I gotta go get fucking. They're gonna go. They took a fucking fat ball out the lower. They took it out and it was on the fucking hook. It just sat there like a little paparilla. It was like a little fucking potato ball. So I don't know what's in my fucking ear no more. Look at this poor bastard. Here we go. Hey, Joey. This is what I wake up to. Hey, Joey, I was wondering if we could be willing to do a Skype and say a few words for my comedy roast, December 23rd, December 27th. You don't have to go anywhere. You could do it at home. It's the 27th. You could have a roast on April 8th like every other fucking moron. The 27th of December. I got things to do. I got the Jewel Lodge. You know what I'm saying? I'm at fucking Steak Shack, man. Has anybody had the Jewel Lodge? Chocolate shake at Steak Shack and Shake Shack?
No, Steak and Shake?
My daughter bought it there. Shake Shack. She got braces. I fucking had them. I made her a fucking. She had braces. I had her hungry. I go, I'll make you a milkshake. This is the first day she got the braces. I made her a chocolate. I made vanilla, and I looked at, dope it up. And I saw chocolate chips, so I put them in there. Those beauty ones. And now she's like, Dad, I got chocolate chips in my braces. I know. I think the blender took care of me. She's been on fucking milkshake for 3 days. So the other day she brought that home. It was fucking delicious. You didn't bring a whole one. It's got to be 3,001 calories.
Oh, yeah. I love it. What is it? Like Yule log?
Chocolate with like a white cream on top. Bunch of sprinkles and shit. I just got a little bucket. I was like, God damn, that chocolate. Sometimes you need a good chocolate.
Yeah, they had Mr. Softy in Harlem today. No, I couldn't.
You didn't chase?
I've thought about it. I feel like you do that. Whenever I'm trying to be good, I feel like you have like it in certain restaurants. You'll just tell them, come up with stuff like McDonald's comes up with stuff that I've always wanted to try. You don't think I want to try a chicken Big Mac?
Oh,
you don't think
but why?
Why not?
Because
I'm high and it's there and it's gonna taste good if it's hot.
You're not gonna taste good. You're gonna feel really shitty about yourself. You're gonna feel shit next day. You're gonna eat a shit.
That's tomorrow.
That's tomorrow's crop. Why would you do this? Like,
I'm not going to eat it. I'm not eating it.
This fucking guy goes to a diner. He never knows before. We got 22 diners in the area. My brother, he's gonna go to a diner. I stopped over there. Why would you stop over there? We grew up at the fucking diner on Bergen Boulevard. Grew up in it. I still remember the 80s going there for the toasted fucking corn muffin. This genius.
He wants to broaden his horizons.
Yeah, to get a cheeseburger. You know what I'm saying? I can see if you want to go out there for chicken marsala. I got a cheese. Oh, I shit my pants. That's what you get. You got what you want to do with your ratio. I don't chicken McDonald's sandwiches. Be my fucking guest. We live in America. When did RFK became fucking president? Whatever the czar. To fucking help us.
So then, how good they're gonna get now at McDonald's?
The what?
It'll be help.
No. The best thing to do is close that motherfucker down.
That's true.
But I haven't been do it because Mickey D, the father, will give fucking Trump $2 million when he goes, you keep putting sugar in the French fries. See, that's the problem you have. So then you have to decide what you want to fucking do.
Oh, right. But I like they.
Oh, right. What?
I don't know where it started. I just know that it always feels like when I'm trying to do something, they come up with shit. I feel like it's you. Like, oh, that's how it was with Mr. Softy. No, I can't stop at Mr. Softy at 11 in the morning.
Yeah, but I call Mr. Softy.
I feel like you too call Mr. Softy
outside your house and fucking ring his bell.
Yeah.
You got some fucking wild imagination. Jesus Christ. I can see if you said, Joey, somebody steals my underwears and sell them to old people for small $10 to sniff them.
I haven't missed the underwear. Is that you?
No.
I swear to God. You wait. The old people?
I don't fucking know. I'm just saying. I can see you been coming up on the radar.
Right.
But what would I have to do with that? That means I have to give Mr. Something $20 for your fucking thing.
I feel like you would do that.
Stand outside. Yeah. If he was selling poison, You know, if he was putting poison in
Thank you.
there,
I thought it was just
you
trying
give him
to.
the small 50 over there. Don't leave till Lee comes out. Hit him with the Jerry Jones mix, the Jones, the guy in Guyana.
Oh my God. Fucking you guys.
This poor bastard.
Who knows?
So I-
What do you mean? This is what you create.
4 years without a podcast, and we sound like fucking, freaking frack over here. We're supposed to bring joy.
I'm very happy.
I can see you sit there, half retarded, again, for the 80th time. And then we didn't even go heavy.
What do you mean we didn't go heavy?
How many milligrams?
200 milligrams of AVX
I ate
and
200
3 grams of
milligrams.
mushroom.
Driving a one-eyed cone.
Yeah, but no one does that.
That's why, because you got to keep training.
No one can train to that level.
You forgot all about this shit. This is why I'm happy you're back. You're back to training the Israeli way. This is Krav
Not
Maga.
even Israelis do this.
This is the Krav Maga way to do it. You can take the Krav Maga people just go in there and they fight people. No, they make them do different things. They spray them with mace.
Right.
That's what makes you a Krav Maga guy. That's what makes Krav Maga so special. So one of those fucking Tuesdays, when Aaron goes, they fucking get medicals. They drink that water. It's from Israel. And they drink the water. Now they're all fucked up. You gotta fight people. Ah! You gotta fucking make all those noises and fucking,
I had no idea that Krav Maga was so serious.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm trying to say to you. It's as serious as you make it.
Right,
You just don't stop training. It's all fun. But now that you're here, we got you.
I'm thinking that not everyone has access. Dude, you try to go to dispensary anywhere in the world and find anything like that.
What?
What? 800 milligrams. Dude, I would eat eating gummies all day to take 200 milligrams.
Yeah, but you don't even show up with them.
I know you don't, but I wasn't here for a while.
I showed up with hash. I got all the goodies.
I know you.
Chocolate bar from fucking Fun Factory Farms, which that was good. The salted chocolate caramel, when you taste it, fucking delicious. And we had the fucking gummy, not the gummies, the
under the
tongue bread strips. You don't even get it yet. We were smoking.
I did better, man. What the fuck did you hit?
Yeah, I'm screaming like Kennedy's son over there. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I don't know. You wouldn't. They're yelling.
I don't know. But RFK's gonna shit. You can't just eat whatever you fucking want all morning. It's like bagels used to be good, can't eat them. They got a bunch of shit in them. Don't digest right in your stomach. Me, I don't give a fuck. I'm still gonna eat a good snack on bagel. That doesn't deter me from anything. But I'm not gonna eat them every day. Is what my point.
No, and I don't think those are the bagels that put it chicken. Like the Staten Island ones, I would trust.
Oh, the ones that you get at the supermarket, I can take them home like you do.
I don't buy them.
Sara Lee fucking bagels. I went to his house once.
You never went there and saw Sara Lee bagels.
Sara Lee bagels and fucking rice patties.
Rice cakes.
Papillon ain't better than that. Fucking Papillon ain't better than that. Who eats fucking rice patties?
Papillon.
Papillon is evil. He was in the movie. They threw him in a prison. He was eating cockroaches and shit in there.
He would love the rice cake. Are you kidding me?
Listen, Papillon.
I stand by rice cake.
Papillon was in solitary confinement for a year. He would never break down for a rice cake. He'd spit it back. He was in the highest protein. He was eating roaches and lizards.
And you think he would say no to a caramel rice cake? Fuck yeah.
We got time.
Well, that's a different story.
No time for dogs in prison. We got no white push-ups.
I think you'd fucking love it.
What do you got this week?
This week, I'm at Parks Casino on Thursday.
Oh, shit.
And Friday and Saturday, I'm with Josh Wolf in Des Moines.
Oh, shit. Des Moines, Iowa. City of excitement. All right, what else?
They have a pizza place with they put Chinese food on the pizza. I was gonna make it a surprise. What do you think about that? They have like an orange chicken one and a crab rangoon one.
Go down there and knock yourself out. Don't try to be with a crab rangoon saying that it's fucking the asshole. Cream cheese and mozzarella pizza. Who does that? That thing's gonna get wiped in your ass. That little fucking wonton is gonna be sticking like that. Have 3 black dudes in Iowa trying to pick it out of your asshole.
How do you think it's gonna get in my asshole?
Because it's not gonna come out of your intestines.
Why am I eating this wonton whole?
Because how are you gonna eat the wonton?
I'm gonna chew. It's called like Mr. Fong's.
Okay, you go hang out with Mr. Fong. I'll be right here eating fucking nice Chinese food. Fucking, you're gonna get Chinese food in Iowa. Listen, those are the leftover motherfuckers. The only Chinese people left out of Iowa are those are left over from moving the tracks.
Well, those might make good food.
And you remember they used to throw them over the ledge with a stick of dynamite.
What?
You know, throw them over the ledge with a stick of dynamite. Boom. That's the reason why there's Chinese people in Colorado, fucking Iowa, because they did the trade. Part of a food network that brings heroin into the country. That's why all those cities have fucking heroin.
I didn't know.
You didn't know that shit. See, Joey here to fuck.
I'm well. How are you? I'm great. Yeah. How are you? Oh. Wow. Bravo, girl. That's very good. Yeah. More. From like 10 different cameras. But nevertheless, it's a start. Good on you. So, if you would just bear with me one moment. I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I'm back. So, did you have a lot of people come and watch you? How many do you know? No, how many people came in and watched you? How many? Okay. Are you streaming in Polish? I think that you're good in your English is good enough that you could stream in English. Time dilation? Time dilation? Time dilation? Yeah, well, so I just wanted you to have more viewers. So you have something going for you as a streamer that is a huge advantage. You're a girl. and there aren't that many girls who stream in comparison to the amount of boys who stream. So when you go and stream, people are going to be interested in what you do more so than if it's just a dude. And so if you're looking for more than 10 people, I would recommend perhaps English streams. But if you do that, just know that there are a lot more English speakers. But like, for instance, I would have never seen your stream, nor would a lot of people, unless you have the settings as Polish. But I get what you're saying. Do you know what Language Reactor is? Yes. So you know how I'm able to make my videos different languages? Just one moment. I understand. Hey,
Myślę.
I think that you should download something called Language Reactor. It allows you to watch videos in both Polish and English. It's how I watch all my YouTube videos in multiple languages. I think it may help.
Myślę, że powinieneś pobrać coś, bo Language Reactor pozwala oglądać filmy zarówno po polsku, jak i po angielsku. Tak oglądam wszystkie moje filmy na YouTube w wielu językach. Myślę, że to może pomóc.
It is free. I will send you the link to it, and I can help you if you need help. It's very easy to use.
Jest darmowy. Wyślę ci link do niego i mogę ci pomóc. Jeśli potrzebujesz pomocy, jest bardzo łatwy w użyciu.
What browser do you use? What browser?
Hold down the...
What browser do you use?
Jakiej przeglądarki używasz?
Oh, she said Brave. Interesting. Okay. Very interesting. You are very smart to use Brave. I use Brave as well. Do you ever use Google Chrome?
Jesteś bardzo mądry, że używasz Brave. Ja też używam Brave. Czy kiedykolwiek używasz Google Chrome?
What'd you say? Oh, okay. Okay. Yes, you are very internet savvy. Okay, well, they don't make Language Reactor for Brave, but they do for Chrome. So if you ever want to use it, I think it's very helpful to be able to see the language on top plus another language on the bottom. So that's how I do it.
Tak, jesteś bardzo biegły w internecie. Okej, cóż, nie robią reaktora językowego dla Brave, ale robią dla Chrome. Więc jeśli kiedykolwiek będziesz chciał go użyć, myślę, że bardzo pomocne jest widzieć język na górze i inny język na dole. Tak to robię.
Yeah. I agree. None of them are perfect, but generally some are better than others. So are you going to stream again today? Excellent. Excellent. What do you stream? You said you were streaming time dilation. Do you stream video games? Same. I mean, I guess I do, but no. Okay, so no games. Excellent. So you're teaching people. That's great. What is your channel? How do you spell it? Yes. No. How do you spell your username? Oh, it's just same as here. Okay, cool. That's really good. Okay, you have 31 followers. Now you have 32 followers. And I'm sure with Caspian Sea, it'll be 33 followers. Yes. Do you know how many bones? Do you know how many bones are in the human spine? Yeah. Bone is like your bone. $33. So you have 7 in your neck, 12 in your upper back, 5 in your lower back, 5 in your pelvis, and 4 in your tailbone to make 33. I agree. Very well. You're welcome. All right. Well, we'll get notifications when you stream. But if you ever stream, just tell us if I'm here or Caspian Sea's here, and we'll watch you. And we will be nice to you. Oh, so I guess we could see your previous streams. Wow, 7 hours. Didn't you get tired after 7 hours? You're still tired. Okay. Excellent. So, affirmatia. Is that how you say that? Affirmatia? Okay, I can't do that. But okay, cool. Do you have a link tree? It's like one link that has all your social media on it. I'll send you mine. You don't use social media. Okay? Well, if you're going to be a streamer, you better start. you don't have to take pictures of your food or your family or anything like that, but people just are going to want to connect with you on different platforms, and it really shows that you are moving into being a more serious streamer when you have all of your social media linked. Excellent. And then what you do, affirmation, beautiful. Well, it's an excellent name, and you should be able to get it on a lot of platforms. The next thing, I mean, just looking at your channel, you need an about. Do you know what the about section is? There's an about section. Just one moment. The about section is where you tell your viewers about yourself. You don't have to be very specific, but you can tell them, that you're a streamer and what you like to do, what you like to stream, that you are there to teach and for people to learn. But it just really humanizes your stream and makes it look like you're more serious because it fills out your profile.
Sekcja o mnie to miejsce, w którym opowiadasz swoim widzom o sobie. Nie musisz być bardzo konkretny, ale możesz im powiedzieć, że wiesz, że jesteś streamerem i co lubisz robić, co lubisz streamować, że jesteś tam, aby uczyć ludzi, ale to po prostu naprawdę ludzkie ISIS. Twój stream i sprawia, że wyglądasz, jakbyś był poważniejszy, ponieważ wypełnia twój profil.
So basically, you don't have to do it now, but think about what you want to share with the world. You've at least said that you are a streamer who likes to learn and likes to teach people. And if you need help, we can help you come up with a good profile. And then you look more serious as a streamer.
Więc zasadniczo nie musisz tego robić teraz, ale pomyśl o tym, czym chcesz się podzielić ze światem. Przynajmniej powiedziałeś, że jesteś streamerem, który lubi się uczyć i lubi uczyć ludzi. A jeśli potrzebujesz pomocy, możemy pomóc ci stworzyć dobry profil, dzięki czemu będziesz wyglądać poważniej jako streamer.
Additionally, we'll work on a header, or you can work on a header. That's the image that goes above your profile, basically like a banner. So think of something cool that you would want there.
Dodatkowo będzie pracować nad nagłówkiem lub możesz pracować nad nagłówkiem. To jest obraz, który pojawia się nad twoim profilem, zasadniczo jak baner, więc wymyśl coś. Super.
Your profile picture is identifiable, so that's good. It allows your audience to connect with you.
Twoje zdjęcie profilowe jest rozpoznawalne. To dobrze. Pozwala odbiorcom nawiązać z tobą kontakt.
It looks like you got lots of views maybe after, and that is good. It is very hard to stream on Kick. Sometimes you can go for hours on Kick and not get anyone. So for you to have like 70 views is really good.
Wygląda na to, że masz dużo użytkowników, może później, i to dobrze. Bardzo trudno jest streamować na Kick. Czasami możesz godzinami korzystać z Kick i nikogo nie znaleźć. Więc to, że masz, powiedzmy, 70 wyświetleń, jest naprawdę dobre.
It's hard to stream on Kick. So for you to do it 7 hours, that's very good. Look, I stream my whole life, but it's not the same. I don't have to stay and entertain people and do all that. It's hard to be in front of a camera and knowing that you have to interact with people for 7 hours. So I can see why it caused you to be tired. Plus you were sick. Do you have any vitamin C? Let me see if this works. Do you have any vitamin C, like orange juice or vitamin C that you can take?
Czy masz witaminę C, na przykład sok pomarańczowy lub witaminę C, którą możesz przyjmować?
Sure.
Czy masz witaminę C, na przykład sok pomarańczowy lub witaminę C, którą możesz przyjmować?
I didn't either. Just one moment. Let's try it again.
Czy masz witaminę, na przykład sok pomarańczowy lub witaminę C, którą możesz przyjmować?
Just one moment. It's still not working. Let me refresh. Can you hear me now? No, you can't hear me now. Oi. I know. Just one moment. I don't know if this is going to work. I don't think it's working. Yo, dog. You can hear me?